I was not playing with my little pecker off screen. Well, heidi ho, ladies and gentlemen. It's your friendly truth bomb. I'm feeling a little bit salty this evening, so I might get a little bit wild tonight. Just been one of those weeks where I'm just, every time I'm on social media, it's really like it tests my patience. It tests my patience, and the people. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Let's get into the people that are here before we get. We've got Sayer, Mr. Turner, Canadian Diesel. I will see you when I wake up. I need a nap long, so if you're still alive, well, if you want to come on, then let me know, and I will bring you on. Peter Savinsky, Dano's Toolbox, Shannon Dickerson, Green Raven. I have a little pecker too. Well, thank you for sharing that. Sizzle Neck. CP is one of the only honest guys. Hey, that's all I got, man. That's all I got. And if my honesty is ignorance, then so be it. Because I've been told that too. I've been told that I'm ignorant. So either I'm ignorant or honest. One of the two. That's all there is to it. M. Lizer. We got Sizzle Neck. I feel like I'm waiting for a video game launch. CP must have been eaten by his pupper. Fell asleep. No, 8:50 was the time to get on. Hello everybody. Hey, evening CP. I'm always off, but not working tonight. Well, congratulations, Larry Harry. What's up, brother man? Bill Beckett. What's up, Hero Rider? What's up, CP? How you been, man? Good to see you, buddy. Long time no chat. Man, it's good to see you in here, buddy. Christian Ohm, CP the GOAT, Bill Beckett. We got everybody staying in here, turbos. Has anyone at the shop been dead slow? Yes, I have been slow this month. That's part of the reason why I've been able to create content too. Here the techs are considering leaving. One guy worked for years, already left. I only worked one car today. Where are you located? Just out of curiosity. Where just out of curiosity, what part of the country, Turbo, are you located? Tony, how you doing? Bill Beckett, Bill Turner. What's up? The good old shop days. Yeah. The good old what's up, Nick Pixel? How you doing, brother man? Hey, M. Lizer, we got Vic's reviews. Good day, all. Fist bump from Victor, Australia. Hell yeah. Dude, we got an Australian in here. It's got to be like crazy late time for you, on here. I found an interesting ratchet in my collection. I'll send you a picture later. Sounds great. Hello, Shannon. All right, we're caught up. So first things first, let's thank all the channel members. We have 4 channel members that have over 37 months with the channel. So I want to give them guys a shout out. Nick Hildebrando, Quick Wrench, Larry Borgstrom, the outlaw Larry Borgstrom, that his. And I forgot what the last gentleman's name. He's doesn't usually come on here much, but he's been supporting me for a long time, so I want to give him a shout out. But man, that's crazy awesome to have guys that have been supporting me for, man, what is that? 37 months. That's almost a year. Bizal. So Larry Borgstrom, Bizal, Quick Wrench, Tool Junkie, and Nick Hildebrand are our top channel members, the supporters of the channel. They've been doing it for 37 months. We have a lot of great members. There's a lot of members in the channel that support the channel, and that's pretty much the only support that I really get outside of what YouTube. I don't do merch, obviously, and don't really get a bunch of sponsorships because I'm too honest. The tool companies don't appreciate that, so I always appreciate your guys' support and everything you do. So hit that thumbs up for me, while we're watching the stream tonight. Try not to get too salty. Try not to get too negative, but the truth hurts, and it's really hard to not be too honest without hurting someone's feelings at the end of the day. It's just how it is. I'm really sick of the tool industry, corporate America. This greed has got us to the point to where we're at, and I'm just really fed up with the lies and BS. It really is a sad state of sad state we live in these days. So, oh man, let's see here. My shop is full, but I have a small crew. Well, hell, that's awesome. Tim Windsor, what's up? CP, everyone in the chat. I got a vessel set now. You got me hooked. Vic Reviews, I really think, if I could go back 20 years ago and undo the mistakes I made of buying screwdrivers over and over again, I would have probably bought just only JIS screwdrivers, because I've just realized how much more effective they are. Anytime I have to take a screw, I've got thousands of bits and all sorts of crap, and JISs were really the answer all along. And that's just all there is to it. You can use them on everything and you'll just be much happier. Virginia, people are saying it's got to do with the election this year, going into slow season, but damn, 1 or 2 cars a day. Yeah, I'm not that slow, Turbo, but that is a long ways away from Iowa. We do have a lot of guys that are out in the field now, so I think that's part of the reason why I'm not getting as much work. They're starting to get out in the field and they're working on tractors, and there's some things on here. You remember that convo where we're working on your background, your videos, and moving toolbox? Yeah, dude, I'll never forget that night. Just hanging out in the shop, doing things, and what a mess. I still haven't got much farther. I'm trying to build the shop, saving up money. One of these days, hopefully I can add on. My plan is to do a budget shop build. I was going to try to put up for a new shop, but I think it's more effective and more useful for me to build something with as small as budget as possible and try to do something that's going to show people like you can do it out of your pocket without having to take out loans or do anything like that. So once again, the support that I get on this channel by liking, subscribing, you don't have to do much. That's all you got to do, man. Just subscribe to the channel, like the channel, and help me so I can show you guys some stuff. I'm not asking you to spend a dime. Share it with your friends. Tell a guy about me. Tell a guy about me at the bus stop, or at work. Hey, subscribe to this guy. He's I need to get to a point in my I need to start excelling in my career here. And I want to work out of my shop and do my own things, and I don't want to do customer stuff, but I've got a goal in mind, and I've got some money saved. Actually, I got quite a bit of money saved up that I'm trying to get my shop built, but I'm going to do a really cool thing where I transform my 24 by 24 shop and turn it into a working shop that any man could do with on a budget, and still keep it, under 20 grand. That's my plan. So, I think there's a lot to show that. And I have got 2 guys that are going to help me they're on board with this. So, I'm just trying to save up that money out of my pocket, put it in there, and, show you guys that don't buying or spending money on stuff, and especially in times like this, is all about, like 2 years ago, I was buying a lot of tools. I'm not buying a lot of tools now because the economy. The economy has changed, and I think it's time to save. I've said that all of 2024, and I think 2025 is going to be. I think we are in a recession. We have been in a recession, but after coming out of the pandemic, there was a little bit of money, but now I think like the time I show some tools, and I have some new stuff. There's some things I want to show, but man, it is not about spending money. I don't want to show too much about spending money, but I want to show more of my skills as being able to work on stuff, which I'm not saying I'm skilled or the best at anything, guys. I want to be able to show my stuff. And you know what the thing is? I want people to also give me, I want people to tell me, hey, maybe you're doing this wrong. This is, that's the whole point. I'm not an expert. Not, I'm not a, I'm a professional. I have the knack and the abilities to want to do things to a higher level and standard. And I have the knowledge to do it, but I don't want to go around claiming some master status like I'm some godly YouTuber that knows everything, because I've learned a lot when I was on YouTube, and I've learned a lot from the people I've been around. And I really think that um, you never can learn enough. There's just something to be said about that. Like you never can learn enough from people that are younger, older, the same age as you. And I really enjoy getting that from YouTube. I've really grown to love the people that are on this channel, um, and their information, the things that they provide, just the feedback. And I think I've got a good, strong group of subscribers, and you guys hold this all together for me. You guys keep me motivated and going. So, I mean, not to get, listen, I'm not going to start touching wieners with you anytime soon, but I just, I just wanted to smack those thumbs up. Yeah, show PCs, show PC. You remember that? Nick PC, the tool addict. Hawkeyes all the way, Larry Harry. Congratulations to the Cyclones. They whooped our butt. Christian Ohm, new member. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you jumping on the bandwagon. That little bit of sport is awesome. Appreciate it. How long have I been a channel member? Let me take a look real quick, Shannon. Appreciate all you. I don't want to exclude any members. Let's see here. Shannon, you have been a member. Ag Tech, you're right in the same boat with a bunch of other guys, I believe, Shannon. Let me see here. Oh, 7 months. Excuse me, 7 months. I thought you were longer. Did you have a lapse at one point? If you lapse, it kind of takes you back. That's what. Let's catch up, Mr. Beckett. Sign me up. I appreciate it. A frog, CP in the chat. Hello, Zib. What's up? Hey, Raging Cajun. Everyone in the chat. Raging, Lizer. My Snap-on dealer is really awesome. Gave me a flank drive plus ratcheting wrench set today for $450 compared to like 700. I was on the receipt. Wow. Hey man, what's up, Pito? What's up, brother? $4.99. Thank you, brother. Those that'll go to the if you can hear her chewing in the background, she's got her bone or her deer antler just going to town on it. Something ears crazy. No, it's a 2-car garage. 24 by 24 is 2-car, but I have a hip roof on it. So yeah, I have only a 2020, but can't do crapping. That's what I think. ITC car guy or ICT car guy. That's I think I want to do this video really bad, and I'm sure there's been other guys that done. I've never really looked into it, but I really want to do this where I can show expansion and like adding on to what you have. Unless you can't do it, if you don't have the room to expand, you really can't. But I do have the room to expand. But I want to show something really neat I helped my buddy do this to his garage several years ago. And me and my dad used to do stuff like this, and I think it really kind of plays to my plays to who I am. Doing something on a budget, cheap insulation, not cheap insulation, good insulation, but you can do quality stuff. And I'm not a carpenter, a builder, or anything like that. So I'm sure there's going to be some people that are going to tell me what I'm doing wrong, but I want to get the right electrical in. I want to get some new concrete down so I can have enough concrete for whatever I decide to do on a lift. And I want to do this in 2025. So I'm really pushing hard to get this done in 2025. But I really want to do this and do it in a budget for under 20 grand and build myself a shop where I can basically take a 24 by 24 garage that I have now and transform it into a 40 by 24. That's the thing. That's what my goal is. Add 20 foot on to the current garage that I have, or actually add 16 foot on to the current garage I have, making it 40 foot long. And I think it'll really do me justice of what I want to do. I started in one car garage. Sizzleneck, does Lyle give you kickback on your input? No, they do not give me kickback on my input. I submit my tool designs, and if they use them and sell them, I get royalties. It's an NDA discrete. It's a agreement where I won't sell my ideas to somebody else. So yes. By the way, I do have a new tool coming out. If you're a member, if you're a channel member, you can get a sneak peek of a new tool that will be out this next week that I have been waiting on, wanting to tell you guys for a year. I'm not gonna brag about it on live right now because I want to wait till it's completely out on the market. It's released by Lyle. I can talk about it. It's a new pair of electrical disconnect pliers, but I don't want to show it on the channel yet. He gets a reach around. That's no joke about that. I know nothing about everything and everything about nothing. Never a master. Correct. Never stop learning. Yes. No wiener touching. No. No. No sword fights. No sword fights. PC. We spent 4 hours to get LED lights to work. Except the backdrop. You dropped your freaking tablet. Oh yeah, dude, that was a mess. Life was definitely crazy back then. That was during the pandemic and everything. Nick, we had a good old time, man. I miss those days. Hopefully next year I can get out your way and see you. I'm planning on going to the Steam Show next year out in Brownsville. That's my goal. I've been to the Steam shows around here, so next year I'm definitely planning on going to Pittsburgh. I'm making it a. I already put it on my calendar, so it's definitely happening. Keep it going, yes. Uh, hey there, M. Lizer. Hey, Dancing with Reynolds. Dancing Alone with Reynolds. Hey, buddy, it's finally Friday. Yes, it is. Victor Montero, how you doing? I have the Sid Chrome anti-vibration hammer Mac one strong recommend. I found is out hard way is what carpal tunnel. Yeah, no kidding. My hands are already beat up, and I still got about 20 years left. My shop is getting better because of UC. Hey, that's awesome. I mean, dude, I appreciate that. I mean, I don't feel like I'm worthy of making anybody's shop better, but I'm glad that I can help somebody out in some way. I mean, that really means a lot to me, believe it or not. People tell me stuff like that, it means a whole lot to me because I take very big pride and responsibility in what I try to tell people. I will tell you, and there's a lot of naysayers that'll say I've been a hypocrite and this and that, and I have been off a little bit, but my goal always is to give information that helps people do stuff and find stuff that they need that's relevant. Like it's in their budget and it's going to work for them. It's solid advice. There's been a few products that I've been questioning myself whether I should have said something, but yeah, just things that were of that nature that always bothered me. Yeah, this is her second one at Lizer. This is her second deer antler. She smoked a 6-inch deer antler. Uh, Doing good. Hey, that's awesome. No laps, but been a sub for. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, you've been a sub for a while. I thought you were for a long time too. But hey, I'm like I said, it's not about the time. It's all about where we're going. Man, I work in the mud, rain, sometimes on my car tent. Complain about having a small shop. How dare they? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Warren Pito, member for 16 months. No problem. Get her some treats. Thank you very much, buddy. I'm going to go down. I'm planning on going down to Louisiana. So any of you guys down in Louisiana way this year, keep in mind, I want to go down and visit my buddy Warren. He's got a really cool shop. He's got a nice place. He's got a pretty nice shop and he's got a lot of tools. And I'd really like to go down and have a conversation with him and do like a little video with him, but also go down and see Louisiana because I've never been to Louisiana in my entire life. Yes, sending you a link. I'll send you guys all links that anybody that wants to come in for the chat, let me know. I will send you a link. If I have an email for you, if not, just send me an email at cpthetooladict@gmail.com. That is cpthetooladict@gmail.com. Give me 1 second here. Because I'm not good at talking and working. That's how you know I get distracted. Invite guest, copy, link, I'm giving you guys a step-by-step if you don't mind. Copy link, pull up email, subject link, compose email, attach link, and send. Compose email, pull up Turner, subject link, send email, paste link, and boom, shakalaka, just like that. All right. So anybody else who wants to come on, let me know in the comment box. Yes, and I will. Yes, I will do. I will. I will let you. I will allow you to come and join us tonight because we are going to talk about things. 20 feet more. Actually, I can fit everything in there. I'm just at just shy of 24 foot with all the toolboxes, but I plan on condensing that too. In fact, I'd like to stack that flip top on top of the other box. If I'm not being honest with you, I'd like to put that other one, take the wheels off it, and set it on there. Yes, I mean I want to make it happen. Shannon Dickerson, talk about rough hands. You know what rough hands are. I'm such a dork. What's up, Richard Morrison? Another channel member. Appreciate you. Listen, I thought you were going to bed, Turner. I thought, hello? Can you hear me?
I just had to shut off the other stream.
Oh, I thought you were going to bed.
I tried to have a nap, then I heard voices walking around, and then they woke me up. The nerve of them.
Life is too hard for spending time on yeah. Shannon Dickerson, nope, been off this week. Just took a mom for a nice meal in a 5-star restaurant. Hell yeah. What's up, 123 Don Master? How you doing, buddy man? How you doing, brother? Turner Canadian Diesel. Nope, that's this guy right here. Evening, fellas. V.A. Jackson, how you doing? Such a hard email to remember. It is. CP, not Sarah Oh no, I didn't. Quick wrench. Oh, that's nice. I sent the right email, did I?
God dang camera.
Chuck Miller, what's up, brother? Welcome to the chat tonight. My garage is 24 wide by 28 deep. I wish it was wider. Yeah, now you're really making me wonder, like, if 24 foot's really going to be enough for me. But really, I can only work on 1 or 2 cars at a time. So if I can make it longer, I should be able to work on 2 cars just fine. I've already had a 40-foot shop at one time, and I actually had a 28 or 32-foot shop. And I had a 32 by 40 shop, and I didn't really like the 32. Honestly, it was too bit wide. So I sent you an email, Quick Wrench. Yeah, but do hit the like, y'all. I appreciate it. Oh, look, it's the fuzzy guy, Beanbuster. Huh. Hey, I see you. I see you. Oh yeah, what are you doing? Building a transmission?
Yep.
That red dog.
But then I got tired.
Yeah. The red dog sign reminds me of the 90s when I drank. Yeah, I never drank it again. Dude, I remember when that stuff came out. That'll date me a little bit right there, because that's why I got that sign. I actually got that sign when it came out. I don't think you can actually get Red Dog anywhere anymore. Back in the day when I was a heavy drinker. My stream title tonight was a little bit probably "The Charlatans Are Greedy." I probably got a little bit too sassy with that.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
And I don't know. I don't know that
Because
I
they're
really
all
feel.
greedy. They're all getting greedy. Even the cheapo stuff is getting
Well,
greedy.
I mean, like listen, I'm just talking like YouTubers. These guys that are blowing up on YouTube. Mr. Beast and Logan Paul and all these guys are doing Lunchables now, and they're getting called out for faking everything, and all these people. I mean, it's just a whole. I mean, it's just like they all knew they were doing this, and it's like been okay to do it, and they're still continuing to do it. So
They're
but
young. They want money. They want a big fancy house. They don't come.
well, I mean,
You understand? Hearses don't come with U-Hauls. So
I don't know how capitalism is in Canada, but it's a little different down here. Venture capitalists are people that it. I mean, that's what I have a business. I want to make more money. I get that, but I'm not willing to sell my soul to the devil to do that. I mean, like, but it seems like that's the game in America anymore. Is like,
yeah.
you can sell your soul to the devil, and marketing like this, the marketing tactics of people, I mean, selling yourself, like everybody on YouTube either has most of these high dog YouTubers have either marketing background or some sort of IT background. And it's, people don't seem to find that interesting. That's what blows my mind. Yet they talk about how professionals aren't professional, yet they haven't never sat there and built a transmission or tore down a motor or, whatever, uh, have you looked
Well,
at
see,
the, uh-uh,
the science only proves the short-term effect. The
right.
long-term effect comes from actual running the distance and the experience. And that's what all these YouTubers don't have. They're doing the short term, and they're always on the faster, more powerful, faster, more powerful, faster, more powerful. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, the dick. That's the cock sizing. Did anyone else mistake the title for Christians are getting greedy at first? Zephael, I don't know where you've been, Zephael, but I miss you, and that was definitely a great comment to come in with. So, kudos to you, brother. Good to see you.
welcome to CP's church. Membership is $650, and don't worry, we'll forgive your sins.
Yes. Yeah. No.
The
You
mega
said that
churches.
wrong. No, you're supposed to say, "Welcome to the house of CP, where the Lord will only charge you $699 for your. We will give you complete and utter salvation." That's how
I
that
met
goes.
CP. He touched me in the right way, and I was
Whoa,
healed.
whoa, 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 whoa. Easy now, easy, fella. No touching. I didn't touch anybody. Okay, let's clear that up. Uh, yeah. Hey, Zephael. Richard, that's what I'm dealing with. 24, the bench equipment. Yeah, it's tight. Yeah, everybody's got 24 by 24. And since 2005, Red Dog has been returning to stores, according to Google. Huh, interesting. Well, it's 2000. Yeah, that's, yeah. Hello, Zephael. Hello. You got insurance salesmen reviewing drills and Harbor Freight reps talking about Harbor Freight. That's pretty accurate, Sergio. Not gonna lie, that's extremely accurate. You've got people that are coming out of fields that they had nothing in, and they were able to
But they,
bamboozle.
but they claim they do. They claim they
Well,
know what they claim they worked in it for 40, 50, 30 years.
yeah, yep. Well, you got. I mean, dude, it's hey, it is something.
That's okay. I'll always give Rock a good review. Rock is always a good tool. So.
What's that? A rock? Yeah,
Rock.
hey, yeah. There's no doubt about it. No, what's up, Alan? What's up? Another Iowa fella right there. Deno Tools telling professionals. I really ought to share this comment. I'm going to put this up on the screen. It's you started it. You got me into it, so I got to share this. This clown made one of the most. Somebody sent this to me. Let me share this to the screen. Did you just blow through that deer antler already, Sonny? I mean, you got to be kidding me. Let's see here. Can I present this? I have no slides.
I finally got my license plates replaced, so that way I'm not stuck with good old KY on the rear end.
That's funny, actually. What's your license plate say? KY?
Yeah, KY.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this all the way up on the damn screen because I don't know how to. How would I do this?
Rock.
Hold on here a second. I gotta.
Rock. Rock.
Can I add these things to the? Can I overlay still? I don't know what. I don't know what. Oh, you got to buy. You got to upgrade now to overlay. That's cool. That's cute. How much does it cost to upgrade? Holy sh! When did StreamYard go to $36 a month?
That's why I never renewed.
Are you freaking kidding
I
me?
refuse to pay that much for this service. I do.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. There's no way. How would I share? How would I present? Can I present the video? I can present a video file, but I can't. Can I present a slide? Add file from slide.
You know,
Oh, they don't.
if you start the video, you can share that specific window doing the normal present way. If it's a video that you have downloaded on your computer, or if it's a YouTube, you can just share that specific window.
Yeah, I don't have that. Now I just lost all the comments. Okay, there we go. Because I'm not on a computer. Google Slides. We currently support Google Slides, PowerPoint. Hold on a second here. See if I can make something happen. Spoon built. What the hell is this? Select the file. Sorry, guys. I want to share this comment, but looks like it's going to be tough to do.
Well, if you email it to me, I can bring it up on my laptop for you.
There we go. Hey, thank you. We'll do that. We'll just have somebody who has better equipment than me do it. How's that sound?
I wouldn't say better equipment.
Well, I'm only using my tablet, and I don't. My computer's in the shop. To be honest with you, believe it or not. Ouch! You hooker! You're putting that freaking. What's up, Davis? I mean, Dave.
No Canadian has better equipment than the United States of America. Why would you turn such thing over to a guy who has better equipment than you?
Because you may have better equipment, we just know how to operate it better.
You want to fight now, buddy?
Patch file.
In the state of California after you. We don't even need our military. The state of California has more people than you do. But again, they're a bunch of pussies, so.
Yeah, that's not nothing to brag about, California, I tell you, David.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'll send it to you, Turner. Let's see how this works out. Why did my screen all of a sudden my comments got huge?
Well, so your equipment probably then.
Hey, what's up? Your diabetes? Your diabetes? I'm not sure. I think you were. What was your name? Used to be, man. Texas. I know you're from Texas. What was your name?
This video
What up, Jason? I hope you guys having a good week, good weekend. Talking to you, JWC.
Let me see here. Hold on a second. The charlatans are greedy. The charlatans are greedy. Wow, the screen looks good.
What's up, Raging?
I can't remember what his name was.
You
It was
Michigan yet?
it was not your diabetes. Where'd he go to?
Who?
What did his channel used to be called? It was not your diabetes. Wesley! What's up, Wesley? I knew I would remember it. God, it took me forever. Wesley, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. It's been a long time. I've been wondering about you. Damn good to see you, buddy. Hope you've been doing good. Wesley, God bless America. Yeah, Dave, have you saw my USPS app? CP2X, great to catch a live stream again. I moved and had a lot of junk and other stuff I needed to work on. Hell yeah. Sorry. Yeah, and I grew up on a 24x20 usable, but personally, it'd drive me insane to have two vehicles next to each other. Yeah. Everyone knows you have to throw your current drill because the other one drives a bolt in wood 1 second faster. Yeah, I never did get that. Somebody told me that driving a drill, you should be driving bolts in with drills into wood instead of impacts. Like, is that a real thing? Is that really a thing? Is somebody really that stupid that they think a drill is supposed to be driving lag screws in with a drill? Do you know anything about that, Truman?
Yeah.
Do you? Is this an old thing? I mean, you did a video on this at one time, but
you got to remember a long time ago, we didn't have impacts. We only had drills, but the thing is, you use a pilot hole, and then you apply it with a drill.
All right.
But you do it very carefully and very cautiously if you don't have a modern drill that has a safety. But
I'll be honest,
we do it all the time, and it's faster.
I have to be honest with you right now. I saw your thumbnail.
All right. Snap on rock. That's better.
No, I saw a few people in your comment section, like Joe and others, say a few things. What is it that you clearly explain? What is it you got against Sherwood? I disagree. I disagree with throwing out bullshit propaganda, but as a technician, he's top notch.
I don't believe he is, honestly.
Okay, well, why don't I will fucking he probably will not accept my money, but I'll fly him out to you, and he can go on a couple day journey with you, and he will school the fuck out of you because he'll school the fuck out of me, dude.
Well, first of all, he did a diagnosis on a VW not too long ago on a video where he spent an hour and a half doing it, and it turns out it was just a ignition coil. But he tried to use all of his fancy equipment and forgot to use his KISS method. And of course, every technician makes a mistake. But
of course,
I think that he literally relies on his technology more than he actually knows reality of how to work on a car. Because there takes a balance of both. Now, I'm not saying that I'm smarter than him, but I will tell you this much. Here's a guy that owns 2 shops in Georgia, and he literally thinks that he has this that does this stupid ass wrench video and thinks he's somehow the king of the world with this dumbass wrench video with a plastic nut.
Well, I disagree. I will say with this, I disagree with him even getting himself involved in that wrench video.
Well,
as a professional technician, I totally disagree with them getting involved in it.
Well, here's the thing:
sure Baja and others will agree with me.
Here's what makes me.
In fact, invite Baja Automotive over here.
Actually, a lot of stuff that Sherwood's been putting out, the way that he has actually been doing stuff, he's been doing a lot of stuff really weird intentionally for the views and clickbait. That's what I think it is. I think he's doing this stuff intentionally.
But as a technician, he's a great technician.
Hold on here a second. Baja, you're more than welcome to come on and send me an email. We're going to touch base on this. This is going to open up other can of worms, but I want to get back to this discussion because now we're hot on this topic. But 100-year legacy in marketing argument with nothing based on logic. Are there using? So this was based on the fact that somebody made a comment saying that Snap-on has 100 years in the market, and somehow the 20 years of Harbor Freight's business has made them, hit a cheat code, and they're all of a sudden better than Snap-on. But once again, the bear loves to use his profound, says that his 10 years. He said this. He said his 10 years makes him an expert, but 100 years of a tool company means shit. Okay, so Henry Ford doesn't know shit. Any business that's been, your experience means nothing. Remember that, guys, because that's what he's basically saying here. Snap-on corporate entity. He just can't admit he's wrong. He pulls up the Blackguard the Blackguard and Vanguard. Then you got the dipshit Eric Schmidt, who killed us. Basically, caused his father to have a heart attack, and he's literally, he overlooks the fact that Harbor Freight's been sued, and this dipshit just can't admit he's wrong. I'm okay with people not liking Snap-on, and quite frankly, I'm not trying to defend Snap-on. But I will defend the honorable truth. Once again, this idiot has went around talking about Harbor Freight being more American, employing Americans, but yet he doesn't talk about the fact that Snap-on actually builds business around them. How many companies does Snap-on work with besides Snap-on that are not Snap-on owned? I mean, they literally have a giant network of businesses. He negates to talk about shit like that, but he's an expert and he's smart and he knows all this, but he doesn't understand how actual corporations work and how they work.
It's not even global. They're only in the US.
Right. And they only work with retail stores, which they lease, and they're not, they're not, that's just but the fact that he keeps saying that professionals don't know what the fuck they're talking about, this clown doesn't even realize that 90% of the tools that have been invented in the market were made by technicians. That's what really blows my mind about his ignorance.
I will agree with you about that 100%. But that totally went off the subject of.
Yeah, and we'll get back to Sherwood. We will, but
that totally went off the subject of the abilities of Sherwood.
Right. Let's pin this. Let's get back. Let's pin this.
That's why I'd love Joe to jump on right now because Sherwood.
Let's pin this. Let's pin this. We'll keep that. We'll come back to that topic. I know we just opened up a can of worms. CP2, I've noticed a lot of estate auction sales.
Down a rabbit hole.
Dave's all fired up because he's still probably also angry about my Snap-on video too.
No, I'm very curious about it.
I'm not angry about anything.
You're wrong. You're totally wrong about it.
I'm sick of these people. I'm sick of these guys.
I'm curious about it. I'm not.
My main problem is I'm sick of people like
Snap-on. I have a lot of Mac. I have Capri. I have Tecton.
But you don't have a rock.
I have Lyles. What?
But you don't have the rock. You don't have the Snap-on rock.
Right. Lyle warranty is very similar. Contact. He said that JWC Tech, and I definitely agree.
I didn't know the Snap-on solder rock.
Did he say ouch hooker? Let me try to blow through some of these Cajuns there.
This is their oldest tool they ever made. This is like 30,000 years old.
CP send fucking Joe an email.
Did he send me an email?
No, I said send him an email.
I don't know his email. Hold on a second. I got way too much to do. I'm not good at doing this.
I thought I had his email. I was going to forward it to him.
I might have his email.
I literally think Sherwood is trying to become a more advanced version of Raymond Ray. He's trying.
Yeah, he is. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Not wrong.
Because his content this year is so different than what he had last year.
You are right. He is doing that.
It's become clickbait. God damn it. Joe, you're going to have to send me an email, buddy. I just can't find anything in here with your email. I know you've emailed me before. Send me an email, cpthetooladdict@gmail.com or Quick Wrench, you do it, because when I'm on a live, it's too distracting for me and my brain don't work that way. But yeah, and you know what? I'm not here to tell Sherwin what he can or cannot do, but I don't agree with what he's doing. First of all, he just got an Icon toolbox. Why the fuck does a guy that has a Mr. Big toolbox need an Icon toolbox? Honestly, granted, maybe he's got plans for it, but he did that. He got a toolbox for being a fucking idiot. Okay, and I would have never accepted that. But that's just me because once again, I have morals. And quite frankly, I'm so sick of Harbor Freight sending out fucking tools to people that fucking for dumb shit. And I'm sorry, I'm definitely going
I
off.
really need a toolbox desperately, CP. I would do anything for one.
Well, that's what you should do. I think everybody should start making dumbass Harbor Freight videos and get a toolbox. I mean, dude, if you get 1 million views, you get a free
But
toolbox.
I don't want to lie, CP. I don't.
Why not? Everybody else who does Harbor Freight videos does. Like, don't be scared. Jump on the bandwagon. I mean, it's just ridiculous. YouTube's flooded with these shit posting fucking videos of Harbor Freight this and Harbor Freight that, and then you got dumbasses using plastic nuts to make videos, and then everybody praises this guy and acts like
that was a grade 8 plastic nut. That was a pretty tough plastic nut.
Well, and don't get me wrong here. I'm not negating the fact that Icon may have been proven on the torque test channel to do a job, but once again, nobody has a brain in their head that talks about do Icon wrenches last, because everything that I've seen shows they don't. They start marring and disappearing. I mean, like, they're not a durable wrench. Until I see a tool last longer than one video with a plastic nut.
Well, this is the thing. These are the people that don't know every single manufacturer out there, that don't understand there are higher quality brands for the same price. The only time you buy an Icon tool is when it's on 50% clearance. That's the only time you buy a tool like that. Exactly. Same with my Princess Auto. That's the only time I buy a Princess Auto tool. But there are other teams like Wright that makes affordable logical tools. There's Jet. There's Napa Performance tools. They're even better quality.
Oh no, I got you. That's why I was looking in the wrong account, Joe. I'm sorry.
These are the people that are only going by the stuff that's accessible at the local store, instead of using their head and going, what else is available out there, and because there's specialty tool stores in every town that sell other tools. Like Wright doesn't just sell online. Wright actually does sell to certain dealerships.
And it's not just Wright though. You got Proto. There was other wrenches that were above it. I mean, Carlisle was above it, which once again, Carlisle, I don't believe that wrench.
Those new Craftsmen are miles ahead of those Icons, and they're cheaper.
But the problem with the Craftsman is, once again, is they're 6-point. Are they a wrench you want to use every day? Yeah. You want to go on, you know what I mean? Like a real wrench a technician uses is a 12-point wrench, right? The Wright ones are a little bit short. Okay, so now there's a lot of what I think. Hold on, you're upside down, Joe.
Oh no, yeah, I got camera setting issues.
You're upside down, buddy.
Upside down.
The thing about this, and I don't want to get into a huge wrench debate, because I really don't care what any man uses. But me personally, I'm pretty happy with using my precision torque wrenches. I paid $300 for them, all the way up to 32 millimeter, and I obviously got a good deal on wrenches, and they work for me, and they're really great for the money, and they're not made in USA, so I can't sit here and go, yeah, I bought USA made wrenches, because I didn't.
So, rambling nonsense. He essentially says, yeah, how are we going to lower grocery costs? We're going to tear up food coming into the country. We really
lower grocery costs.
Political stuff.
Is Joe talking?
Yeah. You know how there are a lot of
he's watching a YouTube video.
Like ideological.
I'm gonna mute you for a second.
And one of the things that
that's right side up.
I'll wait till he gets squared up on his deal. I just dropped in to say, F the shield, Den of Fuels. Have a good night, all. Thank you, Chaka. Appreciate it. Quick wrench, did you get my email? I'm out. It's Friday night, folks. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you, Jim Grady. CP the Tool Addict. Eric at Harbor Freight is horrible person. From what I've seen, I'm sure Snap-on has their share. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody does. Walmart. I mean, all these corporate companies are just absolutely done. Yes, we'll get in that topic again. We're not gonna. Yeah, the Bears are dumb. I did a live stream, burned myself because I wanted to show off AS Wave relay tester. Someone in the chat said use a PP. and figured it out. I don't understand a bunch of these tool tests. DeWalt did it in 3 seconds. Milwaukee did it 2.7. Let me switch a battery platform for 1,000 and save a third. I agree, Jim Grady. Before you left, I hope you've seen that. I agree. These cordless tools are definitely.
Well, as you're closing out your comments all year, I have one question for you, CP.
Mhm.
As a technician of almost 30 years, and I'm not speaking across my whole 30 years, but I'm talking like recent years. How often do we actually use
Wrenches?
the open end of a wrench?
I would say 20% of the time.
Alignments is mostly what I use them for.
Well, I don't use an open end wrench generally on an alignment anymore. I got tools for that too, but
What do
the
you
only time I use an open end of the wrench is if I know the bolt's going to get slammed up against a frame or stuck in something.
right. And there's times on in tight access areas where I use an open end wrench, but yeah, it's kind of a caveat, and it's not really a big deal. But it sold wrenches. It literally sold. Well, not only that, Harbor Freight wrenches just happened to be on sale for $69.99. And I'm not, I know this
Yeah,
is.
I bought fucking 15 sets of them. I'm waiting for them to go up to $200, and then I'm gonna sell them for fucking $199 or $159.
Personally, I like the Irwin set. It seems to be the one that goes with me. Yeah, pre-bent are the way to go.
I just gotta be honest with you. I don't use an open end wrench that much.
I don't either, but there's times when I don't want to open wrench to sprint, especially like brake lines. Let's say you're going to use it, which a flare nut, you can't get a flare nut wrench over a rubber brake line. Okay, so if you're trying to disconnect the friction, so you have to use an open end wrench. Sometimes shock bolts, you just use an open end wrench if you can't get another wrench in there. I'll take a link. Hell yeah, Sergio's coming in. We got Baja, Sergio. It's going to be a party tonight. It's going to be a party.
Party all the time. Party all the time. That's what we want here in America. We want to party all the time.
The bigger thing is it's really not about. It's not really about the argument of the wrench. Okay, for me with the Sherwin, it's the fact that he's sold himself out. He sold himself out he sold himself out to social media. That's the bottom line. That's really where it all lies down to. Yes, I agree. The USAG 285, good price, absolutely. Grimm's Auto Service, what's up, buddy? Sorry, I almost glazed over you. We got Hot the Trot in here. Let's see here. Link. Hopefully Joe comes back. We got Sergio.
Well, Joe might have fell asleep. His blood was all rushing to his head.
Right. I'll take a link. Grimm's Auto Service. Love my precision torques. They have become my favorite. Absolutely. You need a good 12-point wrench. At the end of the day, you need a good 12-point wrench, and you need a ratcheting wrench. I feel like since we're talking about wrenches, are stubbies actually a thing in CP? Yes, I like flex heads and I like regular. Believe it or not, a year ago, I actually there's times when I needed stubbies to get into places, and I do like having stubby wrenches. Are they real necessary? Boy, I don't know if I would say they're real necessary, but
I'd say they're somewhat necessary. I'd say they're somewhat necessary.
Yeah. I just can't say that I use them a lot, but I do
also say you don't have to buy Snap-ons. Sonex.
No, hell no. No, you don't. You don't need high quality.
Low-cost brands are going to be fine. I mean, how much torque can you put on that stubby?
Absolutely. You don't have to break the bank on stubbies because you're never going to put torque on them. A ton of torque. I will say that. That's definitely
That's where I'm not tool brand Pacific.
Yep. That one is definitely.
I'm not going to spend $500 on a set of Snap-on stubby wrenches.
Yeah, that is something that I definitely feel like you could skimp out on the deal on that. That's 100%. I agree with that 100%. Pittsburgh tools going to the same donate pile as made in Taiwan. Pittsburghs are made in China. Quinn's are made in Taiwan. Icon's made in Taiwan. Yes, I agree, Zephyl. That's what's getting frustrating for me. I'm getting tired of what I respect people, and then they just start going towards the way of clickbait and I mean, it's not helping the industry. You claim you want to help the industry, but you're one-sided. Okay, that's another problem. When Dave gets back, we'll talk about, because that's my real thing. Nice thing about buying RBAT wrenches, when they first came out, I resold them on eBay cost. After I found another marketplace, there you go. I bought my Mac Knuckle Saber stubbies, got them on a BOGO metric. Yeah, that was a good deal when that came out. See, that's the other thing is buying things on deals is always going to win every day. Oh, made in India. My bad. Yeah, they're probably the same as Taiwan. Oh, I didn't even know they were giving away free ones. I don't keep up on the Harbor Freight ads. I'll be honest with you. If they're made in India, that's the same place where the Sunex ones are made. Because I know my Sunex ones are Indian. I bought them for $25, all the way up to like 1 inch for stubbies on Sunex. So they're usually dirt cheap, and that's definitely a good buy if you spend the money on them. The quality wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. We can go into a long conversation about wrenches in a lot of different ways. I mean, just applications on using them. I mean, the majority of the time I grab a ratcheting wrench. Have you seen the 711 mini bit ratchet CP? No, I have not. I've got so many mini bit ratchets. They moved to China, but they've been getting stuff manufactured all over the place. The wrenches have been in India. They've got, if you look at Sunex's whole line of tools, they're not just Chinese built. They never have been. They were never just Taiwan built neither. They were actually manufacturing in all over Asia, southern, northern Asia. Why do you have to chew that blasted thing right on my leg? It's annoying, and you poke it. What's up, Chef Shade Tree? Hey, Chad, I'm taking Thursday and Friday off next week. We could meet somewhere and hang out. That would be good if I wasn't going to, out of town. My gosh. You'll have to shoot me an email, Grim. We'll see what we got going on. CP the Tool Addict, I'll give you my number. Add to stage. Sergio's in the house.
What's going on?
We're just sitting here talking about wrenches.
The funny thing is, a good majority of these ratcheting wrenches that are coming out, most of them are almost all made by High Five, because the guy that owns High Five was the guy that originally developed the gear wrench.
Well, High Five or Infar or Cabo. There's 3 major manufacturers of ratcheting wrenches. Personally, my favorite are High Fives, though. Which are the Max style.
Well, High Five's got 3 different grades. They got good, better, and friggin', if you could break it, we'll send you a check.
$19. Larry Borstrom, how's it going? Snap-on flank drive wrench set, worth it. Found one set on sale. If you're getting it cheap enough, hell yeah. That's definitely the way to buy them. Going good. So, what do you got to say, Milwaukee fanboy?
I actually don't like Milwaukee hand tools very much, but I like their power tools.
Are you happy?
I have one of those, yeah.
Are you happy with the new Impact?
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get it, but...
So you're on the fence on it, too.
No, it's just I don't really know if I really need it.
Right.
I mean, maybe. I mean, for a small half-inch, it's not a bad idea. It'd be easier than using, like, an adapter with my 3/4 or my 3/8.
If you have a 3/8 already, then, yeah, I guess it would be a good way to upgrade to your half-inch. I'm just very off-put. Now we're switching gears again, but I'm very put off by the trigger switching deal.
I mean, I guess it makes sense in that, they had to remove like that circuit board from the top because they had to make, I guess, the motor bigger, and they had to figure out some way to do it. But yeah, it's kind of
it's inconvenient.
It's a weird way to do it in that that's the only way to switch modes, and it's completely different from all the other ratchets or wrenches, whatever.
The 408 foot-pounds is great, but I want things that are going to hold up. That's the other thing. I'm kind of concerned about that. Like, after seeing all the like battery weirdness, that kind of just makes me like I don't understand why. Now, there was somebody that made a good comment in my comment box, and I forget his name. And if you're listening, please feel free to chime in. But he made a comment. The 6.0 is an older battery style.
Yeah.
So okay, that makes sense. And he said 2.5 is a newer one. So the 2.5 and the 5.0 are the newer style batteries. So that's why they were making more.
It's a different, I guess, battery technology than the older ones.
Right. So 340 foot-pounds with the 2.5, and then 5.0 made 408.
Yeah.
Okay. That's quite a jump difference, though. Like, I feel like most battery platforms don't have that big of a separation. That was kind of odd, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I could be.
My opinion is if you own the old stubby and it's still working, don't bother upgrading until the thing grenades and it's out of warranty, because that old one is still more than enough. Like, I did a Honda crank bolt with the dang thing on live stream that one night.
Lies.
Right.
Like, just because a new tool comes out and it's a little has one extra bells and whistle, don't replace your tool until it has to be replaced.
Steven is still going strong with Chef Shade Tree. That's amazing. Chef, he's got rubber falling on that thing. Yeah, I'd like you to share a video on that again. I'd put it on my channel if you did. Stubby 6 points are weird, though, right? Yes. The point right across from lower torque, 12 points away. Yes, absolutely. If I was going to get a stubby, definitely be 12 point. 6 points, not something you want to do. Have you tried the 1/4-inch Milwaukee stubby? No. I did have the 1/4-inch hex, and that thing was a beast. And only reason I got rid of it is because I had to sell it with the compact. Otherwise, nobody was going to buy the compact stubby for anything if I didn't sell them as a pair. Actually, I didn't sell them. I gave them away to a guy, to be honest with you. Plus, I had the DCF 801, and I was pretty happy with it, even though it's not as powerful. It does pretty close. It does 200 foot-pounds. It's a lot lighter.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, this thing here is the most powerful impact in the world. It is.
Really?
No. That's the reason why I bought it, because it's underpowered.
What's that?
The Snap-on.
Free tool, high-speed ratchet, $199. Sell the ratchet.
Snap-on has its purpose. It never claims
Cheap possible.
fucking do all things.
Well, that's why I bought it. It's great for transmission work and assembly work.
I've been doing a couple videos using the Steven Perspert. So that's a hackable deal for you to get some 5.0s and a 2-pack right now. That's not bad. Steven took a 1-ton Dodge lug nuts off. Hey, don't sleep on some of these cheap Chinese impacts now. Oh, here we go. We got Joe back.
No, it's Google Chrome being an asshole.
That makes sense.
Joe's back.
Joe's back.
Again.
I went through,
Frank.
I
Joe's
resetted
back.
everything. I came back. It's still like I can't get my microphone set up correct. It keeps trying to talk to my damn cell phone.
You're awesome.
And it's Google Chrome did an update. I have like 5 Google emails, and it just one day decided we're going to separate all your Google Chrome memberships or your emails into different windows now. So if I want to get on my YouTube channel, Baja Automotive, if I want to answer to an email to that, I have to open up a Baja Automotive window for Google Chrome. It just won't condense everything into one window with different tabs. That's how it used to be. There's a setting that changed, and it's butt fuckery. That's pissing me off. So I click on that, and it's like I got to reset up all the permissions for all my devices.
Well, we better get on the topic that Dave wants to get on, because we're gonna beat this one down.
Nothing but a good, nice looking female right now.
Listen, calm down, sir.
Can't calm down. I'm like a kid on prom night.
There's 4 dudes on here right now, so you better calm down.
I don't think I have any of the new.
Oh, Dave
Milwaukee
likes the
battery.
bearded women.
All right, so my qualm with the whole reason why I put Sherwin's picture on there is because he got a gun toolbox, and basically it was his reward for doing a stupid video, which I think is ridiculous. Which I don't care. I'm not jealous of him getting the toolbox. That's not my point. My point is the fact that he's definitely doing it for clickbait. Obviously, I'm giving him exactly what he wants by showing that picture because he's smiling like a jackass in the picture. And basically, that's what he wants to do is just stir up shit. I get it. No different than if I do something that does something like that. It's that's how the world works now, right? It's all hot boy stuff. We get going. But as far as Sherwin's abilities, I think they're very IT related. I don't think he has near as much experience with doing actual repair work all the way. I don't think he's a well-rounded mechanic. I'll be honest with you. I don't think he's a well-rounded mechanic because
Is he a mechanic?
Yeah, he is.
I totally
But-
disagree with you.
Dude, he's one of our top instructors
for what?
for
Diagnostic?
yeah, he's a diagnostician at
Right.
heart.
But
So-
that's not a well-rounded mechanic. That's a diagnostician, right? He's a diagnostic. He doesn't.
Well, he went to a diagnostic technician after he already knew how to
Right,
do
'cause-
and
and
front-end
he's-
work and all that other
he's-
bullshit.
So yeah,
I'm listening. Go ahead. Were you going to say something else, Joe?
yeah. So okay, all right. So he's a diagnostician. Oh shit! Hang on. Fuck. Okay, I got too many. I'm getting the 20-second behind the stream here.
No, you're
all right.
You're on point.
All right. Okay. So here's the thing. Like, yes. Okay. So he's a diagnostician, and that's where he accelerated his career in, and he left the whole mentality of being a bumper to bumper, well-rounded technician, and then he moved into opening up his business, and he is training people to be those well-rounded technicians. So he has moved past the point of breaking his back and pulling engines, tearing down engines, rebuilding engines, doing that with other components, to the point of he's like, I figure it out, I pass along the repair to somebody else, and then I verify the repair was done. That's his business model right now.
Right. And I agree with that 100%. I do agree with that because the guys that have the abilities to diagnose need to teach the younger guys how to do it. And that's the problem with most of the automotive world now is that you go into these shops and there's these guys that are working on a car and they're trying to diagnose, repair it, and they don't know everything. And that's what you start getting problems. And then you got an old guy sitting over there bitching, and he's like, you don't know what you're doing, you old, and he knows what the problem is, but he sits there and wants them to fail. I get that. Okay. That's terrible mentality, and that doesn't help anybody out in the automotive industry. However, maybe it's just what I see from his social media perspective, that he's taking on these roles as doing things that are outside. They're to build subscribers, I guess. I don't know what you would call it. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. He's very well spoken, and he's got a cat, or what I call this. He's got a personality that's attractive. I guess.
He's got rooster right now.
Charisma.
Oh, that's my big white cock in the background.
But yet, like, you're provoking against technicians in some sense, in my opinion. Like
That's the humor.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to do his social media presence, but that's not him in real life. He's just another exhausted mechanic, and he's doing the social media thing to build up a presence that he can fall back on. I mean, we could just spin and shit on Scotty Kilmer all day. We could spin and shit on Fluffy.
Honestly, if you guys ever want to talk to Sherwood,
I think people could spin and shit on me because I decided like,
but it's not, like Eric.
I'm gonna do like a big 10-part thermal imager. I got a free thermal imager, and I'm gonna do a 10-part thing on that because I want to get some commission off of sales.
I don't care about any of that. I appreciate the fact that social media has become a business mod or a part of a business. What am I calling out? It's a business entity to anybody work. I guess my morals though are telling me not to stray too far away and get onto the jackass train of, like I'll never do Harbor Freight. I'll never promote Harbor Freight. I'll never stoop to that level because that to me is the lowest form of YouTube.
Why would
and
you have to? Why would you
CP,
have to?
that's
Doesn't Harbor
CP,
Freight
that's
have
just
enough
you.
advertising on their own?
Yeah, sorry to step on you, Dave. But CP, that's you. Like you got your limits. I got a couple of Harbor Freight stuff that's coming out, and I'm going to talk about it. But I'm going to be honest about it. I'm going to be honest about it and say it fits the job of the person who wants to pay $20 because it's good for $20.
Yeah.
And maybe Sherwood's just trying to appeal to a base of viewers that he wants to bring into the realm, bring in this low base of viewers who's DIYer, and then show them, be like, this is a progression of where you can go. Get into mid-tier stuff, get into heavy diagnostic equipment, give them a good overshot of this is where you can go with your career. You don't have to be pigeonholed as a tune-up tech, as a brake tech, as you don't have to make a career out of brake checks or working at Discount Tire. Like you can go somewhere.
No, but Joe, to double on that, I also think some of his videos have been put out to maybe slam major big tool companies, tool truck companies, to bring their prices down.
If he decides
You're not
that he wants
competitive.
to,
You're not competitive.
Yeah.
This shit is close enough to yours. You're no longer competitive.
Now, and that is something that we kind of need with some of the stuff that's getting peddled out there on the trucks. For instance, I just had a technician today. He spent $80 on that stupid 10mm set from Vim. He bought it off the Mac Tool truck, $80. And I'm like, I didn't want to break his heart. I didn't want to break his heart, but I'm like, dude, that's like $40. That's like $40 with the mag rail, $40 on the Fleabase site.
Yeah.
But it's like you're getting it on a consumer loan from the tool truck. You don't see the payments, all that blah 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 garbage. I get it, and the tool truck guys got to eat too. So I mean, it's a touchy subject when we start picking on values of tools.
I mean,
on
it's $64 on Vim's website.
Yeah, but now Google the same thing on eBay. You got guys hawking it out there for $40 brand new.
The first eBay one is $63.99.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I'm sorry. Well, I got mine. I got mine for
tool trucks will never have.
I'm just saying.
Tool trucks.
Thanks for checking me though. Like the prices are changing.
They'll never have.
Thank you.
Tool trucks will never have brick and mortar prices.
Yeah, no, they won't. Well, and it's because they have a business. Because the person has a franchise, so there's a middleman.
Right. $48
That's the problem with tool trucks. You'll never see a tool. You'll never see a Snap-on tool on there for what you could buy them from Snap-on if they had a brick and mortar store. But you'll never also see a Harbor Freight truck because that would be the worst investment that Harbor Freight could ever make. And some people still can't understand that neither. Like tool trucks are not profitable for a company. They're only profitable if you can get somebody to run them and mark up tools. And what they have to sell is they provide that service. And that's why mechanics buy those tools. It has nothing to do with like the dipshit Bear and his comment always saying that Snap-on had marketing. They don't advertise to the general public. They're not putting out YouTube ads.
I mean, they do have YouTube and Instagram ads, but it's just
they don't do them like Harbor Freight where they put them on every single.
No,
you know what I mean. Like
I think they just post them on their own page, and then
they
that's
actively propaganda market to DIYers and everybody, and that's their goal is to
Yeah, let me close my thought with Sherwood, and I'll leave it alone.
No, fine.
But I've had the opportunity to meet him once personally for a week in Tennessee. We were all there for STX 2024. He was hired to teach 3 classes. I was there. I taught 6 classes. So my interaction with him was very slim. But I sat in on one of his classes. He's a brilliant dude. And if I ever had the opportunity to work with him or work for him, I'd probably take it up because he's got good morals at heart. He runs a family business like a real family man should run a business. I hear that he takes care of his technicians, and I believe what he says. But if he's, as long as he doesn't turn into a Mr. Subaru on his social media, I'm okay with that.
I already texted him and told him not to turn him into Subaru.
Yeah,
But everything else you said, Joe, I totally agree with.
I don't think he'll ever
I
be
know the
like
man
that,
personally too.
but I really feel like he's definitely stooped to some levels on social media that really just irritate me with good mechanics. People that you know what the biggest problem is probably is that I respected this guy, and then he sits here and does scummy things like show a plastic knuck, and then he just went overboard with it. He didn't stop there.
That should never. That was dumb. He should never done that. I
You
actually.
know, and I'm just like, dude, you. And then he literally said that he wasn't trying to, or that he literally, I literally got a message where he said, we're not trying to actively get free tools from Harbor Freight. But yet in a TikTok post, he literally said Harbor Freight could send us tools. So his goal was to get free tools from Harbor Freight at the end of the day. And he couldn't admit that, and instead he was trying to lie about it, which I think was bullshit. And it pisses me off when these guys are, hey, just straight up say. But then the fact of the matter is, you got a Mr. Big toolbox. You're getting an icon. You know how many people out there could use a toolbox that are good YouTubers that are probably doing more honest Harbor Freight reviews? And Harbor Freight doesn't give those guys a time of day. Some of these guys have been doing tool reviews about Harbor Freight that I've watched their videos and they've done honest, good reviews. Like, you know what? Why aren't you hooking them up? Which I don't care one way or the other because I don't want anything from Harbor Freight ever. I wouldn't take. And Snap-on. Here's the other thing is, what really pisses me off. Here is Harbor Freight jumps on his dick and sends him free tools. Snap-on doesn't send anybody tools on. So well, they did have sent Travis Pastrana and big YouTubers, guys that are super famous and have TV shows and shit like that. But Snap-on doesn't send anybody else anything. Like they only send people that are like Freiberg or what's his name? Not Freiberg. Travis and what's the other guy? Freiberger's partner on.
It's actually insignificant at this point. The whole thing was Sherwood knows his shit when it comes to diagnostics.
Yeah. I hope that whenever he gets as a donation, he gives it away.
Started trying to compare tools. I will totally agree with you.
So I still
knows this shit.
Joe says he's brilliant, but I still seen him do some diags that were, in my opinion, which I'm not the best. I'm not saying I'm the best or anything, but he went off on an hour and a half tangent on this. I believe it was a Volkswagen, and it turns out that all he had to do was check the ignition coils, and he hooked up all the shit and basically went down the road. Which I appreciate the fact that he showed it in the video. But he spent an hour and a half on something that should have took 20 minutes.
Right, but you got to remember, he what was the how do I want to say it? I want to say this correctly. There is showing how to do a repair, like you're going to be Eric the Car Guy or South Main Auto, and just burn through it, get it done, and the video's over. And then there's kind of going through an operational theory of operation and saying, this is what it looks like. I have the ability to show you so you can comprehend it. So when you're doing the simple way of just unplugging something or putting a test light on, this is what's happening with the Angry Pixies on a computer screen. And I got caught up with that my own way. I just had a live stream about a month ago, and I was doing a condition where the radiator fans wouldn't turn on. And I was like, you know what, guys, let's get out the AES Wave relay checker buddy thing that they had come out. And man, I got on a 30-minute tangent with it, and I had guys just screaming in the comments, dude, just power probe it, just power probe it. Right. And I was like, guys, I will. I just want to get through this whole topic of this is how relays work. Look, I can command it, and I can do these other couple things. And then once I got through it, then I grabbed the power probe, and I says, yes, I could have just jumped to it, but the direction was this is a show and tell. And yes, I'm kind of gloating about a tool that I have, but still, I like to get out my fancy stuff every once in a while.
I just think too many technicians are too whiny.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Automotive technicians, all they do is fucking cry.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of trades where a lot of people cry too. You don't see it as much.
You guys and fucking electricians do nothing but fucking cry.
I'm not crying.
But anytime I do a diagnostic repair, I always get 10 guys saying I could have done it faster.
God, thank God I'm a millwright, not a technician.
Well, you know why technicians cry? It's because the automotive industry has been screwing over. First of all, you've got tool companies, you've got shops, bad
But
shops.
I will
The auto
also
parts
say this.
industry.
I mean, you guys as technicians kind of have to take part of the blame because you keep perpetuating the cycle, right?
Well,
You
there's a
keep
thing on
accepting these jobs at places that treat you like shit.
right.
I mean, I'm not saying you necessarily or any of you guys, but I'm saying there are technicians out there that keep working at these shops for less than say a decent market rate for their skills.
Well, like
And
Joe said last week,
Well,
he's going to
I
quit and
don't
go
want
on
to
his
mention
own.
names, but we
You're
could just
see,
say Justin Doe.
I said this 2 years ago. If
What's
you're a
that?
decent technician, go out on your own because
I'm
working for
thinking
shops
that
is not going to pay you anything.
Right.
You're never going to make any money.
I
And what
mean,
Joe said last week, he's looking at going into his own. That's what I agree on. Everybody should, all these good technicians should just jump ship and open their own shop because, quite frankly, working for somebody nowadays, they're just out to make money off your backside. You know, I mean, like that's the real big problem. And
but at the same time, not everybody has
it's a lot of
what's
money.
there's that, and then a lot of people don't have like the discipline it takes to run a business. Like I would love to run a business. I know I don't have the discipline.
Just to jump on what Sergio's saying, I went down to the Small Business Association. The city actually has a civic center that you can go to, and they have a 1 week audit class where you can just kind of test your metal and see if you're ready. And within 2 days, this guy's like, "You got the knowledge for the job." He says, "But you don't know shit about
Right.
finances." He's like, "You are stupid with money." He's like, "You are the stupid
Yeah.
with money." And he's like, "You need to go through this 8 week class that we host at the local college. It's free." He's like, "You need to go or you're going to be a statistical failure." And so that's what I'm going to do for the next 6 to 12 months is I'm going to take their program. And he says he's got guys who's taken the program twice and they come back for the metal test and they still fail. And they all say thank you because they don't want to be a statistic because we have an 80% failure rate for startups.
Well, I will tell you from my experience and being on my own now for 4 years. You know, it's hard to tell because I wanted to expand and finding somebody to help. Like you can't make any money just working by yourself. That's the sad part is like you can make a decent living, yeah, but you're limited. You're limited to how much you can get done. And now you're your service advisor, you're your parts getter, you're your mechanic, and doing it all on your own really limits you to your time, and you really have to be very stingy with the time you spend. That's the biggest problem. And then trying to find somebody to work for you. That's another thing is I'm not the easiest to get along with if you haven't figured that out.
We know.
No, I got so in my area alone, you guys know that me and Fluffy live in the same town.
Uh-huh.
So I'm kind of trying to coax him along to follow me, and I think he will if I front everything. And I have another guy. I have another guy that's with GMC. He's a 15-year senior master, and he's wanting to do the video social media thing. So I was talking to the two of them, and I says, "Here's what I'm thinking about doing." He's like, "I'm gonna front the garage, and I'm gonna run the business, and I'm gonna be your producer." So
you know what's funny is
I was like I'm gonna loan you a stall like a barber shop. Like you're gonna pay me rent for a stall, but you're gonna be allowed to have customers. You can shoot your videos, and I have another guy who's got a dealer license, and he's gonna get us auction cars, and we're gonna flip some fucking auction cars.
There you go.
And we're gonna make videos.
You know that's the thing I wanted to do is, and I've talked, and I know a couple other YouTubers that have channels that I've actually said that's the best way to go. Eliminate the customer. I know people aren't gonna like hearing that, but eliminate the customer. Do a really good job on a car, and you help you to have YouTube as a backup to kind of help pay for that maybe lost revenue that you could potentially end up with. It's an insurance policy, so to speak. And then not only that, you can come out and have a good car for somebody to buy at an affordable price, and everybody wins. I think it's an amazing way. And there's a couple people on YouTube, I'm sure, that are doing that. I know they are, but there's a lot of people doing it with older cars. But you know, I've been doing it for all of my life. As a mechanic, that's how I've made extra money. You know, customers. I just bought a '98 Buick Park Avenue. That's my next project to fix it up. I love buying Subarus, and Joe, you probably, you know, you could probably attest that to me. Subarus are like such easy sellers. That's a part of the beautiful thing of why I like doing Subarus. People can make fun of them. I get it, and I'm not. I don't care because money talks and bullshit walks in my life. I will buy 100 Subarus and fix them up and sell them.
Yeah. And yeah, with my shop is I'm going to be doing CVT rebuilds for the Subarus. So I'm going to be soaking up some easy money because right now, the only way that the dealerships will fix your CVT is to do a straight $10,000 assembly replacement. They will not break them down. They will not fix them.
Right.
And I have gotten a hold of my own CVTs that were going to get scrapped. And I tore them apart. I wasted a lot of weekends just trying to figure the crap out. And then I'll go like, oh, okay, cool. Like I see exactly where the wear spots are at. I see where it's going. Couple of drums, a chain. Yeah, I could possibly fix it. Did I get the repairable parts and then validate it? No. But I would
order individual parts for those?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And I've been watching a ton of Ukrainian videos with translation. They're fucking fixing everything. So if you want to learn how to fix anything, learn Russian because those Ukrainians, they're fixing torque converters, man. They have
those are two different languages. Don't say that.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry. Okay.
Well, I mean, they're not. They're similar, but they're.
Is it like calling them Mexican?
Don't call.
It's like confusing Mexicans and Puerto Ricans.
Russian. Yeah.
I get it's
a great way to get shot.
I've heard it before, and somebody was like, "Yeah, that's like confusing Mexican and Puerto Ricans." They get offended.
It's like calling a Texan a Californian.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, the one guy he's like, yeah, he's a 3D printer guy, and now he's an automotive guy, just because of the war. So he's like, yeah, I'm a computer engineer and I run a 3D printing business, and they needed to figure out how to rebuild these torque converters. So he's got a tire changer. They're like an old school chopstick style tire changer. And he centers on the torque converter. He's got his plasma cutter coming in on a remote arm, and they're just laser cutting these things open. And they're dropping in new clutch plates, and they're welding them back up on the same machine.
They're just
balance them up, and they're done.
Because isn't it just like a clutch pack and some fluid in there? And
that's all they're doing. Yeah, they're like the sterator is still good, the fins are still good. It just needs a new clutch pack. You just need a way to precision cut them open, and then weld them closed so that way they stay balanced.
I mean, that shouldn't be too hard with like an orbital welder.
That's something that you don't really have a dedicated machine for unless you're going to assembly line this stuff. And that's
everything.
And that's what he figured out, because what the Russian army was doing when they abandoned their vehicles is they're burning out the transmissions in their vehicles so they can't be moved. So they're trying to find a way to get these transmissions running again.
And it's not like they can get parts from Russia. So
yeah, so now they figure. So just like everything else, they're like, okay, they got it
with that big hammer.
They put together a coalition of people and they tore everything apart.
Yeah,
and this guy's like,
it's pretty.
Like, hey, I designed stuff, and I think I can create a machine that fixes this.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Like the ingenuity and like what are these guys? Chatty Factory said like those videos of those Pakistanis that like are like welding up like drive shafts in like a dirt shack.
Listen, the thing about those Pakistan guys.
Well, care about vibrations.
I watched the Chinese women videos where they're fixing like rebuilding outboard engines and stuff like that. I mean, how long do they last? That's the other thing is because
who knows? But I mean, you gotta respect the.
Yeah, but we can't get away with that shit in USA.
No,
I mean,
because
too much.
But if you literally did that in a shop here, you would be crucified. The funny thing is, they get millions of views. People love watching it. But then you turn around and try to do something like that and save somebody money here. Boom. You are a piece of garbage.
It's funny. It's funny how you say that. CP, because you're like, how long does that equipment last after they repair it in that style? And I'm never thinking about that. I'm thinking about how long does those people last in that work environment? Like, what is the average work rate?
You gotta love the safety sandals.
With all the fumes that they're burning. Like
video.
one guy, he's literally burning alternators to get the copper wire out. And I'm like, dude, you're just breathing epoxy.
Yeah,
You're so dumb.
I'm gonna put a video out. Today's what, Friday? I'll either do it Saturday or Monday. I'll put a video out that'll get 1 million views. And you know what it's gonna be? Me beating the shit out of a fucking brake drum on a big truck with a 40-pound or 20-pound sledgehammer.
Oh, you should have seen
all the comments. All the comments.
The flex was it the I should have just replaced it, but I got my ADHD kicked in and I just had to get this thing fucking on, and I just beat the hell out of this hub to get it onto the shaft.
I'm gonna beat
just because I was so pissed at this pump that I'm like, I'm just getting it on there. It's going. I just have to hit it a few more times and it'll be on there. I'm getting this pump to
don't come off. You got to go bigger. You gotta go stronger.
CP, what happened to your Capri sponsorship? They took you off their marketing.
Who?
Capri. They used to have all your face on a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, I told them to go fuck. I told them to go piss off. Told them to go pound sand because they had a bunch of their jackasses that were on with Capri with them were giving out bullshit reviews, basically copying everything I did, regurgitating it on a video, and then hitting up Capri and telling them that I was a piece of garbage. And I was like, why are you taking? I got an email from Capri, and they're like, did you make a racial comment towards this guy? We can't accept that in our deal. And I said, no, that wasn't what went on. Okay, this was a total lie, and it was just a bunch of jealous pricks on YouTube doing YouTube things. And quite frankly, Capri Tools is a joke of a company. As far as who they are, they're just another company that wants to bamboozle people, get their money. They don't really give a shit about the customers. All they care about is putting their shit out, garbage in, garbage out. Do they have good stuff? Yes, but how trustworthy is a company? How long are they going to be around? They haven't been around long, anyways. And everybody that promotes for them, nobody talks anything bad or says anything bad about them. Everybody gives them 5-star reviews, and I don't believe they're a 5-star company. So a lot of fuckery, tomfoolery went on with that company. Basically, what's her name was Tatiana was my contact, and then of course, she wouldn't even talk to me actually after I asked her why this email was even being looked at, or why didn't they come to me first? Why didn't they talk to me first, or why didn't they have a conversation with me? And that's the problem with it is that you can't accuse somebody of something and then basically say, well, you have no real evidence that it was, somebody fraudulently doing something. And then you basically take their word for it. Fuck that. What kind of company is that? Not only that, I helped them build stuff. I helped them come up with stuff. They, which I have still some prototype tools of theirs. I told them to go fuck themselves because I said, I came up with the design. I'm keeping it. And they think that they're getting it. They think that they're getting it back. They sent me some shit legally, but they can't do a damn thing about it because they're in California. My lawyer just laughed at them and said, good luck with you. I came up with the design.
Technically, they can sue you in your state, but I mean,
how are they going to sue me for a design that I came up with when I have all the?
No, but I'm just saying it. Like the fact that they're in California is irrelevant.
They never came up. They never did anything. They never actually did anything with the tools, and they never made me sign anything.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you never had a contract, then
yeah,
tough titties.
Yeah, it's just like the people who build their LLC in the Cayman Islands and then decide they want to run a business here in America, and they do something stupid, shady. America's like, are we really going to haggle with the Cayman Islands to go after this company? We just got ourselves screwed.
Well, look at how much my if you type in Capri Tools, I'm still the largest the videos viewed on YouTube for the most part. And I had a thing going with them, and we had a good thing going. And then you shit on me out of nowhere when I'm doing what would be a good thing for you and giving, showing people your product, but yet you take the word of a worthless dickbag who has no real expertise or any knowledge in the situation. I mean, that's the problem. They literally were taking on people that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. Like they weren't real good technicians. They were either brand new guys that were asking for free tools, and they would just hand the shit out. And I was like, why are we just throwing tools out to every Tom, Dick, and Harry? And then they just wait for me to do a video and then come out with a video the next day and basically regurgitate the shit I said. And they said,
go ahead. Yeah, well, I had a similar falling out with Tecton, but I didn't really hold it against him. But basically, I made 6 prototype demo videos for him. And I said, hey, I'd like to team up with you because they weren't seeking me out. But I said, this is what I got. And I'd like to support you because you have a good business venture. And I like how you're trying to come back to the States. I know you built up in Michigan. So I want to help you guys get where you're going. And they pretty much like, oh, yeah, we already got people. I'm like, well, did you see what I made? He's like, yeah, we saw what you made. I was just, okay, so the people that you're talking about, all they do is break your fucking tools and just say, hey, they break the same as Snap-on tools, so they're the same thing. I was like, that's not a justifiable video.
Right. There's just a lot of BS. There's so much crap where people want to get free tools, and I mean, like, you know what? You want to start a YouTube channel and you want to get free tools, and that's your goal. Like that's your whole goal with YouTube. Go right ahead. I mean, there's jackasses sitting down in their garages down south that don't know diddly squat. They don't do shit all day, and they sit around and run around every channel and talk shit about me and blah blah blah. Hey, you know what? As long as you're talking about me, that's just putting more words, putting my name out there to everybody else. So I'm okay with that. That doesn't bother me. But when you start like slandering me into the dirt, saying that I did this and that, and that's defining the character who I am, with no real clout behind it. Especially when my channel has never been. I have always accepted everybody with open arms. Poor, rich.
Yeah, who's got a TV on in the background?
I don't know.
It shouldn't be picking up my TV.
But
anyway, CP, I hate to do this to you, but I got to go to bed. I'm tired.
All right, buddy. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping.
God bless all of you who believe in Him, and have a great night and enjoy your weekend, guys.
Yes, sir. You have a good one. Yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't want to get into a big bitch fetch. It just really, it annoys me with these companies that they're not like Lyle. I have a great relationship with them. They are already under the understanding they're not going to allow somebody to depict my character. They know who I am. They know where I come from. I personally have relationships with those people, and people have already tried their little shit schemes with them, emailing them, and telling them, well, I'm not going to buy Lyle tools because you're promoting CP and this and that. They don't give a shit. Okay. They don't, because they know that I help people, that I have people that like Lyle tools. And I'm much happier dealing with Lyle because there's no expectations. With Capri, they would be like, well, can you do this video like this? And I'm like, no, I can't. We want you to do this on this and that. No, I do what I want to do. I don't want to sit there and blow up something. I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong on this on YouTube and marketing serious, but if you go to TikTok, you see these guys on TikTok and they will literally sell you shit in a brown bag and tell you that it's glorious. TikTok shop. And that's what all these guys want to do. They want you to market. Make video, pound them out there, put them out there. Hey, we want you to do 3 or 4 videos. Hey, can you do another video? A scan tool company that I was working with. Hey, can you do this video? Can you do that video? We'll pay you $150. No, I don't care about your money. I don't care about getting paid $150. And that's not what I'm about. I'm not going to sit there and make 9 videos on this scan tool over and over and over because it's not going to draw the attention of the audience because I keep putting it out there. There's got to be separation. I feel like, I'm not, but once again, I'm not the biggest YouTuber. So, obviously I'm not doing something right, at that aspect too. So, but you look at other guys and they'll give you the old used car salesman talk, and I don't know. Somebody tell me what I need to do. I'll listen.
I say stick to your ways, man. It's by people expect you to be your own personality, and you're holding it true, and you're not pivoting to become something else. I've watched many other content creators just shift their personality, and that's been a tune-out for me. As you gotta be, sometimes you gotta be the stick in the mud that holds it all together and holds other people accountable. And eventually, those people will break ranks. We're gonna, it's like just like politics, there's going to be a herd of people that come together, and then it's going to be that one stick in the mud that breaks the ranks and makes everybody become an individual. So I guess you could be the John McCain.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to be different than everybody else. That's my main goal, is trying to find ways to be doing exactly the opposite and not be a follower like everybody else. Like exactly genuine sales. Well, I'm not even trying to be a salesman. I don't want to be a salesman. That's not my point of doing videos. That's never was my whole intention of doing YouTube. My intention of doing YouTube was to bring some awareness to some things that weren't being showed on YouTube. When I started on YouTube, it was all Harbor Freight and Snap-on. There was no Mac tools. Nobody was talking about Mac tools. So I started talking about Mac tools, and Mac tools started getting really big traction. And there's a lot of people that I still think are loyal to Mac tools. But that's definitely a favorite thing of mine. I'm a big Mac tool guy, even though I don't necessarily love Stanley Black & Decker's corporation business motto. Also, I'd like to do more repair videos, as Chatty Factory said. It's just, once again, working for yourself. You don't understand how frustrating it is. That is a big problem for me. And building a shop with a controlled environment where I can lock the doors and start filming, and have, like air conditioning and heat, things like that nature, I think are going to be the way to go. So I can just basically lock myself away, make a video, where I'm going to, you know how it is, Joe, to make a video. It's time consuming. When you're doing a video on a car, it's time consuming, and I don't have that time. I'm not.
I'm right there with you, man. It's if like I have about 4 of these, and these are all 3 terabits a piece, just full of long content of pulling cars apart, pulling engines apart, doing repairs. And I could spend an entire weekend putting one together. And you know what? I get 50, 100 views on it. But then I make one stupid short and it blows up. It's viral. And I'm like, you know what? If that's what you kids want, if you have a short attention span and you don't want to appreciate how somebody stopped and took the time to explain things and do drawings and walk you through a flow chart. And I was like, well, that sucks. And as soon as you make the short, you got that herd of assholes that come in and say, oh, well, you didn't explain this, you didn't explain that. I'd be like, hey, fucktard, go back to TikTok where they have 15-minute shorts. Okay, this is YouTube. We got 60 seconds. So I'm going to skip some material. If you want a long version, go watch the long content. Oh, wait, you don't watch it, so I don't make it.
It is playing to your strengths. That's the one thing I hate about social media. It is a monster that feeds to you. People, and like, I do like talking about tools, and that's one of my strengths. And I have 23 videos up of car videos, and they're not popular, just like Joe said. And that's discouraging. Whenever you make a repair video, I did it last summer. I did a water pump timing belt on a Subaru, and everybody always says, hey, we want to see you use your tools. And then you get 900 views on it, and it's like, compared to 5,000 or 6,000 views, it's not very motivating. Like, that's the problem. Everybody, 1 or 2 guys will always tell me to do it, but then there's 5,000 people or 10,000 people or 23,000 people that'll watch a tool.
Mama's calling you.
Like that's the problem. giving that you know, you got to play to your strengths, and obviously my strengths are not social media anyway. Because
and I want to finish with this on my side. I'll let you have your finishing.
Yeah.
But no, it's folks, like he said, it's we put effort and time into the videos. We stop actually making money to make the videos. And I'm gonna be honest. I joined the YouTube bandwagon because I wanted supplemental income.
Right.
I wanted some extra money so I could buy some more tools, or I could pay off some debt, pay off some tool debt. And I just became in love with actually talking to the community. All right.
Correct.
It actually made me a better person because I wasn't really that social, but I really do like socializing with space people. So this was good for me. But in turn, I mean, like, the best thing that you can do to help out any of your content creators is watch their damn movie. I mean, if you're not going to do the membership, like for me, it's $1, and I say, like, that dollar just helps me pay my bill to run the channel, because I think running this channel costs me like $250 a month. If you consider like all the equipment that I have to have and the programs and the software, it costs me about $250, and that's not including the time that I take off from work to do this, the time I take away from my family to do this. And so there's been a lot of times, like, Chad, like for you, like I'll be like, okay, cool. I actually have playlists for me and Quick Wrench and anybody else that I'm in our inner circle with. And if I can't finish all your guys' videos, I just queue them up in these little quick lists.
Right.
And then when I'm working, I just say play all. And it'll play like 10 hours of your guys' videos.
No, I have the same thing.
Just so that you guys get the plug.
Yeah, I have 57 videos downloaded in my files right now that for YouTube, because I haven't had time to watch YouTube. So I just, every time I see a video pop up now, I download the video, because I'm like, well, once you download it, you automatically, that helps the creator out. And I love watching, you know, that I like on YouTube. Some of the people like you that subscribe to me and are members, and you know, I try to keep plugging away on that stuff. But man, it is a lot when you're busy. And I like, once again, I don't want to make excuses, because that's, you know, you make excuses, dude. It seems like the worst thing to do. I hate making excuses. You know, I just freaking hate them. But there's, you know, I don't want to even talk about stuff. I just want to do it anymore. I don't want to talk about anything. I want to do it. Like the whole shop build thing. I've been talking about it for years now. It seems like, and I was going to buy a shop, and I looked at it, and from a financial standpoint, it didn't fit my needs. There's a lot of things, and I have to do what works for me. Fluffy.
So yeah, I'll give you, I'll leave you viewers with this. And you know, I understand, like, maybe you don't want to do the membership with your channel because you don't want the microtransactions. You're trying to save money yourself. So I get that. You do you, and you pay your bills, because that's what's most important. I want you to be able to pay your bills. But if you're enjoying somebody's content, you're enjoying their channel, but you don't have time to watch everything, do what I do, and I just make that bullshit playlist, and I say, okay, I got through this, I got what I needed out of it. Add video to playlist, add video to playlist, add video to playlist. And then when I go to work, I just turn my computer on and I just say play all, and it'll play all these videos from all the channels that I watch, and at least gets them something, and it keeps their channel funded. Like, it gets them that 2 cents per view that they need for the revenue.
Right.
And it sounds like something that you would hire somebody to do, but that's just a way for me to give to Fluffy, to give to JT, to give to Sergio.
Sure. For sure. I agree. 100%. I'm with you on that too, because I want to support the people that support me. So I'm a huge advocate of trying to give shout outs to people, allow them to come on lives and share that community that, you know, and obviously, you know, I want to have good conversations, and I don't want to be, seem like I'm an asshole and hate everybody. You know, I'm not that way. I really don't hate anybody. I'm annoyed. You know, I get annoyed, and that's my biggest problem. Is I just get annoyed with social media. I get frustrated with it. I get annoyed with it, and it just gets old listening to some of the crap. repetitive. I know it's been said on my channel a million times, but what you're doing, 100% appreciate it. Joe, you're a great guy. There's no doubt about it. If you guys haven't followed Baja Automotive and you're on the channel tonight, you probably should, because he gives really good diagnostic content. Like you said, he's a trainer. If you want somebody, you need to support this guy for his videos that he has done repairs on. Nonetheless, because that is, that's what keeps us guys that are real on YouTube going. And I don't want to negate the fact that there's not a lot of real people. I mean, I'm a big advocate of South Main Auto. I think Eric's pretty much one of the only guys that I trust that's legit. I don't have a whole list of people that I really trust on YouTube. Like, I'm pretty pessimistic when it comes to a lot of people on YouTube anymore, because I've seen the affiliate links in every video, buy here, buy my merch, buy this, that's the biggest thing right there. I feel like is the number one thing when you see somebody's channel that has like, they got like, 100 subscribers and they're trying to sell merch. Like that's kind of like, to me, that's pretty corny. There's just a lot of things I don't like, but I can't tell everybody what to do. I'm not the god of YouTube. So, thanks Fluffy for the $10 holler. Let me get off that before I stick my foot in my mouth any further. Thank you for the $10 holler. I've been wanting to do YouTube since about 2007. I was 15 before YouTube was even a thing. I have a video dating back to of Dumbish. BMX Rules was my previous handle. Hell yeah. Appreciate the $10 holler, buddy. I sent you a link if you want to come on. How's it going, chat? Anything else you want to add, Joe? Or
this here, yeah. If you let me just do a plug really quick, I'm gonna do the reason why I've been offline for a long time and I haven't been putting anything up this summer is I was kind of doing like an overhaul on the way that I'm gonna approach everything, redo everything, and I got an agreement with the training school that I'm at. So by using my LLC, they're allowing me to register my LLC as a garage, and I'm going to open up a premium member of $5, and that's going to get you into an archive of 300 videos where you can go to live virtual training for automotive.
Wow.
And that's everything from CAN bus diagnostics to diagnosing transmissions by looking at engines only, using scan tools, basic electrical, you name it. And these are all going to be countrywide trainers. Like Sherwood is on there. We have Rich Falco. He's in Florida. And yeah. If you were in the inner circle, like Rich is a big programmer guy, and we actually have a few engineers. Like we have a few guys who are mechanical engineers and electrical engineers, and they're like, hey, we like working on cars better, so we're just gonna work on cars. And now they're all 40 and 50 years old, and they can't turn wrenches, so now they're just trainers. So they write a lot of the content, and we teach out of third-party material, the same stuff that you're gonna have.
Yeah,
but we give you coloring books, slideshows, and a recording of everything. So if you can't stay for the entire attendance, just log in, walk away, and then you can watch the recording later on.
Yeah,
we'll take care of all that for you. And you can watch the recording as much as you want. They were cool with the idea of me just sending people through my my LLC to their school, so they don't have to pay the $200 a month.
That's pretty awesome. That's really awesome. I am like I said all the time, I'm not I'm old school, which I do a lot of things that could be considered. Like I use a picoscope a little bit, but a lot of diagnostic stuff that I come up with is a lot of like if I have an issue with a wire, my diagnostic boils down to me unhooking a wire and sending power from one end to the other end unhooked, and seeing if I'm getting a good voltage through there. Which is kind of an old school method. I don't know if you've ever seen guys do that.
Oh, no, we still teach that to this day. When we're doing electrical training, and me personally, I tell people, I want you to put a big old red X on the ohm meter function of your multimeter. That is the most garbage function for automotive diagnostics. We don't care about it. We care about voltage drop. Yeah, we hate ohms.
I use that all the time.
Right. Well, it's good for
I'm not. Yeah. So with us, it's in order to do an ohms measurement correctly in automotive, you got to isolate the circuit. And so you could be tearing apart a dashboard, getting to a body harness plug, and then you got to run long meter leads from one end of the harness to the other end of the harness. That sucks. So we push the Ohm's law principle. So we draw the magic triangle and we say, hey, we know what the voltage is. We can do amps a lot easier with an amp clamp, and we can figure it out with math.
Right.
So we teach the math, and we care about voltage drop over a circuit.
Yeah,
I teach with light bulbs a lot. I do a lot of light bulb testing. I'll tell guys, I'll be like, hey, like, how many test lights do you have? And everyone's like, I got this one. It's an LED, and I got this one. It tells me numbers. And I'll say, those are trash. Throw them away. Right. I says, you need incandescent lights only. If you got an LED test light, it's trash. It'll lie to you. It'll get you in trouble. It's worthless. It's a gimmick. Because once I teach you electrical theory and I teach you math, you're going to realize that's a gimmick.
Yeah, I have a ton of LED lights, and my one that I use the most is an Lyle $20 light. The first one I ever bought is still the light that I use the most because it's a standard incandescent light bulb in it, but it's also got the only one with a straight cord because I hate coiled cords. All the other ones, I do have one Mac LED that I do use. It's a wire piercing tip on it, small, and I do like that for. But if I'm not testing specific voltage, it's not that big a deal. You know, I mean, if I know I'm got a good 12 volts and I'm just trying to see if I have power, at that wire. There's different certain situations, I guess, that I know when and to use and not to use. And then when it comes to, doing updates on PCMs and stuff like that, I obviously use factory programs and stuff like that, but I'm not like, there's a lot that I need to learn, but I don't run across situations where it really, a lot of it's my experience though, I mean, like, I don't, I can almost listen to some things like anymore with GMs. If I have something that I know a lifter's, down, and then I can almost tell, or, I find, issues with, like there was the other day I had a Ford, Ecotech, and they basically, it shredded the, timing chain guides. And I said, well, have you guys checked have you checked inside the valve covers or anything for any type of debris, or looked in the, seeing if there's anything in the oil filter, or, cut open the filter and seeing, and sure as shit, there's debris in there. And I said, well, this thing's destroyed the cam chain or the guides, and, it's slapping in there. And, there's a lot of things that I feel like they're things that I know in some cases, which those aren't really diagnostic. Those are engine diagnostic stuff, but I don't know any good examples. I don't like.
No, I teach basically, it's like, hey, like your eyes and your ears and your digits are some of the best diagnostic tools that you have. You got to look, listen, feel. CPR. Okay. Yeah. That's the first thing they teach you in CPR is look, listen, and feel. Assess the situation. Look for the dangers.
Engines all run on the same theory, right? They take their pump.
There'll be guys driving cars right through the middle of the shop as they're bringing them in, and I'll knock on the glass to go, what? I'm always like, hey, make sure you tell that customer they have a blown exhaust gasket. Like, how do you know? I'm like, dude, I've been doing this for long enough. I know what an exhaust gasket leak sounds like.
Yeah, versus a valve tick or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and if some of you guys are struggling to find exhaust leaks and exhaust manifold leaks, or you just want to prove that you got one, get your Lyle mechanical stethoscope. Okay, that is a $15 tool. Get the Lyle mechanical stethoscope and
that's my favorite.
Pull the horn piece off. Okay, the part that has the metal tip, take it off. So all you have is just an empty little PVC hose, and it's going up to your ears now. And yes, you could technically do this with just a regular piece of 1/4-inch hose. But then every time air blows across that little hose from a exhaust leak, you're going to get this.
Right.
You're going to hear it in your ears. Guys, that is the best diagnostic tool for finding anything like that.
Well, you know, they called me into the shop one day and they said this Ford 3-valve, right, had an issue. And here's a really good example of something that they were about ready to tear this thing down, or they were about ready to tear the intake off of this, and they were like, something's wrong with the intake. I'm like, no, it's not in the intake. I go up to the exhaust, I put my hand over the exhaust, and I'm like, this thing's sucking. And I said, it's got a bad rocker. And he goes, how do you know that? And I said, well, I can hear the ticking, and there's some sucking in the deal. And I said, I'd almost bet you on a Ford 3-valve, it's either dropped a valve or it's got a rocker, which I doubt it dropped a valve, but the rocker's something. They pulled the valve cover off. Sure as shit, the rocker's broke. The rocker
gave
broke.
The dollar bill test, man. The dollar bill test. They don't teach that anymore.
No, it's just there's just a lot of little things you inherently pick up as a mechanic. And I'm not saying these are dead nuts. Like, you're not gonna get this shit every day. These are random. Like, I mean, this is like 1 in a million needle in a haystack deals that I'm talking about here with that. I'm trying to give examples of things, but there's really not that many things that I think of that are that. Like, we had a relay. Here's a relay on a Toyota SR22, or SR, the 4-cylinder on this guy came in, nobody could fix this Toyota. Okay. They kept throwing these relays in one after another. Did you know that Toyota, the 2.2 4-cylinder, what are they? SR22s, SR22, R22s? I don't remember. 22RE. Thank you, ITC. The 22RE has a relay in it that for the fuel pump that is a resistor style relay that's only used on that motor, and the fuel pump kept not working. Well, they were testing the relay, right, and they were using a relay tester, and then they would jump it over, and they were like, the relay's bad, and they picked it up, and they said, well, they didn't think the relay was bad because they moved the relay over and it worked. Well, it had just enough voltage when they moved it over to the fan side, but it had a resistor in it. And it was not like a normal relay. I don't know. I can't remember what the style relay it was. And I said, something doesn't make sense to me. Why would you move that relay over, but it doesn't work on the fuel pump? I said, did you ever think about testing the relay? We actually tried the Lyle relay tester, and this is the one time I found out that the relay tester did not work. Whether you had a relay tester or a relay buddy, neither one of them worked because they wouldn't apply enough voltage to it.
Oh.
They were applying too much voltage to it, and it was messed up. I can't think of what that relay was. Fuel pump relay for a 22RE, and you tear it apart, and it has a little resistor on the top of it. Pretty crazy fix, but nobody in the town could figure it out. And this guy was in this camper, and he was stranded in Des Moines. First of all, who wants to be stranded in Des Moines, right? But
to be in Iowa to begin with.
Come on now. Come on. All 3 million of us, Sergio. That's
more people than that in San Diego, in my county.
Oil workers who couldn't pay their way out.
Yeah, 22 is Ruger. You're right. ITC, my gun stuff came in there. Yeah, Toyota 22REs are great pickups. But that was something that I learned, and that was also an older pickup, which was also something that I didn't have the knowledge on. And even I talked to some of my buddies that were Toyota guys, but those are little things like that I enjoy finding fixes for. That took me down a rabbit hole, but it wasn't like a waste of my time. But we found out that we had to use that specific, because we tried changing that relay out to just a normal relay. You have to use that specific relay for the fuel pump. And maybe because they have a lift pump on the camper version of that Toyota truck, probably because I think it did have a lift pump. But we could get the fuel pump to activate, but then that relay would not carry voltage to it. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I might have confused everybody with what I said. At the end of the day, that relay was bad. Is what it all was.
I got a couple people I could run that by and get a better explanation of it.
Yeah, probably. I'm not good at explaining shit. I just know that when I tested the relay, the original relay was bad. They would move it. It would operate the fans. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how this worked, but the relay tester wouldn't cycle. No, the relay tester the relay, and it worked. So the relay would work on the fans and everything, but it wouldn't activate the fuel pump because it wouldn't carry enough voltage through it. But it was enough to activate the fan and test it to say that it was good. If that might be a little bit better explanation. That's how it was. I know for a fact.
I had, it's to I had similar situations with customers who think they got fixes and then they can't understand why the problem keeps resurging. And it was for oxygen sensors on the Subarus, and they were just getting some junky ones from the local auto parts store. And I would say, well, you need a Subaru sensor. And they go, wait, what? Well, I says, they used a generic one size fits most. You need one that's tuned to your vehicle. And they would get all hemmy and high because they're like, well, I paid $50 for that one. I says, yeah, that's why ours is $250. I says, when you're playing with emissions, you need a tuned sensor. I'm sorry, this sucks for you, but I can sell you a sensor and you can install yourself, but I guarantee that'll fix it. And he's like, well, you didn't look at it. Right. I don't need to look at it. I've just seen enough of this garbage come in. And folks, I'll put this plug out there too for a lot of you, because I always get asked like, hey, I want to get into this business and I want to work on cars. What should I do and where should I go? And here's the basic realm is, and this is going to go back to what CP was doing and the work area that he's in. Hey, CP is not a dealer tech. I'm a dealer tech.
Right.
So when the cars that I work on, I'm dealing with cars coming out of collision centers that are slightly new, and the collision centers screwed them up, okay, because they're painting over grounds. And I'm working on factory mistakes, okay. So I'm trying to figure out problems that were we call them engineered flaws or assembly problems, and we're establishing trends for tech bulletins. And after about 60 to 100,000 miles, we stop seeing those cars. We don't get cars over 100,000 miles. It's very rare. They start going to third-party shops, and then that's where CP comes in. So CP is working on cars that have already had
junk,
almost every software update done. They've had almost every tech bulletin thrown at it.
They've had on it, and so they're all cobbled to shit.
Yeah. So in CP's world, he's actually working on complete failure of a system. I'm working on intermittent failures and factory faults, and he's working on total failure. So that is the mindset that you'll be in. Dealership side, it says you're getting these kind of faults. Outside dealership, you're getting older cars with complete failure systems, and Swaptronics doesn't work. And that's an advantage that I have. If I think, oh, this transmission computer's bad, I can go walk into the parking lot and there are 20 other light cars in our loaner fleet. And I just tell the old man, I says, hey, I want to borrow a computer out of one of our loaners. Okay, cool. And I get a win out of that. You don't have that opportunity. You can't go take parts out of a customer car.
No. Yeah, that is that is kind of an advantage. I do have some parts, but I've never been the type of person to have a bunch of parts on. I've never been smart enough. Let's just put it to you that way, because I know buddies of mine that have boxes full of parts to swap, and I'm not gonna lie to you, there is a little bit of that's nice to have sometimes. But I will tell you, there's a situation where I was working on a 6-liter GM that had a brand new throttle body from the dealer, and the truck wasn't running right, and the dealer said there has to be something wrong with the engine. And the other problem is, and I'm sure you run into this, is parts failures. The throttle body was bad out of the box. Brand new GM throttle body was bad out of the box, and the truck wouldn't run right. Well, it would run, but it had a hesitation and stumble to it. And the guy that was driving it was a commercial vehicle. And the guy that was driving it kept complaining about it. He's like, we took it to the dealer. They fixed it. They said the motor's junk. We'll just put a new motor in it. Well, I offered my services like a dumbass, which was one of the worst things I could have done, because I feel the need to get myself into trouble like shit like this, because I don't know. It's just something about me where I want to try to fix something or find the problem with something.
Being the good Samaritan in the automotive world is the worst type of personality to have.
That's me. Fixing junk. Basically the guy said to me, nobody's been able to figure this out. There's no way you're going to be able to.
Known good parts.
No, well, that's what and I'm not saying that they were bad mechanics or anything like that. Quite frankly, there's not any really good way to test a throttle body on a LS engine. There's really not a good method when this had just such a small variation of how the butterflies were actuating. It was the electronic controlled throttle body, and
What year?
It was a little delay. It was just a slight delay. The reading.
What year is that?
It was 2006.
Oh, that's a tough year. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna need that. The only way you could figure that out is with the dealer tool, because that service wasn't offered in the aftermarket world yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, and not only that, it was a drive by wire, and it was a brand new throttle body, and the data. Actually, you know what? None of my scan tools would show the data on the throttle body. I can't remember what it was, but I said, has anybody? Here's the thing: is I didn't really diagnose it. Okay. So I don't want to be no claim, but I said, has anybody thought that this could have been a bad throttle body in front of the box? I mean, you changed the part, it didn't fix anything. And everybody says, because nobody ever sees a throttle body go bad. Like that's a pretty rare deal. But parts failures are really, that's what opened my eyes up to be like, I don't trust anything. That's another problem. And when Sergio says that mechanics complain, that's why we complain, because of shit like this. Like you work your ass off. Let's say you spend an hour diagnosing something like this, and then you're like, you come to the conclusion it needs a throttle body. You get a throttle body, you put it on, it doesn't fix it. You are 100% sure that you had the problem solved, and you've invested an hour of your time, and now you're, and especially if you're at a dealer, and they go, well, you didn't fix it, you're not getting paid. And you're like, what? And so now you go back to the drawing board, but you have no other areas to go to, because you put a new part on it and you thought it fixed it. That's why mechanics complain, because that happens probably 25% of the time.
So, all right. So just so everybody can fill it in, or I want to fill it. So this, he's talking about a 2006. It's an electronic throttle body, so it's not a drive-by cable, a physical cable. It's drive-by Angry Pixies.
Yeah.
And typically when we're diagnosing throttle bodies, you should be able to see the throttle body position sensor, and you should be able to correlate that with the accelerator position sensor. Now, back in 2000 to 2010, these were kind of the death years of third-party scan tools, because they would advertise full factory support, but a lot of those scan tools in that area of 2000 to 2010, they weren't laptop-based scan tools. They were like these Game Gears and Game Boys and garbage stuff like that. They were standalone products, and trying to extract all that software one for one off of those tools could be kind of glitchy. And if they couldn't get the PID to work right on the third-party tool, they would just drop support. So in that situation, if you're working on a car in that area, on like a GM and LS car, and you're trying to do what CP is talking about, you need the actual dealer tool called the GM Tech 2. Right. And on the Tech 2, you do have accelerator pedal support, and you do have throttle body support. And you would have caught it with a Tech 2, but you're not going to spend $8,000 to own a Tech 2.
No, I had a Tech 2. I feel like there was something where this throttle body was just slightly off, and there was not showing without a spec. There was something more to it. I mean, we literally were beating our heads against the wall on it, like for probably about 45 minutes. And I said, hey, why don't we just order another throttle body and see if it fixes it? I said, what are the chances that GM throttle body is just shit? And, I said, because it doesn't make any sense. It was when you took off, it just would like fall on its face, and then it would run fine. Like it was just a weird, and it didn't throw any codes. It didn't throw, and the data looked good on it from what I remember. It was just that when you took off, it was just the way it was. And dude, HP tuners, dude, I can tell you all about HP tuners. I had a Diablo. I want to say thank you to Lone Star. I apologize. I know this has been a while. But yes, the $10 holler. Where in the hell is that now? I missed it. Well, I went clear by it. Thank you for the $10 super chat. There we go. Thank you for the $10 super chat. No, I got plenty of ammo, buddy. Trust me. I got over 100,000 rounds. I'm good to go on that. But Sonny will get some dog treats, and I appreciate it. One of these days, I'm going to get down to Texas too. I swear to God, without fail. But Yeah, there's all sorts of odd things. I think mechanics could sit here and talk about this stuff for hours. You know, I mean, when he says HB tuners, I had a Diablo that was throwing that Holly screwed me over on. I was doing a DOD delete on 2015 or VVT delete. Doing a whole delete on that, and Holly had it messed up, and it kept throwing a cylinder 5 misfire after 20 minutes of runtime. Figure that out. It would just go into a cylinder 5 misfire, random misfire. Yet you could literally test the coil, and the spark was clean and perfect, and there was nothing. It was throwing a ghost cylinder misfire, is what it was doing, and it was because the Diablo had something in it that they needed to update, and it was a piece of shit. But I literally spent 3 days on that, and they didn't pay me a dime extra. And they said, "Oh yeah, we found the problem. There was a glitch in our deal for when you do the delete on the Diablo tuner to remove the DOD or the VVT. Excuse me. What is 2015? Is that DOD or VVT? I couldn't remember. 2015. Whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, it's DOD because VVT would have been prior to that. Sorry, I'm not. I get confused on my DOD and VVTs. But anyways, DOD display on demand or displacement on demand. You know, the government thing that sucks, and it drops a valve on the cylinders. You know, you delete them all, you put your cam and lifters back in, and get rid of that shit. And then you have to do you have to use a Diablo tuner to add it in there, or unless you got some sort of GM program where you can do them. I don't know if you've ever done any of that stuff, Joe. But that was a pain in the ass. I learned my lesson then.
Everybody with Subaru, they go with Cobb tuners, and that's just a nightmare to work on those cars because they just go, well, it's a Subaru, you should be able to work on all Subarus. I'm like, yeah, but you loaded an artificial map now on this car. I don't know what the capability, I don't know where the stress points are at anymore. You changed it. I was like, what? I says, can I see the map that's on your car? What is the program? Yeah. Well, I don't have that. And I says, then you're a piece of shit owner. I says, if you get your car tuned, you need to own a source file of that tune. So that way, if you bring it to me, I can at least see what you're trying to do. I was like, I don't know what your ignition timing is at an idle. I don't know what your rev limiter is supposed to be. I don't know what any of this stuff is. And you want me to diagnose your car? Go back to your fucking tuner.
Right.
And he's like, well, he's all the way in Dallas. That sounds like a you problem, really. Actually, I was like, here's your keys. Goodbye, man. I'm not going down this road. But if somebody, there's a few guys who actually do get their tune files, and they'll bring them in, and I'll load them up on the HB Tuner app, and I'll see it, and I go, okay, cool. Here's our problem. Your wastegate tables are here. They shouldn't be here. And I says, tell your tuner to back them down, because that's what I'm advising. They're not working right for our C level. Okay. He's got the C level all mixed up. Or I'll say, like, you need a pump gas. I says, you need to get your tune touched up for the new blend of gases that are coming out. Or I'll say, I'll look at one. I had one customer just a few months ago, and I'm looking at his maps, and I go, it says the creation date on this was 5 years ago. He's like, yeah, I just started having problems. Bro, you need a new tune. I was like, your engine's worn in. You need a new tune. Actually, you should get a new tune every single year to deal with the wear in, because tunes do not take wear in into, they don't have the capabilities to take the wear in of your engine and your transmission into account when you're asking for demand. That's how they break stuff so fast. So you got to get tunes like every single year to deal with engine wear in, depending on how much you drive it. And a really good tuner will keep up with the gas blends in your local area. If you have a local tuner, he'll be like, yeah, I know what the gas blends are. But if you're shopping for a tuner and they don't know what gas blends are or how to find that information and at least keep in touch with you, stay away from them, because gas blends is the most important thing, especially if you're going with E85.
Right.
But CP, I'm gonna bounce. I got the puppies and the wifey walking around me, giving me a signal. It's 11 o'clock, man.
I don't know if this is the first time we had you on, but I think it might be. So I appreciate
probably. Yeah. No, thanks for inviting me on, man. It was good times. I like I said, I've been kind of like staying low the last 3 months because I've been focused on me, taking care of me.
I understand. That's how it goes, man. You got to do what you got to do.
Yep. All right. Take care, man.
Yep. Take it easy.
Thanks everyone for listening to us talk.
Yeah, man. Anyway,
I know that stuff is not always. It is a part of auto repair, and I know it's not always the funnest to listen to. I know I've seen a few people, drop off, but I'll tell you what, guys, you believe it or not, that's why we talk about a lot of times. That's a lot of stuff I talk about off camera, and tools are not even as big. But I mean, these little problems they are real. DOD seems like the least bad thing to engine versus EG. Yeah, I will say people are definitely Luke and Block would be nice. DP, there's no winner here. Lies! All lies. Yes, sir. All I need is a thermal to keep moving in Texas winters. Later, Baja. Appreciate you guys. Sent Nick Pixel a link. I sent you a link, my friend. Send a link. Man, I can't believe we're going to have the great Nick Pixel on here. That's been, yeah, well, dude, back in the day, old school CP, the Tool Addict, was Nick Pixel and me. Like, Nick started when my YouTube was like 500 subscribers. Like, he was, he's been a friend of mine. He's a marketing guy. He always tries to tell me to keep my opinions to myself. He's the guy that tried reining me in for years and told me not to get on the bandwagon of hating on a Harbor Freight, and I never listened. Oh my Santa, here he is. Get out of town. I can't believe you came on here.
What is up?
Not much. And Nick is like the camera guru. Like, if you guys are wanting to know about camera stuff, YouTube stuff, and Nick's like the man. Like, this guy, he's sitting in his bunker, quote unquote bunker.
Still here, dude. Still here, dude. I just like, I don't know if it's like midnight, dude, or after midnight. I was like, I don't know if I want to go to bed or if I want to just stay rolling. You know what I mean? And I was just listening in while I'm getting some work done, and I was like, dude, just send me the link, dude. It's been too long, man. How you been doing? How's everybody doing?
Good for me, man. I've been waiting for this day to talk to you again. It's been you had your kid, and you've been doing kid things. How is the little man doing? Like,
he's doing good, man. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Like, honestly, man, like, I definitely miss YouTube. I don't really miss it, but like, I mean, the platform has definitely changed in the last couple of years, and I've dabbled and thrown some videos out here and there, but I had a lot of steam, dude. You know what I mean? I was getting 150,000 views a day, and like,
there's no wild. Nick can make content. I mean, like, he can make content. There's no doubt about it.
But then, like, almost losing your family, like, I'm not gonna lie. That took a lot out of me, dude. That took a lot of steam out of, you know what I mean? You refocus, like, I just had to reel it all in. You know what I mean?
I get it.
So I wasn't trying to ignore anybody. I just, I'll throw some videos out, whatever else. But that was wild. Now little man's 3 feet tall, and he's gonna be close here, dude. I mean, right now he's into just tractors and
love it.
Anything tools, man. If you're under the car, he's under the car.
Well, there you go.
I got to make a Milwaukee video, though, not to be like Milwaukee fanboy, but he learned the logo. So it's so funny to watch him, like, the neighbors were over here, the neighbor's son, he's like 18, 19 years old, and we were working on some stuff the other day, and, little man, some of his buddies came over, and they haven't met him. So he's showing him the chainsaw and a couple other things, and they're like, dude, how old's this kid? Whatever else. And I'm like, dude, he's wild, and kid had that t-shirt on, like one of those Milwaukee shirts, has a little tag, like just on the bottom side, and he goes up and he goes, Milwaukee Tools. And the kid goes, did he really just say that? I was like, yeah, dude, I don't know how he picked it up. Like, it's not like I sit there and tell him, like, hey, say Milwaukee, like, he just picked it up. So he knows the logo. And he'll be like, Milwaukee Tools are in the truck every time he sees something. But yeah, dude, it's just been wild, man. So I'm getting back into, like, I've been like slammed, trying to put the building up and the property and work. And I just 60 by 120.
Oh my, you're making me jealous.
That's gonna be I hope to cover that on the channel and stuff. But it's just been wild, man. So like doing all that, and then like I said, I just kind of reeled it in, man. It's not like if you're making YouTube videos and you're getting some traction and the snowball starts, aside from family stuff, keep it rolling. That'd be like my only advice. Like it's like I wish I would have kept it going, but I couldn't. We spent 3 months in the hospital. Like it was just like it was just too much, man. I had to focus on the core things, business and family. That, you know what I mean? It was like, and family first, and then business. But yeah, it was wild. So I'm just kind of like, I've been kind of just seeing what everybody's been up to, man, and checking in on channels, seeing how everybody's doing. Want to see how you guys were doing and how you're doing.
We got a whole new group of fellas here now. You've never met. This is Sergio.
What's up, Sergio?
Hi, how's it going, man?
He's a California guy. Sorry. We got to introduce. This is Nick Pixel TV. I know me and him were kind of talking, reminiscing there. But Nick Pixel, like I said, back when I started almost 5 years ago, and 500 subscribers. Like, he was one of my first subscribers. Contacted me. Nick is a very good filmography. I don't know what you call yourself. Like, what do you?
I mean, I own a marketing and web company, so like I just like videos, man. Like video production, web tech, IT, that kind of stuff. I mean, tech.
But he's a chainsaw guy.
Yeah.
Friends with fucking Billy Ray. Big. He's just he's an all around like jack of all trades, master of none. But like he's got it all down. And
you're one of those weird video guys.
Well, it's like interesting because
I can't say anything. I have a
people don't expect. It's just funny where like I put a Wi-Fi network in for a company. I don't know, a couple months ago, maybe it was last fall probably, and they were doing like a point to point between buildings. So like I'm technical, but like I'm also hands. I grew up working on cars and stuff like that. So it's hard to find like a person that's like technical and mechanical, electrical, like hands-on. And it was funny because they were like, hey, there's all these trees in the way of the building, and we had to get clear line of sight to the building. It was like 1,500 feet away, and I was like, well, I guess I'll quote you on that. And they were like, wait, tree work and stuff like that? And I'm like, you're gonna do the tree work? And I said, yeah, we'll take the bucket truck over, we'll freaking go up there and knock down. So
it's not like that complicated.
Yeah, go home, get all the different gear, come up with chainsaws. Like, yeah, I think I did a short on it or something. I was like, man, my kind of IT work involves a chainsaw. You know what I mean? So it's like you balance both worlds. I enjoy tech, and that's my day to day. That's how I make money and whatever else. But and video is a big part of that. When COVID and all that other stuff hit, it was like I had all this equipment. And I mean, cameras. And my wife was like, "You should just make a channel."
He helped me out tremendously with my YouTube channel. I have a lot of respect and thanks to give him for helping me out. We sat in, as he was saying,
dude. I was laughing earlier, dude. I was laughing. I was like,
shop.
Yeah, dude. I remember the first, like, it wasn't the first time, but I'm saying the one video. I just kind of like thinking like the funny times, dude, when you were getting going. Now you have more subscribers than me again. Welcome back. I'm just saying.
I'm sure you can turn it around in just a little bit, though, buddy.
No, I know. I'm just saying it was funny because like he started like bigger channel than me. I was like 1,000 subscribers, and then my channel was going crazy. And CP's like, dude, you're like, I don't even know what you're doing right now. Like you're going nuts. And then a lot of shit happened with the family. When my kid was born and everything else, and I come back like a couple months later. I'm like, CP's still doing the same thing. Like he's still going. And I saw you were like maybe 30,000 subscribers, whatever. I was like, damn it, now I got freaking work to do again, man. Because we bounced back and forth.
As many people want to see me quit, and I won't give up. That's my problem. Like, I never quit at anything, you know. I went 10 years, you know, in shooting and everything, you know, and I wouldn't stop. And everybody's like, dude, when are you gonna stop shooting? And then I kind of did stop shooting, but it's just one of those days. I found a day where I'm like, I've had enough, you know.
Dude, you're that video that night though. If people would have seen that, I think we were on like a private live stream, something. I don't know what the hell we were doing. We're just bullshitting FaceTime or something, and you were setting up, and you're like, I really want to make my background good, and like I need to get my lighting figured out, and it's like the old school like CP's back there like hanging, you know, shop lights, and hey, how's the lighting look? How's this? So we get it all done, and he's like, dude, is this going to be good? Which is, I love that. I love that, like shoestring, make it work, do whatever else, and go to town. So he gets it all done. I'm like, dude, your live stream's gonna be like 6 times better. Just the visual, the background, whatever else. Brand new tablet freaking falls off the freaking tripod because he has it all rigged to talk to me on this tripod, and freaking bloop, smack, shatters the screen. He was so freaking mad. I was like, after all that, I was like, all the good things, it all got set up. I was like, dude, you're good to go. You can fire up a stream tomorrow. Bang. He was so mad. But I was just thinking about that earlier tonight, dude. And I was like,
dude, that was the second one. Remember the first one that broke? When I was at the shop. When I was at the shop, and this one was at my home shop. It was when I broke the second one when we were setting up all the lights in this deal right here. Like I was moving toolboxes. And
that one night you spent, I forget how many hours you spent in that garage. I mean, I know numerous times overall, but you spent so many hours setting that up, dude. And I mean, it's, dude, you make that garage work, dude. I mean, the tool, you still got those Mac toolboxes, dude. So like, I
can't get rid of them because that's what I make money with.
It's been 4 years now, dude. I think you need to change your background again, man. That means 7 more toolboxes.
Well, that's the point of me building onto the garage. Like I've been saving up money, and I got a couple stones to rub together, and I'm trying to, you know, my buddy's like, he's building garages now again, and I was like, hey man, had him come over and give me an estimate. And then my cousin's doing concrete, and I'm like, well, what do you think about adding on this 20-foot section and doing concrete in the garage? And I was going to build a new one, but I mean, the problem is like material cost and things. I mean, you know,
dude, it's wild. Yeah, dude, it's wild right now. I mean, that's like, I got good people. So it's like, it's palatable, I guess, but I mean, it's not cheap, but, you know, everything. I mean, concrete has come down a little bit, and we need a pile of concrete. But you know, it's a lot of the inside. I'm gonna do once we get dried in. I'm gonna do a lot of the work myself. So that's gonna save a lot. Like we put a lot in our house this year, and I saved myself probably 40-50 grand by doing a lot of the work myself. You know, kitchen, bathroom. Like we redid a bunch of stuff, roof on the house. So I got everything done here. So we've been gradually moving some stuff out there, but yeah, I got so many tools and stuff and between both places. I mean, you know how it goes, man. It's like
you've been working out of what, that 10 by 20,
12 by 24. But dude, it's full. Like I couldn't even. If I invited you over, we couldn't even walk into the place. Like the 12 by 24 is full. Like even the center of it, where I used to keep like a hallway to pull my tractor. I just have so many tools. I mean, I did invest in a lot of tools this year, like contractor type tool. You know, I bought all the Milwaukee nailers, like framing nailer, the whole night. Like, so, you know, they'll pay for themselves by me doing some of this work. But I had some pneumatic stuff, and I was just like, dude, I'm always on the go, and I just want to like throw stuff in the truck and freaking go out and hammer. So, it's been wild, man. But yeah, it should be fun, dude. I'm gonna try to make some content. Been getting, like I said, I mean, I'm slammed with customer work, so that's what's hard. Is like that's what I'm working on right now. And I got to carve a little bit of time to put it back into YouTube because I do believe in it. I've been spending a little bit of time on X as well. I'm trying to upload some videos on X because I think Elon Musk is going to do something cool with that. And so I always suggest people to upload there as well because you never know. It's an up and coming platform, and it's, you know, right now it's more crypto politics, everything else. But I think they're launching some video tools, and I got some word on some of that stuff. So I think that could be cool. Don't expect a, you know, crazy amount of views. Some people's videos overperform there versus YouTube, but I like both platforms. So it's like, I'm still hammering for customers, learning a lot more. There's a lot of cool YouTube tools coming out right now, like YouTube Hype. You can hype comments and hype videos. So yeah, it's just got announced like yesterday, the day before, but it's almost like a pay to play thing, but they can hype comments. So like you can actually hype a video. So for creators under 500,000 subscribers, you can actually get a boost right off the bat, and your fans can actually help boost your video. It won't affect algorithm, but like there's just a lot of things with YouTube right now. So I'm like, I kind of want to get back. I mean, I'm still like, how do you say it? Like, even though I haven't been making content, it's not like I've just like, oh, I'm not on YouTube. I'm not like, I live and breathe and eat tech. So, for client work and everything else, I'm doing that stuff. And it's just, so I'm into it still, just as I've always been. I just haven't been like taking the time to like make videos for my own channel, I guess is what I would say. But
I'm just doing my own thing. I barely pay attention to a lot of what's going on around, obviously, because I had no idea about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff coming out. Just Google, hit their blog, YouTube blog, or
well, I'm on a creator deal, and I just stopped doing. They sent me an email today, and I was like, I was like, I'm out. I don't even. They wanted me to do a chat, and I was like, I ain't got time for that.
I just wanted to say something to Zep, dude. Zep, I haven't seen Zep in a long time, man. But he said, why don't you get your son to say Icon instead of Milwaukee? Yeah, I'll work on that, Zep. I'm sure he can learn. Dude, if he could say Milwaukee Tools, and he says it like in a way where sometimes it's real crystal clear, and sometimes he's just Milwaukee Tool, you know what I mean? And I'll work on that and see what we can do. But I just thought that was cool. But I just wanted to say hi to people in the chat. 60 by 20 with a 4-inch
dude,
pad.
Buffalo was in here today. A lot of guys, Chaka's been around forever. We got Frosty Iceman. I see that. Sergio is deep going on. Frosty, Fluffy's one of the new guys.
Yeah,
Fluffy's
it's funny. I was
almost
actually looking at your channel, dude. I'm like, oh, hey, I have one of those cameras. I have an R5.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yes.
See, I'm more photography, but
dude,
I'm still
Sergio,
kind of figuring out all the video stuff we can do.
So the R5 is great. The image wobble is horrible, dude. Like, it is an excellent. It does great videos. Don't get me wrong. I have the R5 in the truck. I'm actually running the R5 II right now.
Yeah.
It was just released like a month ago or a month and a half
something
ago.
like that. Yeah. And I literally just bought this like a month and a half ago.
No, that was a good move though. Cause if you got, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, but
it was discounted. So like it had like a rebate, and I'm like, all right, it's a pretty good deal. And I could use the adapter for the EF lenses I already have. So
I bet this is actually like just fun stuff. I'm glad. CP, thanks for inviting me. But yeah, I just I've been messing around. Like, dude, cameras are like.
What do you got for sale?
Dude, I actually have a ton. I'm gonna sell some cameras, dude, because I haven't sold anything, and people have been asking me, and I'm like, I gotta move some stuff. Like, I have this is the Lumix GH6. So I bought this when we were like around. I pre-ordered it when we were like in the hospital, and it came out after my son was born, and I didn't realize we were gonna be in children's hospital and helicopter rides and everything else. I bet you I used this camera maybe twice, but the Lumix GH6, I have the GH5, the GH5S is what I'm filming on or live streaming with right now. This is the GH5S Mark II. I'm just like crazy. I have the Canon R5. I'm going to sell my R5. See, I should have called Sergio and just sold him my freaking R5. It's like mint, but
you got a DJI Osmo 2 Pocket?
I got Osmos because I've been running the Osmo Pocket 3. I like that.
That's the one I'm talking about. The 3 then maybe. I'm keeping
the 3 right now. Honestly, that's a great camera for $800. ND filters, you get that kit $150. I mean, you're right around $1,000. Everything all in, microphone, wireless. It's the bomb, stability, everything else. But I'm telling you. The camera to buy if you're into vlogging, I'm not even this is like, please just use my freaking links. The camera to buy, dude, if you're into vlogging right now, I know people are gonna be like, what is the Lumix GH7? Dude, this GH7 I did a couple videos on it. The stability of this camera and what they have done and now they finally got, Lumix was always known for like not the greatest autofocus. They transitioned to a new autofocus system finally in this camera. And literally this is probably, you know, when you buy a tool and it just, whether it becomes natural or you just have a tool that makes you fit. It could be a tape, man. It could be anything that like you just, it makes it fun to actually work on something. Is that like come across? Am I explaining that right?
I get what you're saying. You're like, you get it, and then you're like, man, I can't wait to use this on something.
Yeah, or like you're just like, I want to use this all the time. It's my go-to, like whatever.
That's how I feel about my one snap-on ratchet. Is like, it's the one with the not the flex head, but the multi-position one, and it's like, this is such like, I mean, you could use it as a regular ratchet if you want to, but it's like I want to use that every time I can.
Yeah, like it don't matter the cost. Yeah. Like you could have something expensive, inexpensive, whatever. It's just like your go-to, makes you feel good when you're using it, and it's just like, now I've used a lot of Lumix cameras. I've used a lot of a Canon. I'm probably shy on the Sony side. I have a couple Sony cameras, but I just didn't do the full swap because lenses are like crazy expensive. So
that's why I went with the R5. Is I'm like, oh, I can just use it, get an adapter, and use my old lenses. And
your EF lens, you're using EF lenses, So
I have like I only use like, I have a 24 to 105. This is a 17 to 40, and then 50.
I never took you for
really the only three lenses I use.
You've been holding out on us. I didn't know you were a camera guy. I know,
dude. This is funny, dude. Like, I mean, it's just the tools. Hey, dude, there's people like you could have 10 grand in cameras or 100 grand in cameras, and there's people that have $100,000 excavator. So it ain't a Bobcat costs 80 grand. You know what I mean? Like, it's all whatever you're into and whatever the tools to get the job done.
That's all I always say. Usually, the guy that tells me that I usually find that the guy that's an Icon tool lover has a $90,000 truck. And I'm like, dude, why do you need a $90,000 truck and then you buy Icon tools? Like, you're bagging on something like that
because you have a $90,000 truck, dude. Like, exactly. I'm looking at like excavators and freaking skid steers and stuff like that. I'm like, Jesus, I'm gonna have more money in machinery than I'll have in the property and everything else.
You know what's funny? Talking about Snap-on though, my Snap-on guy, he bought a new new tool truck, so he has his old one. He's like, the responsible thing to do would be to sell that one and use that money and put it, to help pay down the new truck. But what I really want to do is I want to sell that and buy a new Bobcat.
Dude, I'm like, it's like your gears shift, and I'm like, dude, if you buy a machine that's at least semi-towable, then you need a truck to tow it. I'm like, you need a trailer. So buying a decent trailer, you're $10,000 in a trailer. You're freaking $100,000 in an F350 diesel or a Denali or something like that. I'm like, this world is freaking crazy. Like, I don't like to swear on people's live streams, but I'm like, it's freaking crazy. You know what I mean? And it's just wild. So like, you got to be making money with the tools, or saving yourself like a massive amount of money. But man, you get into stuff. It's like the days of prior to the pandemic. I should have bought all this stuff because there's people that have bought tractors and mini excavators and stuff before that, put 1,000 hours on them and still selling them for what they paid for the dang things.
Yeah.
4 years later, I'm like, man, and now the prices are high.
Hindsight's 2020. I'll tell you what, dude, all those times we sat back there, but you know what? You couldn't spend enough money during the pandemic because everybody was spending money during the pandemic. And you couldn't spend enough. I was buying tools like a wild man because I felt like this was going to happen. I think it's all come down to where you put your money, wherever,
I mean, you invest in assets. I mean, put it this way: you could at least if you buy tools or something that you have the opportunity to make money with, or they don't. Technology sucks. Like in my industry, it's like if you hold on to a camera for freaking 3 years, it's like the price is gone. So you have a window to make money with it, and you can still use, like, some of these cameras are great, and you can still make them excellent.
You mean like this camera?
Yeah, like you
That's
should
a film
sell
camera.
Yeah, you should sell that camera to. Like, the responsible thing for Nick to do would be sell some of these cameras to,
right?
But I never end up getting rid of them. And it's just like, that's why CP has 100,000 ratchets in his freaking toolbox.
I thought that too. And that's why I still have a 6D and a 60D in that bucket.
Yeah, the 60. Yeah. You like, hey, I'm going to, The idea is like, oh, I'm going to sell this camera. I'm going to get the new one. But you have to pre-order, buy the new one. So then you buy the new one and you're like, you forget about it for a couple months. It becomes 6 more months later. And now you're like, oh, the camera. I just went through that with the iPhone. I have a brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max that when I got the 15 Pro Max, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna buy it because I buy all my phones.
I've had the same phone for like 4 years.
Well, I went to the 15 Pro Max. The 14 Pro Max has been sitting in my freaking bunker here since it came out. I used it for like 4 months. It's basically brand new. And now I have the 16 coming. So I was like, I'm gonna keep the 16 and the 15. And I'm like, what? Like, I'll just trade it in. So I traded in the 14, where I normally what I do every year, and I found like in business, like it's cost of doing business.
Right.
I'll typically buy the new phone. It's $1,500, give or take, and then sell the old one for like $1,000 used. And that's why I buy them outright, because I don't want to be tied to a plan or whatever else. But so it cost me $500 a year, give or take, to keep a new phone. And if they make
the Browns to Super Bowl,
oh, go ahead, man. If it makes a difference, like if they upgrade something, like aside from like just a processor bump or memory or some BS, like
right.
I that's why I waited on the 14 and 15. It wasn't like crazy. Actually, the 14 has a better a macro lens, like close up, than the 15, and then now the 16. But the 16, they added the 4K 120p slow motion stuff like that. So I was like, all right, I'll get the freaking new phone. So I got that. So if they do a drastic bump, I'll change. But like, I just figure on like, hey, I'm gonna spend $500 a year and I'm gonna have the latest and greatest phone. But yeah, the stuff sits too long. So I don't know. But tools in technology, you got to unload it. In tools,
phones are expensive, dude. $500. Like they want for a new phone. For what I was looking at upgrading, the new phone is like $1,100.
iPhone 16 Pro Max. I got the 1 terabyte drive. It's the first time that I've actually upgraded to 1 terabyte, because if you film if you film in log, like these files are like huge. So just like a camera would be, but you'll fill up a phone quickly. And I already have 50,000 photos on my phone, so and video like 4,000 videos. So I was like, I'm almost using 400, 500 gig right now. And if I switch it into the HDR, like all the high end settings, then it's like, dude, we have to clear up space, and I have to clear up. So I was like, I'm gonna get the 1 terabyte phone. Dude, that phone's like $1,600 freaking dollars. And I'm like, $1,600 for a freaking phone. I typically have bought 512s. But this will be the first one big. But like MacBooks, dude, like everything, dude, like $5,500 for a freaking MacBook. Like, I don't know. I mean, and like I try to rotate, main gear, I rotate. Cameras, I kind of have this thing where I sometimes like to go back and run an old camera. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just been wild. So still moving and grooving, brother. Still moving and grooving.
Are you gonna be moving out to your new place, or
Yeah, we're like balancing that right now. So we got this whole place done. We did a kitchen, a bathroom, a roof, electrical systems done. Like everything's ready to go to rent, this place out and do whatever. So we've been like moving some stuff out there, but right now it's the DEP on the permitting and stuff like that. So the septic permits and all that kind of stuff, and sizing the septic system, and that's what we're going through right now. The idea was to be dried in by the time the snow flies here. So we're going out there tomorrow. Like we got stuff to do out there tomorrow. I've just been toying around with some little things like the water system, electrical system. I got all the electrical panels there for like the outdoor electrical panel, the one for the house that's on the property, the one that we're going to use for the new building. Like I already have stuff acquired. It's like, I just wanted to buy it and then have it there ready to rock and roll. So there's been some significant investments there. It's just getting all the permitting and stuff and layouts and how we're going to like it's easy to build around a house. If you have a house already and you're like, oh, I want to build a garage and I'm going to put it here because it makes sense because the house is here. When you have like open space and you don't know where to put stuff, I'm like, well, what if someday I want a road there? Or what if someday I want to put another building here? Or if the pond's here, it's like, it's kind of hard to lay out. So I have a guy doing like some designs and drawings for me, like to actually put it 3D model on the land. so we could see what stuff looks like and where you face stuff, and stuff for heating and cooling and all that kind of stuff. So it's been pretty like it's a process. We're learning, you know what I mean? It's not something that I can't. I have a retired contractor that's doing some work for me right now to just help me out, because my time is best spent on company stuff and like business, you know what I mean? So like that's what I have to focus on, and that is like secondary for the family. But we go out there. We were gonna go out there tonight, and then I ended up doing some work here. Little man fell asleep, and
you got a tractor yet?
What's that?
You buy a tractor?
No, so I was looking. I almost did. I almost pulled the trigger the one day on like either a Coyote, or I was looking at Bobcats, but or not Bobcat, Kubotas. But my Kubota and Bobcat dealership are together. So anyway, well, they're together, but they're not together, same owner. But I was looking at those, and like I almost bought one, because they always have, like, they're trying to unload these things, but they'll give you like 0% or whatever else. And I was almost went and bought one the one day, like cash. I was like, I'm just gonna go freaking buy a tractor today. But what I thought about is the digging that I have to do, and this is actually an interesting conversation, but a lot of people go out and buy used equipment, get their jobs done. Like if I could do all my foundation work and all my stuff that I need to do, like I could save myself 30, 40 grand. Like even in the septic system and stuff like that, you could save yourself a ton of money. So you could buy a piece of equipment when you need it. The tractor for me would be like the end game once the property is up and running, because the tractor is great, but the backhoe attachment on a tractor aren't that great. You have to get off the backhoe to move the machine. You move the machine a couple feet, you have to swap to the back seat again. Like you could get a backhoe and just rotate the seat around, but then they're clunky, they're bigger, they're not as fast, they're not as agile. You can't get into this place. So there's things like that, especially like they're good for like digging, massive digging or moving dirt. So what I thought and what I've been thinking about lately is like, I think the hybrid approach, like ideally in a perfect world, if I had the money, I'd buy a skid steer and a mini excavator. Somewhere in the 10,000 pounds, maybe even 11,000, something that's still towable, but like you have to stay under the CDL range if you want to actually move it anywhere. So that's a whole joke in itself. But
yeah, but you got a Ritchie Brothers out there and Diesel Creek.
Yeah, but so I was thinking, like, I think the best deal on if you're like building a property out, and it's not like we have like we have 50 acres, so like there's a lot of ground I could move and do things with, or like big trees. And I want to buy machinery that's big enough, but like also affordable, used, whatever. But I think the answer right now is like a tractor. Well, one, I can't afford a mini excavator and with doing all this, a mini excavator and a like track steer, right?
Right.
So I thought I need a bucket, buy a decent sized tractor, maybe like 40 horsepower, 50 horsepower, with the bucket, and you have that quick attach. On the back of that, I'd have brush hog and keep the back open for just farming attachments, whatever, and then buy the mini excavator. So if I buy the mini excavator, I can loosen dirt and move dirt, because like tractors aren't really made to, like, you ain't digging. Like you take a track steer and have a tooth bucket, you could just literally dig straight into, you could just push. It's like a bulldozer, right? Tractors, they get finicky, the arms are longer, you feel, unless you buy a big enough tractor, and then they're not as agile either. So like I just thought the best of both worlds would be like a tractor with the bucket, leave the back open for like maybe a finish mower or a brush hog, and then have your mini excavator for digging, moving, doing all that kind of stuff. And we got a lot of stuff to, dig and move. So I don't know. That's where I left off. I almost did buy the tractor the one day with the bucket. Like they have some decent deals out, 0% kind of stuff, where I'm just like, hey, $500 a month, you can have about whatever you want in the tractor world. But
I just about bought a tractor a couple months ago. I drove a 65 or 75C Farmall. I drove a John Deere at the fair, and then they had the dealer was there, and he's like, "Why don't you jump in one of these? You've been driving a John Deere all day." And you guys know me, I'm a IH guy, but he almost had me bought into buying it. Man, these little tractors ain't nothing like they used to. They drive themselves. They're just so.
Oh yeah,
they're silly.
You don't got a Lamborghini tractor?
Well, I mean, that would have been a Lamborghini tractor, 75
But
seating.
then you buy a tractor, dude. You need a bigger garage, and then it just steamrolls, man.
Like Lamborghini still makes tractors. It's funny.
Oh, do they? I
Yeah,
guess I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, they originally were a tractor company.
Dude, I hope I didn't throw your chat off like too much, man. I mean,
no, I don't care.
We're like on the whole.
We were on for 2 hours. We're on 3 hours. We're just BSing now. But
yeah.
this is, the regular chat has ended. For anybody who hasn't figured it out, we're on random topics now. So,
So the funny thing is, Sergio's back now, man. And I saw Quick Wrench said he was like, dude, I just looked at the chat window, but he's like taking care of his mom. I hope his mom's all right.
Yeah.
But
he said something about she was all right. Just they lost power or something like that. I'm sure he'll be back. He just ran on a pop in.
But back while Sergio's back, because I don't want to forget about this. Back, honestly, I'm like things that like you just have fun. Like I like the Osmo Pocket 3.
Yes,
but I don't. When I'm holding this little camera and like it's great, right? Film in D-Log with it, like to get the dynamic range, but it just doesn't make me tick. You know what I mean? Like, what does that Wrangler Star say? Like, it gives you the fizz or whatever else. You know, like
that's something James May says. That's where he stole it from.
Yeah, or what? Yeah. So like,
he says what
gives you the fizz,
like a tool that gives you the fizz or whatever. Like this camera here, I'm telling you, it's one of these cameras you can just turn on, throw a 9mm lens on, and you're gonna get stable, in focus, whatever else. The R5, the R5 II, image wobble, freaking galore, whatever. It's just, I don't know. The Canon has to make a change there. They're supposed to do a firmware update in a week. Maybe they'll fix some things, but I don't know. It's funny.
You talk about like D-Log. I didn't know. Like I knew what my camera could do, and I was messing with it. I'm like, why is it all washed out and unsaturated? What the hell's going on? I didn't realize like, oh, that's the way it films, and you got to color correct it.
Film in a flat profile and then add the LUT onto it.
Yeah, and I'm just like, that's so. I hate video. I like photos.
No. Well, honestly, so get this. So I'm about to send the R5 II back because I'm like, they didn't do shit. I'm about to just. I swore on your channel, sorry, dude. But I'm like, they didn't do anything with this. That's like they did make some drastic adjustments, whatever else, but it wasn't like necessarily. It's a great hybrid camera. Yeah, it's an update. It's a great hybrid camera for if you're doing like a locked off video shot, or if you're doing like minor motion or whatever else, like you can get some epic video on that camera on both of them, really. Yeah. But I've always been like into photos as well, and I do a lot of client photo stuff and whatever else, and I have the 15 to 35 RF. I have the 70 to 200 RF, all 2.8s. I have the 24 to 105. That's the f4. I have the 35 mil, I think, and those have all been great lens. But literally, I went wild like a couple weeks ago, and I just said, okay, I'm gonna go buy the 70 to 200, right, 2.8, and that has really inspired me to take. I was just taking some photos with my kid and like bouncing around and did some client work with it, and I'm like the reach on it, and then just the compression and everything else, and like it's freaking crazy, as far as size and weight and all that.
Does it have a lock on it, like so like the barrel doesn't extend if like
you're not so it's locked now, but you could lock it. I mean,
like I use like this 24 to 105 all the time, and the thing I hate is when I have it on a strap, you'll be walking and then it's because my hand's there, but look, it just comes out on its own. So
the 24 to RF, the RF one, the 24 to 105, which literally sits. I should sell this lens because it literally sits on my desk, but
I'll buy it off you.
I literally like it's been sitting there for. Now that I got the 7200 and it is but it does have the lock on it, which is nice. You know what I mean?
No, it's just annoying, like walking around with it, and it's like I have this habit of I just keep pushing in the lens. It's just like,
but even with the 7200, you're not going to walk around like vlog like.
Oh no, but like I'm saying, like on like a like
tripod, camera strap. Camera strap. Yeah, but the 7200, dude. Honestly, like I love my 24-70. It hasn't left my camera in like the last 2 weeks. I've just been like, reaching out, grabbing stuff. I'm like, it's not necessarily like a bird in the sky type of thing. You can get some really good shots and crop, but it's just
it's crazy what you can do with. Like I'm like, dude, I've never had a camera with this many megapixels. Like I was on a roof the other day working, and I had my camera with me because I was downtown in San Diego. I'm like, oh, I wonder like how good the crop is on this. Like I just had the 50 millimeter on there, and there's planes coming overhead.
Nifty 50, dude. Yeah,
and there's planes coming overhead. Like, and I'm like, oh, I wonder how well I could crop it. And it says, I'm like, take the picture, and I'm like, get home, and I'm like, holy crap! Like, dude, you could still see. I could damn near see people in the windows.
Yeah, dude, I was taking photos with the 7200. So like, we had I live by like Flight 93, right? And we've just had all the presidents, presidents, vice president, Trump,
right?
Yeah. Trump was here, like everybody was here. So I was on the street, like taking photos. Like they're what do they call the brigade or what they're all their car, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the motorcade.
The motorcade, that's what I was.
Yeah.
So they're driving by, and I'm like pulling this lens up. I'm like, I'm gonna get sniped, dude. I'm like, the police are definitely gonna stop me. So, but I'm on my property, so I'm like, the heck of it, you know what I mean? So I'm getting photos of the cars driving by, and dude, the chopper comes up out of the freaking like right around Flight 9, comes up. It's like it's circling around me. And, like I thought it was just going back to the airport, It's circling around me, and I'm like, dude, like what's going on? So I take the freaking camera, and I'm like, and I'm taking some pictures of it, and I zoom in on the camera on the screen. I'm like, I pinch it and zoom, and it's like Pennsylvania State Police. I'm like, well, I'm definitely on the radar right now.
Yeah.
So then a cop comes up. I could see people talking to people, and they come up to me, and they're like, hey, dude, you're all right. Just stay back away from the road just a little bit when they drive through, because it freaks people out right now. And I'm like, I get it, dude. Plus I have this down like at my hip, and they don't know if that's a scope or whatever else. I got a tripod set up, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh God, this is not good, but they were really cool, and they didn't bother me at all. And I got some really cool shots, but like this lens hasn't left my camera in a couple days. I have the 70-200 on the R5, and that's in the truck, but that's also been a lens, dude. Like honestly, like you should consider for the R5, because it really made it's like $3,000 or whatever. They have it like on sale for like $400 off.
Yeah,
but it's I don't know, man. I got photos of my kid that I'm like, I would have paid $3,000 to have that picture, just to have that picture. I was like, it's something in my client work. Like I did a couple client projects with it already, and so it's kind of like paid for itself. But that has been a tool that for all this time, it's just like these little things where I'm like, you don't know what you don't know, or like, it's not that I haven't run one before on other people's cameras, but I just was like, I don't need it. The 24-70 is fine. And then I get one, and I'm just and I'm just like, maybe I kind of do want one of these. So like, I don't know, man. It's never ending. But somebody asked me something.
Fluffy asked you about the folding. I'm curious about this too. What the hell is a folding Samsung TV? Like, what the hell is that?
The phone, I know that.
I never have a Z Fold phone. I don't like that idea of having a folding phone, the Z Fold Samsung. But I don't know.
The technologies have come a long way with that. Like I haven't dude, they got roll up TVs and stuff like that now. Like you can just roll them up. The technology's come a long way, but the components for a lot, like even like the real thin TVs, you have to have the box somewhere else. So, you have the screen, and then the controls and everything else, and where you plug your cables into. So like, to me, I don't know. I haven't really, TVs are one of the things I don't upgrade.
They got projectors for your phones, and you just basically can like play shit through your phone. I mean, like it is wild. Like
I'll buy a nice TV when the first Samsung TV came out. I ordered a bunch for like in our displays and for our office, and I still actually have that upstairs. It was like the first really thin like TV. It was probably like the thickness of like my pinky or my, it was like 2009, and I paid like $3,700 or something for this TV.
Oh, dude, they were ridiculous.
It was crazy when it first came out, and that like now they're a dime a dozen, but I used to buy really good TVs. I have a a decent TV in our toy hauler. I have a decent TV in the bunker here for like my security cameras. That's what I was just actually watching. But upstairs, like my TV's from like 2009 because it was the best TV you could buy in 2009. So it's still like it's still okay. But literally, like I don't actually watch TV. I have a 43-inch widescreen 4K monitor.
Dude, I watch videos. You remember that computer I bought?
I remember that.
So that thing took a shit on me, and the keys went out of it. Check this out, dude. $500 to put a freaking touchpad in. What do they call that? Touch. I forget what they called the stupid thing on the computer. Couldn't find one. I had to take it to computer specialist. They claimed they had a dealer to get it to them. And what do they call the touch where you put your hands? They call it a what's a
trackpad?
No, they called it something because they didn't call it a keyboard. They call it the freaking. Come on, you're a computer guy, Nick.
I'm not actually.
What's the wrist?
I'm a mechanic today on a mechanic channel.
Whatever.
So
anyway, it was $500, and it took them 6 weeks to get one in for that computer, and it's only 2 years old. Oh my God, it's the mini axe, the legend of the mini axe, dude. We have like Nick's got custom axes. We're gonna switch gears again here. What's that? Oh, the screwdriver. Little climb set.
Little climb set, dude. Hey, it works for protection.
Wait a second. What about the pliers? The friendship pliers.
Friendship pliers, dude. They're around here somewhere. I literally got boxes. There's a set in my truck in my center console, and there's a set around here somewhere, but I don't know where they're at. But those are I still see that, dude. I think about I bought 3 sets of those to give to people that I considered friends, and I still have those like brand new in the containers. And there's probably like 7 new models out by now, but it is what it is.
Well, I mean, like I don't, if I don't use it on my tablet, my phone, or my computer, that's all I watch on. I have a TV. I bought a brand new TV like probably 5 years ago, and it shit out on me. That's how terrible TVs are, and I never replaced it in my, like. And then I've got, this is no joke. I'm not even kidding you. I have the last 4K projection screen TV known to existence, still sitting in my.
You still have the bunny ears, though, don't you?
Yes, I still have the bunny ears.
Yeah, I was just saying, you run the wire.
Yes, I still have bunny ears. I'm not joking you, dude. I have a 4K projection, like the big box TV, that I've never pulled out of my house. It is right now. People would shit if they seen this thing because it's been sitting in my house since I moved in here 14 years ago. I bought it brand new from Sears in 2001. It's 23 years old, and I could still watch TV on it in 4K and it's the projection.
Gran Turismo. I assume you guys use full frame sensor cameras as opposed to crop sensor cameras like my T7i. Dude, yes, full frame is good. I'm telling you, this is micro 4/3. My favorite camera right now. I don't even care. And somebody mentioned Olympus, which they still make a really good camera. They make micro 4/3 stuff.
That's the last camera
this is micro 4/3, dude. The sensor is like
tiny.
It's I can't even, what am I?
It's like a postage stamp.
That, I mean, it's tiny. You know what I mean? But it does. They've.
You know what? You know what I've been having a problem with? Really, my Rode mics. So I've always wanted to ask you about this. And I got the Rode mic, the wireless Rode mics, right? But my old like fuzzy Rode mics seem like the audio is terrible on them. On my phone now, and I don't know why. If it's just because the newer phone with the older Rode mics, or have you know anything about that?
Like these ones, those ones.
Yeah, well, mine's the dead cat version, but same thing. I suppose.
Oh yeah, no, you can just change that. They come with both, but
yeah. But so I wonder if I got a bad adapter from the USB-C because it's got the plug-in style, and you got to do the adapter from the USB-C. Have you ever heard of that? Have you heard of that?
I mean, it could be audio settings, dude. It could be.
No, I tried audio settings. There's nothing on my phone that I can do audio settings. I wonder if it's got a bad cable. Like when I do, my phone sounds better. Of course, it isn't. It's an S24, but I don't know if the phones are just better microphones than the Rode mics are. Now, I mean, do you know anything about that? Are the phones having better pickup on sound now?
If you compare like a directional shotgun microphone to like a phone, now the new iPhone, the iPhone 16 has some pretty cool stuff with what they're doing with video, like where you can isolate. But so you got to look at like a phone. A phone does a lot of processing for you. So just like a phone does good in lower light, like the sensor in this is you know what I'm saying? They're tiny.
Right.
So there's a lot of computational photography that's happening in the device where the chip and the processor is doing work to make the image look the best that it can. Whereas historically, cameras have lagged behind in the processor technology. So now, like this new camera has like a processor that does one thing, a processor that does like the AI stuff and the autofocus and all the. So they're coming along with that technology, but the same as like audio. So your audio could be processed as well. So it's hard to say. I mean, I'd start with a cable because typically the Rode mics don't go like bad.
No, this
provided they don't get wet. I mean, I have some of the oldest Rode mics that are still like
this one's like
great,
10, 12 years old.
Yeah.
Still works.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you might think the sounds better. Like I always try to listen to stuff like with headphones. And a big thing right now is like YouTube. They're really pushing like content, like because more and more people are watching YouTube. It's funny how things go full circle, but more and more people are watching YouTube on TVs, whereas before people never really thought of TVs. It's like it's still the mobile and everything else. So like what sounds good on mobile may not sound good on TVs, especially like bass and stuff like that. So, a phone is typically capturing like around the whole environment. Whereas a directional, you really have to be, if you have that mic sideways or if you're off and you're not really like straight onto it or close enough, that could be an issue too. So like I'll always try to say like, they make mics that have rear capsules too. So Deity is a company that makes a mic that has a back capsule and a front capsule. So if you're turning the camera around, but even cameras have added more mics and more filtration and I guess noise reduction and things like that. They're wind limiters, all that kind of stuff. They're getting better with software in cameras, but I run my stuff like as low dB gain as possible and let the mic do the job and then adjust it afterwards. But I mean, you can't really judge it off my channel because on my channel, I don't really like, I'm not putting all that effort in necessarily on, certain videos, like for my YouTube channel. I really should, but it takes way more time. And that's one thing I don't have much of. So it's, but like client work, like, you want to have good audio. And like, if you're really focused on your channel, you definitely want to have, I think audio is probably just as important, or if not more important than the video quality, especially with, how people are consuming content today.
Dude,
one of the ones I picked up was these. I saw them on Amazon, and there was one guy's like, "We use it for a motion picture." I'm like, "All right, I'll try them." These Cincos.
Yeah, and they're all
Rode. It looks like exactly like the Rode.
Yeah,
mic.
they all
look the same.
DJI has good mics. I mean, Rode has good mics. I mean, Rode sent me a set of mics. I mean,
the reason I like these ones because they came with little lavs.
Yeah,
because like I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like it's like such a pet peeve when I see like somebody's video and they just have it like clipped to their shirt like this, and it's like, that's like, I don't know, it's like an eyesore to me.
That's me. I honestly, I'd rather have just these. I don't really even.
Yeah,
like I'll try to hide mics, but the new Rode mic Video Mic Pros come with. Use my link in the description, but the new Rode wireless mic. I just got to do it because like it seems like all content we consume nowadays is
everywhere you go now. Everywhere you go, it's like make sure you hit
but every video is like sponsored. Like it's
like
the whole world just advertisements right now. And then our older generation, and not to like say like older whatever, like they don't even know that they're watching an ad. And I'm like, when you're on the other side of it and you're on the creator side, and I get people want to make money and using links and doing whatever else, but like there's a level of like, my God, I load my feed up and like these people are on there and like they're content creators, but the only thing they're creating is buy this, or man, I just tried on this t-shirt and oh my God, it fits me so great and everybody should have this shirt. By the way, here's my link. Or it's just like I miss the old, and I think it's going to get crazy with this new YouTube tools because I think it's going to get worse actually.
I just need to hire somebody to freaking make videos for me or edit videos and film, and then dude, the rest would be my day.
You know what's interesting? That stuff gets views, but my best performing videos, like in my personal experience, have been like ones where, you know, and I can do a sponsored ad where people like are not sponsored, but like I can do something where if I talk about something, I truly mean it. So like if I'm telling you to get something, like I actually mean it, but I don't like just make it like, oh, I guess that's the benefit where you don't have to make money. Like I don't have to make money from YouTube. It'd be nice. It's nice, but like I could actually still be authentic and solid and be like, look, this isn't my main thing. So like if I'm gonna recommend something to you, I at least want to know that it works and I think you would enjoy it and you would have that fizz or whatever you want to call it with a product or a company that stands behind their stuff. And CP knows how many freaking Rode mics I've broken and gone through and they quit. Rode sends me a new one. They make it easy. They're like, they update their firmware all the time. So like,
oh, I can't even update my firmware on my Rode. That's why I think my shit's messed up. That's
well,
why
on the regular mics, but I was saying like on the wireless mics, you can plug into the app. They update their apps.
No,
they maintain.
mine won't even update. Mine won't even update because I got to go to my computer. That's how the whole thing spun out of control.
Well,
I went to go update my Rode mics, and I had tried to get my computer, and the A button wouldn't work on my computer keyboard. And
they launched the mobile app now, so you can get
it doesn't work. You have to go into the deal. Trust me, Nick. It went way out of control. Believe you me, I'm so like pissed off about this whole ordeal. You have no idea, man. And maybe I don't know what I'm doing because I downloaded the Rode app and it literally told me you need to hook up to a computer because you've never updated your.
Well, yeah, you probably were on the oldest firmware, so yeah, dude. Hey, dude, go to the public library, man, and freaking plug into their computer.
Listen, the fact that I've made it to 34,000 subscribers on YouTube should blow people's minds.
Dude. But go walk
people
into
don't really understand how much I suck at this stuff. I mean, I have just been winging it through this.
No, we know you suck, dude. We just don't say nothing.
Well, people tell me I suck all the time, and I'm cool with it. I don't mind that. I am a slackjaw hillbilly. Believe you me.
Just go to Best Buy, dude, and freaking talk to the Geek Squad and say, "Let me use a computer for 5 minutes," and plug into one of their laptops on the counter and freaking update your mic. Just be like, "Yo, I'm a YouTuber, and I'm gonna need to commandeer the system for a minute. Let me update my stuff, and I'll be out."
Just get your whip out your official YouTube badge.
Dude, Nick honestly was like, he's literally like the crutch that I lost since I hadn't been talking to him. Nick, I mean, I'm being true honest here. Like, Nick is literally the only reason my channel went from 480 to 1080p was because of Nick. I mean, that's no joke. And I'm not like, I don't know anything about this shit. I was just like, oh, I'm going to make a video, upload it. Like, I didn't have any video stabilization, lighting. Like, dude, I have more equipment, camera equipment. I bought a GoPro. Dude, I have the GoPro sitting right here. The GoPro I bought. What is this thing? The Hero that I bought off you.
Yeah, those are the ones I should sell too. Like, I literally have 4 GoPros sitting here that, like, I always tell myself, I'll sell the old one and get the new one, and then they just sit here, dude.
I bought my DJI Osmo off Nick, and I made a lot of videos with it. What model is this GoPro? Was it an 8?
Yeah, probably back in, dude. Yeah, probably. We're on what?
Never used MD filters that I bought it off, Nick. I spent like I don't know how much I paid you, like $500.
Yeah, well, you were in the mode of you were trying to get out of the shop videos. You were like, oh, I just want to be on the go and make some videos, like walking around or whatever. So I was like, well, the easiest way would be like a GoPro with an ND filter, and in daylight they're gonna film good videos. And then I think you went to like one show or whatever. Then you got the Osmo because you're like, oh, the stabilization and whatever. But you definitely like it's all really what you're doing. But that's part of being a YouTuber.
I don't have time to mess around with the shit, and I don't trust anybody to get information from. So, like, I don't, whatever. It was like you were the only person I would ever trust to talk to. This is funny though. CP has to start. Everybody has to start somewhere. You'll get better over time once you get used to how things work. It's been 5 years. It's been 5 years. Dave.
I think I was well. Hasn't Gran Turismo been here a long time? Yeah, I feel like I remember Gran Turismo being here
a long time. Yeah, dude. The fact that like Checkmate came in and Hero Rider and some of these OG guys tonight, like it's just crazy
Chef Shade Tree. Like I remember some of these names. Dude, I've been out of the game for a minute, dude. I've watched some of your streams, dude. Like when you're sorry to hear about your dog, man, or what. Like your puppy passed away, dude. I left a comment, but I think I think you banned me inadvertently or something because I used to have a blue wrench. Now I'm just like a regular dude. You know, I came in and said hi the one day. Nobody said hi.
I had to delete everybody.
But then all my comments weren't even showing. So I'm like,
no, I had to delete all the blue wrenches because I had so many people that were like jacking with my channel. Dude, there was a whole mess of shit.
I probably missed a lot of stuff. It's all water under the bridge.
It's good. Trust me, you know the time that you left was right when that was all happening. It is all good. You know, like my life's better now. I'm happy. The people that I'm surrounded by, the people are all in here. Everybody, we're cool. Everybody has a good time. We go over to Fluffy stream on Fridays. We stream on my channel on Fridays. We all have a pretty good time. I don't think we really have that much, like Sergio. I mean, there's really not too much turmoil. Like shit's pretty chill now. You know, I mean, honestly, we have some heated discussions, but for the most part, like it's not. I mean, it's a lot of.
I just happened to pop in tonight, and you guys were still talking about it. I was like, dude, just send me a link. I just wanted to like get on and say hi. You know what I mean? Like, I derailed the whole conversation, but you know me. Sometimes I'm like,
no, it's all good. I understand there's people that are probably bummed that we got off topics and stuff like that, but you know, there's also guys that've been in here. There's been 40 plus guys in here for the last hour and some listen to us babbling, but I didn't even know how to speak English. It was all slang. You know,
you weren't doing the traditional Mexican.
Yeah. And you know what though? The thing about it is though, I don't even know that really any of this shit matters on YouTube, like how good your video quality is, because I've seen people with worse video quality than me and doing better on YouTube.
The content is like
the content's 90% of it.
It's key. Content. I mean, it's that you gotta have a little bit of personality and whatever else, but like, dude, we were talking about that a few minutes ago. Like some of my videos that were just like, dude, people still commenting on the dub video. They want an update on my dub video. I gotta do a dub video, but like,
if you don't know about the dub video, you don't know about Nick Pixel.
I know, dude. Like just random videos where I just like, was like,
dub season just opened too. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was just like trying to like, dude, man, I'm telling you. But I was just kind of like looking at my channel and like some of the ones that are still getting views, and they were just ones where I was just like helping somebody or doing whatever, decent audio, like they weren't like the typical YouTube model videos, and those are shifting. It's you know, you can see how like Mr. Beast and people are changing.
Mr. Beast is getting blown up.
Well, whatever, but I'm saying like the model of how they change like their stuff, like it's not as jumpy. It really depends who you're marketing to. So like I have an older audience that watches my channel. I have a younger audience and an older audience, but like most of my subscribers are probably like in the, you know, or a bulk of my subscribers are like 45 to 54 or 54 plus, and I have 65 and over. And you can't make a video for them like you would make a video for like, not saying to be slower or whatever else, but like the way you present a video and the content is different. So like if you're advertising to a younger audience and you're making this video that's more hype, like you're gonna you try to make it like balanced where you're gonna, you know, cover your whole audience. But some videos where I'm like, look, if I'm wiring my shop up, like there's people that want to go step by step, and then there's also people that are just like, yo, I'm just here. I'm gonna bang this freaking wiring job out. We're gonna knock out some lights, and here it is, and boom, 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 and it's done. Those videos are cool to watch or whatever, but like I don't really feel like, I don't know. When I create something, like I like to, whether it be for personally or to help people, I try to like make it like balance those, fill in those buckets of enjoyment versus entertainment versus like you can actually watch something and learn something. So I have troubles with that sometimes, but
here's Nick Pixel, whose top 2 videos on his channel, who we are good friends, are Predator 9500 inverter generator from Harbor Freight and Atlas Harbor Freight chainsaw. So just for all you guys that think that I am like a complete Harbor Freight hater, one of my good friends has 2 videos that are like 2 of the top videos in Harbor Freight. In fact, don't they like use your Atlas video on their?
Yeah, they had not the Atlas one. They had the generator video on their website. It's funny how many people like hit me up. Like my buddy in Texas, like text me the one day. He has a mobile shop, like not shop, but like t-shirt business. You know what I mean? Where he like screen prints t-shirts at events and stuff like that. And he texts me, he goes, "Bro, how is that generator?" You know what I mean? Like he's like, "I'm on the Harbor Freight website." And he's like, "I go to watch the video and it's you, dude." And I was like, so that was cool, but
dude, your 78 Ford F-150 video. That video did nothing for a long time, and now it's got 34,000 views. Remember when I told you that? I was like, dude, that's cool. Dude, that one's just all about longevity. But the best video he's got on his channel, by far, is the pigeon video. My pet Dub. How is Dubby?
Oh, she's doing good, man. She's doing good.
She's still kicking.
Oh yeah, she's chilling. It made me think of like YouTube tonight because somebody just commented, they're like, "How's she doing now? Like, please give us an update video." And I get that from time to time. Like just a couple hours ago, I didn't even respond to the person, but I should. One day ago, how's she doing now? Please give us an update. I'm like, I need to film an update, dude. It's just like we've just been so many freaking things, but people enjoy those videos, and I'm like, I enjoy making like, hey, here's what I'm up to, and they're not made to get massive views. They're not made to.
You had so many more views than me back then. I didn't even realize it. I thought you had 20 million views, and I was like, dude, I mean, you were rocking it. You're short.
No, I did all that in a win, dude. I was getting like 150,000 views a day.
Yeah,
and then life changed with the hospital stuff. But like,
well, you've gotten way more views than I have on stuff, and like, I mean, like his channel's 20. Where you at? 21,000 something, and you had like 10 million views, or like whatever, and it was just like he was rocking, and then and I kept trying to keep him motivated. Remember the chicken wing video? I was like, dude, just make it.
Just make it. Yeah, it's like just random. Dude, I actually thought about this, dude, the other day. Like, I actually, speaking of chicken wings, like, look, it's already the next day. So September 21st is already covered for me. But I don't actually think that there is a day in my life that I don't think about buffalo chicken wings.
That's funny.
I'm not even exaggerating. It just sounds like so stupid, but I'm like, I literally like randomly every day I think of like the dude that goes around and eats pizza and checks all the pizza places out. The Barstool sports guy, whatever.
Yeah,
I was like, I literally should just go around and try buffalo wings at every place in the world, because like there is not a single day that I don't go.
Dude, what was the video that I light your fire? Was that the one where you called me and I was like talking to you and I like hyped you up?
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, you got to be around. You got to be around. Like, I don't care what you're doing, whether it's mechanic stuff, whether it's building stuff. Like, you got to be around people that push you to do better or more. Or
buffalo chicken wings.
Dude, you got me freaking. I'm ready to.
Dude, I just found the video. I was scrolling through your stuff. I mean, I'm just like reminiscing down memory lane. First of all, that Renegades Rider, thank you for the $10.
Yeah, dude, super chat. Boom.
Snow is coming quickly. Project are stacking up, finished in frame on the 3406 cat. Dude, that's awesome. I got so many projects to do. I still got my trailer is in shambles, so I got to put bearings and stuff in it. Got to get it done before. Dude, the time is dude. It's 90 degrees here, and then it's just going to be like 30 tomorrow. Yeah, it's 90 degrees. It was 90 degrees here today. No joke.
Only like high 70s here.
Dude, it's 75 here right now. High today,
like 60 something right now.
The high today was 92.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, we had a really bad heat wave. It was like 110 by my house, and then it just like stopped, and then the next day it was freaking like 85.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be down in the 70s next week. It's supposed to be like 64 on Sunday, but it's supposed to rain tomorrow, thunderstorms, which is gonna be pissing me off because I planned on doing stuff. I still got to do a Willet run on my 65. I mean, I haven't even put the transmission back in my 66. I mean,
is that work truck, right?
Yeah, I got a brand new transmission I rebuilt and had back for probably 4 months now. I have not had time to do, and I haven't had time to do anything with it because I just don't have the time. I need to put a transmission cooler in it, run lines. Like, it's not just like throw the transmission, and I don't want to do a half-ass job. I don't want to just slap the transmission in there and be like, oh, I'm going to do this and that, and get it back on the road. That's the problem with everything I do. I don't start a project unless I have like everything ready to go, because I hate not doing it. And that's a big problem. And once again, I'm making excuses. So I'm not going to stop. But I bought all the parts, and I just got to get the time to put it back in, and I got to do it before the snow fly. In fact, I planned on doing it before middle of October, because I got a huge birthday party I'm going to take it to. We're going to fill it up with beer, the whole back end of it with beer, and I'm going to drive. Well, we're going to put all the cases in the doors of it and whatnot. Like we're just going to buy a bunch of case stuff. But you're slapping a tranny. That's not what I said.
That's actually all we heard, CP. So we all checked out.
Everybody always just constricts my word. 92 cool day, yeah, for sure. Now we got guys eating cream pies on buttercream pies. What is going on here, Chef? Yeah,
everybody's talking about food now, and all I can think about is buffalo wings. So my night's shot, dude. Because
if you don't go over to Nick Pixels TV. Like, I want somebody to at least comment on a video of mine and say I watched the dub video, and not tell me that it wasn't the greatest video you ever watched, because it's awesome. Like, that was, and I've always raved about that video.
Yeah, you did actually. What's funny is he goes, "That's gonna be your best, or not best video," but he's like, "That video is gonna take off," and I'm like, like I'll make the most random stuff. Like I'm at the point where it just is, especially like in the last 2 years of my life with the family stuff, like. My whole mindset has changed of like, oh, I don't want to put that out there. I don't want to, like, some of the videos I made with my kid just cutting grass. I'm like, he watches them, or we'll rewatch them sometimes. And I'm just like, I'm so glad I have this content. And like, people that will watch it will watch it. And the people that don't. YouTube looks at all these videos independently anyway. So it doesn't really matter.
I didn't even realize you've been putting out video. How did I miss some of these videos? Like I want to see this 48 volt club car, so I'm looking at buying a golf cart, because we're all legal around here now.
Yeah,
like you can drive them everywhere. And not only that, I want to be able to take them to the Steam show next year when I come out to Brownsville, Pennsylvania, and some other places. Because if you don't have a golf cart, you'll never get to see everything.
Yeah, I use that at events, dude. Like camera equipment and stuff. I just throw my stuff in the golf cart, and I can run around and do stuff. Like,
try to take camera equipment and a dog with you everywhere. That's like it's worse than a kid.
Put the dog to work, man.
I could put a GoPro on her and just run her around, but she would never come back. Then she's not that well trained. Wait, what the fuck? Slapping a tranny? I heard that. Yeah, we're eating cream pies and slapping a tranny. Trannies and cream pies.
In Dallas, dude, Texas has been hot this year, man. My wife's father lives in Texas, and like Texas is crazy. Dude,
Warren just went through a hurricane in Louisiana. They had over a foot of water in Florida, and then the first of the year here in Iowa and the Midwest, we got completely torrentially downpoured on. I was supposed to go to the tractor show up here, the 100-year Case International Tractor Show in Clear Lake, Iowa, and it completely got flooded out. The last 2 days of it, they had to close it down because the tractors were basically flooding out. They were getting everybody off the fairground property. It's been a wild year. We were having flooding down here, and then all of a sudden it's dried up. We haven't had a significant rain here in probably almost 2 months. They're getting ready, dude. They're doing the crops, and the dust is going to be terrible. I'm already getting allergy shit because it's so dusty. Because when they start combining, all that corn husk and bean dust and shit it gets in the air, and it's no good, no bueno. But yeah, nonetheless, I didn't take that very anywhere. I'm blah, 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 just call me Mumbles. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do with my hands. I messed that up. But yeah, I didn't even know you had a golf cart. But yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, what's funny is like where I live in San Diego, it's fairly, I guess you could say rural, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's like you'll be driving, like I'll be driving home or whatever, and it's like, oh look, there's some kids on dirt bikes, and there's a grown ass man driving a go-kart down the street.
Yeah, well, dude, they do that too in the smaller towns. Like, where I'm at, but there's a lot of older folks where I live. Honestly, in my neighborhood, there's a lot of older folks. There's some newer, younger kids moving in now, which is kind of good to see. Because when I moved here, everybody was in their 60s, and
Right.
I was in my 30s, and I'm like, damn, this sucks, man. Like my neighbor is like, I've literally lived here so long that 9 of my neighbors have passed away in
Jeez.
14 years. Like that's no joke. My neighbors just his parents passed away. And then the lady down the street on the corner, she passed away, and another one over on another corner. I mean, it's just, and I'm not trying to be negative about it or mean about it. It's just they were older and whatnot, but it's nice to see we have some new tenure. They built new houses in my neighborhood now. Like they're ripping down the old houses, and this is a neighborhood that was built in the 70s. Like we're not even talking about an old neighborhood, but the property values are so high here.
It's like half the houses were built. Like all of our houses around our area too are like 70s. See, my house is like 72.
We're not talking about bad houses. They're bulldozing these houses because the land's so valuable, and they can just build a new house on it. Like the guy down the street, he's building this massive house, but the problem is they only allow us to build a 1,700 square foot shop. That's the real problem with everything here. Like, and it's I shouldn't say only, because that's a pretty decent sized shop if you do it right.
That's a pretty big shop.
But I can only have 17-foot peak height on the ceiling, so I got to get creative with the roof. On doing it.
Well, if you're just building a shop, why not get one of those like freestanding steel structures?
Yeah, in Iowa you got snow, and there's a lot of.
It's not like it's a flat roof. It's got a.
Yeah, I know, but trees fall and shit like that. Like there's just.
I'm just saying. I mean,
wind, dude. We had a Dre show, and like there's just so much inclement weather that those things get ripped apart. Like they're just not that sturdy. Like I looked at buying one of those, and it's basically, a lot really cheap deal. But I think what the plan I have to come up with is going to work out for me. And it's really, I want a really nice shop. I want to put more money inside the shop. You know what I mean? Like insulation, be able to have equipment, and just it's going to be a 1 or 2 man shop. Like it's not going to be nothing great. I'm not planning on running a business out of this technically of like repair shop. Like that's not my goal. It's more so I can do videos and do repairs and be not so focused on customers. I want to get away from customer repair stuff. That's my goal, is like to get away from customer repair. 100%. Like that's my whole goal, is to not have to deal with that. Like I want to just be able to like work on my brother's car or my cousin's car, or like my family's, or buy some cars or my old trucks, and buy something and fix it and flip it, whether or not I buy a lawnmower or anything like that. I want to do like basically like Musty One does. That's my goal, is to basically have the same deal as Musty One has, where he just buys random shit or picks it up off the curb and fixes it. Because that's my favorite thing to do. Like, like buying a golf cart. Like I plan on doing that, doing it on the channel.
You should definitely do that, dude, because like even like Chef, look, he's into it too. He's like, buddy has a golf cart shop. Dude, you could do so much. Like I bought the LED lighting kit. I gotta do that. I'm gonna do the lithium conversion and go to the 48-volt lithium. It's a 2018 club car. So it's a little bit
golf cart that runs 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, like you can unlock the club cars. So like stock a club car, like they'll change like the drive motors and stuff, but you can unlock a club car. There's like 5 levels, and you have to buy the code from the manufacturer or whatever, unless you change the module or whatever. But it's like
years ago we put an R1 engine in a golf cart.
Literally, you go like 20 mile an hour though.
We put it in a golf cart, and that thing would do wheelies down the street at 70 miles an hour. It was insane, stupid insane, dangerous insane. Like you don't see nothing like that on YouTube anymore. Like shit that I did back in the day with stuff, like we would take all sorts. I've never seen anybody. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but we were completely crazy in the shit we did. Like, well, if you look at Krusty's Demon in the Dirts and Travis Pastrana and all those were our role models back then. Those guys were out of their minds. I mean, they literally broke bones. I mean, I broke my collarbone 3 times. I mean, I dislocated my shoulder. I mean, the stuff that we did was reckless. These guys on YouTube, Whistle and Diesel ain't even up to the things that we did. If you look at Krusty's Demon in the Dirts and all those guys back in the day in like the late 90s, those guys were out of control wild, jumping shit, blowing their, backs out. I mean, Mike Metzger, dude shoving bones through his legs all the time. I mean, Travis Pastrana had 3 concussions before he was 21 years old because he was doing so much racing and reckless stuff. It's just that's what it is. I mean, like we didn't care. We had no fear of anything. I went to hare scramble racing. I remember I went like 4th gear pinned into a creek bottom on my XR 650 and nosedived that thing right into a creek bank. Because I was trying to beat this guy in my class. And I just destroyed my shoulder. And I'm a big guy, so that was even worse. And then I had to go to work the next day, and you couldn't say, oh, well, I wrecked my dirt bike. So I had to go to work and try to like limp myself through work until I could get, fixed up enough. That's just kind of the things we did back then. And it was kind of, like I look for videos. People talk. I see the clickbait tags, like, and they're like, I'm not trying to say like we were the baddest people on earth, but I'm just saying we did a lot of stuff that people nowadays would freak out on. Oh my God, I can't believe you did that. Like running through motorhomes with cars. Dude, I've seen people get impaled with the wood in motorhomes. We used to jump through those things all the time with junk cars. All the time. Didn't even care. And dude, I look at some of this video. I've seen stuff about it before. Dude, people literally got impaled with that wood from the sides of those things. We didn't even think nothing about that shit. Not even one thought in our mind. Dude, taking inloaders or freaking track hose and doing those circle slides and stuff like that. I've seen people just get completely jacked up.
Yeah. Chef Patry says, you got Iowa, like you got a lot of snowmobilers out there, don't you, CP?
Huh?
In Iowa, yeah.
You get snowmobilers out there in Iowa? Like snowmobiles?
Oh yeah, dude. We've got guys get decapitated running through the fences because they, hit 90 mile an hour and just boom.
Dude, snow. Like that's one thing I miss. Like I sold my sleds. I sold my sleds probably in like
oh dude, I'd love
maybe 09, 07, 08, 09. I sold I had like 3 sleds, and I do miss snowmobiling, but our winters here in PA have been like weak anymore. So you have to go up north. Like we just haven't been getting the snow like we used to. And I love snowmobiling. Like that's where we did extreme stuff. It was definitely fun. But crotch rockets, dude, I'm a nut on a crotch rocket.
Hey, we took kiddie pools and belts off of belly mowers, which were only like 3 foot long, and we get behind 4-wheelers and just just throwing shit at you right and left, and just running 50 mile an hour down through the snowbanks and just laughing our asses off. And I mean, it was the most dangerous damn thing, but we didn't care. I had no fear of anything when I was a kid. Like when I was younger, I didn't care about, dude, I'd ride horses bareback. I mean, it didn't matter to me. I look back at the stuff that I did back then, and I really didn't care about my own personal, which now that's probably part of the reason why my back is completely jacked up.
Oh, absolutely. But then, dude, try having like a kid, dude.
Fuck. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
like, I mean, I still like want to, I would go buy a crotch rocket tomorrow, but I already know me, and I'm like, I got to be around for my kid, dude. And like something stupid happens and it's over. My wife, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I laid 3 motorcycles down, one at 80 on the interstate. One, I got hit by a car on Merle Hay Road doing 45. The old man wasn't paying attention and ran into me and just shoved me across the intersection, bounced it off the curb. I got up and rode the bike home. Like there's just, I don't know. I feel like I was just built different sometimes than everybody else. Like I see these guys on YouTube nowadays, and they're like, oh, we're about to do something crazy, guys. We're about to do something. I'm like, oh, this is going to be awesome. Wait a second. What are you doing?
Well, first off, you can't even put anything crazy on YouTube anymore. You know what I mean? If you upload something, like I uploaded a video going 190 mile an hour on my crotch rocket down the freaking highway, or 210 mile an hour, whatever I was doing. I forget what we were, but it was like 200 mile an hour, right?
Yeah, they got rid of all that shit.
I put it up on TikTok. Boom, they take it down. They're like, you're, not professional, whatever. And I'm like, what are the date? Like, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I was doing a blow by, and back when cameras were like, small. And I just, and I'm like, I don't even want to upload half the fun stuff that I do anymore. I'm like, what can you even upload?
I watched Danny Duncan. They were jumping like someplace out in California with a Tesla over a freaking like some kind of hill, like a steep hill, maybe a San Francisco or something like that. And they got the car airborne to come down the other side, and I was like, oh wow, that's funny. I remember doing that with a Lincoln at like 80 mile an hour. We jumped it so high that the car folded in half, and we were jumping a railroad railroad trestle, like which was basically a straight up like jump for a motorcycle. But I mean, things like that were just, I can't believe they let that go on YouTube, but shit like that. Which they let Whistle and Diesel get away with a lot, but
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is like there's stuff that like that people get away with, and then I upload something stupid, and then it just takes out the fun. Where I'm just like, look, if we are that weak of like, there has to be a way. I'm not saying to put. I understand some things that they block or some things, whatever else. I get that, but like, if as a creator, if you're worried about like, you could make like a decent video. Like, you remember whenever I was getting monetized, I had that video at our hunting camp. We're just shooting guns in the back porch, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I think it's the gun video that held it up. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, it's just a bunch of dudes that are at a hunting camp, and we're all just shooting different guns and hanging out, having fun. We're shooting at a target, like it wasn't even. And I'm just like, even what's the Hickok 45 or whatever?
Yeah, he's completely gone.
He just got pounded for video, and I'm just like, there's got to be a level.
Yeah,
you can't prevent bad people or somebody that just goes. You can't ever prevent that, but like, there's also got to be a way where you can, that dude's a helpful dude. You can't help if a criminal watches his video, right?
You can't control who watches.
You can't control that. Yeah.
Dude, you know what really sucks is, I keep saying this. I said we are a society that punishes 95% of people for the other 5% of idiots, and it's the truth. We keep perpetuating the cycle where, and I do it. I'm guilty because I complain about the 10% or 5% of people that comment that are, that piss me off, and they say stupid stuff, but it's all over. I mean, we literally perpetuate the cycle. We make laws against the 5 to 10% of people that ruin the society. And it's just like, why do we do this to ourselves? You can't stop evil from doing evil things. You're never going to, a guy wants to take a butter knife out and cut you with it, he's going to.
That's what I'm saying. If you have, exactly, it could be a freaking, like, what, I don't know. I just like,
dude, it kind of takes in prison and they still get killed. Like, what is the deal?
It takes the steam out of like creators where like, and I understand the concept where like, if a creator invests, like these guys have big channels that are putting, hey, let's take this, I'm going to buy this $200,000 Cybertruck and I'm going to,
oh, dude, that was old.
Break the balls off it. But like, I mean, whatever, if like to get demonetized over some dumb stuff, like, whenever you depend on that and you have people that work for you that depend on that, like, it's just frustrating. It just kind of, me, it's like, they're still going to do it and whatever else, but it kind of takes the steam out of like, well, if I go too extreme or try to make something that's just like even remotely funny or remotely like just, this could be a little dangerous, right? Like that you have a risk of not being like, to me, I'm like, I don't know. I could just see that takes a little bit of steam out of wanting to create something different.
It does. For sure.
And that's where I look at like, I think YouTube will evolve as a platform. I think they're all going to evolve in some way. I think the next couple months of our lives are gonna be interesting. But like,
social media has become unhinged. We've got people like Mr. Beast who are getting called out for the shit that they're doing. I mean, Mr. Beast is under fire, heavy fire, and I've said it before. I used to love this guy. And I'll be honest with you, like, the really sad thing is that I in the back of my mind, I started to see the people that are going out making videos and going, oh man, look at the good things I did for you. Look at the good things I did for you. Subscribe. When you're making $1 million and you're only giving away 10,000, like, you pretty much know what's going on there. And he's got.
I look at like everything. I try to stay like neutral on like I try to stay in my own lane of like, I'm not worried about what everybody else is doing actually on this whole planet really anymore. But like, I look at like, kind of like, there's always two sides in store and things you don't get. So like, if I don't, it's real hard to just like decipher, and I can't put energy. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just like, I don't even put energy into that stuff anymore. Like, people are going to do what they're going to do. And all you can kind of control is what you're going to do and how you want to do things. And that's where like, I don't know, man. It's wild.
I know what Nick's saying right now. He's like, CP, you need to be PC.
Yeah, right there.
CP, you got to be PC. I mean, I get it. I just get all worked up about shit sometimes. You know how I am. And
Yeah, you do. Dude, I've told you, like, freaking.
Dude, Sergio says, he's like, you mechanics are whiners, dude. When you go through a week where you have like 5 customers that are just jackasses, and then you have like part companies that just they deliver junk to you. And I mean, like, everything just unfolds, it seems like. And I don't know how people can hold this shit together. And when I was not working on cars all the time, I definitely didn't have this much of an attitude problem like that. But working on cars definitely brings you this, because the stigma of mechanics. I'm automatically a piece of garbage to a lot of people. I'm telling you, like, you don't understand. People literally look down on you. I know when I go to like talk, when somebody asks me like, what do you do? And I'm like, yeah, I work on cars for a living. And they're like, oh. I'm like, what's that mean? Like, oh, no, nothing. And like, or I get the other one. Hey man, I got this problem with my car. How much would you charge me? And I'm like, well, how much did you get a quote for? Oh man, it was way too much money. Well, how much was way too much money? $1,400 to do brakes on it. And I was like, well, probably not that much different than that. I'm like, I always tell them, like, really? And I'm like, well, dude, what do I?
$1,400 for brakes? Jeez.
Yeah, $1,400 for brakes ain't nothing, dude. That if you got to do brakes all the way around on a car and need calipers, rotors, and who knows what, if you need brake fluid flush to do a proper brake job, can be expensive. $1,400 ain't out of line, dude. The time, I think it calls for most brakes is to do a complete side of a brake is like 2 hours. If you got to do rotors and calipers and pads and change a hose out or something, most people don't even change hoses out. That's the sad part. And then the hoses collapse, but they don't change them out. And then they've got a brake drag and don't understand why. There's things that some mechanics overlook. It's just one of those things. I guess I don't want to leave somebody with a brake system that's shit. So I'm not willing to sacrifice anymore like I used to, because the customer didn't want to pay anything. I'm not willing to sacrifice that. Like, if I'm going to do something, I'm not, if the hose looks like it's old and needs to be replaced. And dude, trust me, Sergio, when you're talking about a car that's, some of these people that I do work on cars, dude, I just told you, Nick, this is going to blow your mind. I worked on a 98 Dodge Intrepid.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, 98 Dodge Intrepid. When's the last time anybody's seen a 98 Dodge Intrepid? They literally mostly are either in the junkyard. This one should be in a museum because it was like the last one left in there. And it's just, dude, things like that when they come up. I'm not saying that car probably cost $1,400, but some of the newer cars, dude, you got pretty expensive calipers on them and stuff too. And everybody will say, oh, you're ripping people off, dude. TikTok, I love the guys on TikTok that say they can do it so much cheaper. Like, TikTok is like the Walmart of social media. The guys on TikTok literally think that they're the best mechanics in the world, and they save everybody money. And they were young. They're young. Like, when I was young, that age, I used to say the same thing. Like, oh, dude, you're paying way too much. But after you get done screwing yourself out of money for years,
you're right,
because you didn't do the job, like, you cut corners for people, and you realize that nobody gave a shit about your well-being, then you will finally come to the realization that when you were cutting that half-hour labor and doing all this stuff to save people money or cutting costs, then you're like, oh, yeah, hey, buy a quick wrench. That maybe it ticked him off. But, yeah.
Maybe he finally lost power.
I don't know.
Or his laptop
But I
died.
mean, that's just the thing about everything. You know, you go to whether you're working on, if you go to get a golf cart worked on anymore, people don't cut corners in any type of business that you're working on. Like HVAC, for instance. If I want to get something installed, are you gonna like cut me a deal? Is a company gonna cut me a deal, or most even guys that work on the side barely cut any deals? In fact, a buddy of mine
I
wanted.
don't really work on the side, so
Yeah, well, see, there you go. A lot of guys don't work on the side, but
I have other shit I'd rather do with my time than deal with people that are gonna nickel and dime me.
Right, but the guy, like, I had a buddy who needed an air conditioner this year, and I think it blew my mind because I feel like when I got an air conditioner put in this place 14 years ago, I spent $3,000 on a brand new Goodman air conditioner.
Can't even get the equipment for fucking $3,000
Boom.
anymore.
Yeah, I think he spent $7,000 on it, and I was like, so I asked my buddy who was an HVAC guy that's local here. I said, "Hey, how much you do it for?" He's like, "Oh man, I don't know, probably 6,200." I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, and there's no guarantee." He goes, "Unless you go through my company, I won't do it without a guarantee. Like, no, it'll just be, I'll give you the best deal I can for 6,200." I'm like, "Well, I guess the guy might as well spend $7,000 and get the guarantee with it, and get all the warranty." And that's the other thing too is like you get a half-ass job done from somebody who's cutting corners. Are they going to warranty it? Are they going to come back and honor that in a year? No, that's just it. You know what I mean? Like most of these guys that do that stuff aren't going to do that. So, and not only that, I have to carry paperwork and records and stuff like that to do it legit. I have to pay taxes. I mean, like there was a time when I used to be like, yeah, just give me $500, and I'll do this for you, and it was like, I'm not going to give you any warranty or anything like that. You want to go that route? That's great. But, now I'm a legit business and I have to pay taxes. So when I buy parts, I have to pay taxes. And a lot of people don't understand that. That's why TikTok has become like the Walmart of automotive, because these guys are out there, doing these side jobs and they're like, "Oh man, dude, I can cut you a hell of a deal on doing this, and you're ripping people off." Well, dude, run your business.
or like these. I saw this guy. He's a mobile mechanic, but it's like, dude, you drive around in like a 2008 Altima, and like, no wonder you charge people so much less. It's like you don't have any overhead.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have insurance. You don't have all the needs. You don't have the things in place to be a legit business. And it's easy to. And don't get me wrong, I don't care what anybody does. Okay. But I'm just saying, when they come at me and telling me that I'm ripping somebody off because I'm doing this job like this, I've been the guy that was doing the $500 side jobs, and I wasn't making any money, and those customers weren't returning to me, so I couldn't do that anymore. Now I keep records, I honor warranties, I do a legit business so that I can take care of people, and that's the person I want to be. Like I evolved from being that other guy, and it's what you do with your business, what you do with your life, and how you make money. That's fine by me, but don't say when the tax man doesn't come to get you, I didn't say I told you so, because that's what these bastards are good at doing now. When there's always a paper trail, that's the worst thing is, I paid $9,000 in taxes last year. Nick knows all about taxes. He's got his own business.
Yup. And it's expensive, man.
Yeah, taxes.
I mean, insurance, dude. I mean, everything's up. I mean, it's overhead. I mean, that's the heart. Like, you could definitely save people money. I mean,
I'm not the most expensive guy in the world.
That's how I try to be. Like, if you're not the truck in the truck, or whatever,
But I'm not doing $30
price, but I can tell you the difference. That after paying for knowledge, I can tell you the difference. Really becomes, if you're the lowest price person, or you're the one that's trying to give out the lowest price, it'll be very hard for you if you ever envision scaling your business.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Like you have to charge like you want to scale, and if you want to hire people, and if you want to build that,
that was like an ex of mine. She did hair, and I remember her when we were together. She was talking about like, well, I want to be able to charge more, but it's like, well, not that she didn't charge appropriately for her market, but it's like, yeah, but you can't raise your prices, 50% and expect your same clientele to come.
But you can always go down. That's the thing
Right.
is there's opportunities to give a better deal.
Right.
Based on like if I bid a job and let's say something's rusty. That's the other thing is too. The reason why I charge, a standard price. Like let's say I'm gonna change a control arm or a bushing and I'm like, dude, these things are a pain in the ass. They get all rusted and corroded up, and sometimes they come out, sometimes they don't. Here's the deal. I normally charge 2 hours. If it comes out faster, I give you an hour. Like I charge normal book time, but otherwise book time doesn't mean shit to me on this because, it is what it is.
Right.
And that's how it works. But people run their businesses different too, and they judge you based off of how they run their business. Well,
what's funny is like you say that like you give guys deals. Is like I took my truck in for an alignment, and they're like, on the phone, like, well, it's like, what did they say? It was like 180 or something. I don't remember what it was. The original price they quoted me. And he's like, and then dropped it off, picked it up. They're like, well, it actually didn't take as long, so we're only charging you, I think, like $90 or something.
Right, exactly.
It's better to under promise and over deliver.
Yeah. And I'm like, all right, cool, man. Like,
I mean, alignments go for not like I think around here they're probably like $160 or whatever else.
Yeah.
But it all depends on the game that shops are playing too. Like they have the free alignments for life type of thing. They got it's like you got your companies like Firestone and stuff like that everybody's just copying. It's just like brake service. Like a lot of independent shops are charging like just per axle, and you get like the basic the basic CarQuest brake pads, all the basic stuff, and they'll say like, flat price at like $249 per axle or whatever the case may be. Whatever the price is, they've shifted to charge per axle because like we live in that convenience world where people like want to see a price. Like nobody wants to go to the dealership or to an independent shop and find out that like this job that they thought was going to be $200 or $300 is $800 now, or whatever else. I mean, I know those things happen, but like, they feel like if they can, like the Amazon world where if like, oh, it's $249 and I'm gonna get new brakes. They might be the crappiest brake pads you could buy. They might be the, crappiest rotors you can buy, whatever the case may be. But, you see that a lot too. So it's all in how stuff's packaged in shops right now, like dealerships, man. It's, we do a lot in that industry. And, I don't know. It's
dealerships is different.
Packages they're selling. Go ahead.
Yeah, dealerships are different than third party shops, and like guys like me are different than third party shops because I don't have the overhead that a third party shop has. I mean, there's all different rules to what you charge for working on a car. There's also your guys that are still doing cash jobs on the side. They're under the table, under the radar.
Well,
and
I think to kind of to Fluffy's point is like the book time is an estimate, right? It's like if everything goes right, but it's also from what I've learned, watching all these YouTube channels and talking with you guys is like that time is also based on not using like electric tools,
right,
or like impacts or anything like that. It's like
you're
doing it all with just a ratchet, right?
Supposed to be.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I think that's like part of the thing. Like you get, not you per se, but like you guys are the flat rate system is kind of biting you guys in the ass because you guys are always saying, well, this job pays this much, but you're always bragging that I can get it done in half the time.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they change the time on it. It's like, well, yeah, because you guys shot yourselves in the foot saying,
well, dude, that's why there's a lot of like back and forth in this industry, though. You know what I mean? Like any place that they can make money off of us, they do. I mean, I remember when I worked at the BMW dealership, dude. I remember doing the Land Rover service. I'll never forget that. That was the day I decided I didn't want to be there anymore. There was a 30,000-mile service, and they told me that they were going to pay me 1.8 hours to do transmission, filter change, intake, gaskets, valve cover gaskets on a like 4-liter Land Rover. And I was like, you're out of your effing mind. There's no freaking way. Dude, I spent 4.5 hours on doing that. And all the little pan bolts were not, they had these little clasps with them. They were a pain in the ass. And you had to, oh, dude, everything about
it. And I think that's part of the problem too. Like when I quote stuff, like say a pump, right? Pump rebuild. Usually it's like one guy, depending on the size of the pump. If it's a bigger pump, usually we have two guys. But if it's a small little pump, one guy, 8 hours usually is enough time, right? But I also tell them it's like, well, that's the quote. But if we open it up and like shit's more messed up than normal, then we're gonna have to reevaluate this because I open it up and all of a sudden your impeller's in pieces. Like.
Well, that's what I've noticed about all the trades, though: plumbing,
Yeah.
HVAC, any trade but mechanics. That you are almost allowed to charge based on the job. In mechanics, if you quote a price and you don't make sure that you gave yourself enough leadway, and something bad happens, you are SOL. Because you try to tell a customer you got to charge them $200 more, dude, they will flip out on you.
Yeah,
they will literally flip out on you.
Yo, I'll be right back in like a minute. Is that cool?
Yeah, I know.
But I think that's kind of not so much the mechanic, but the like I guess the service advisor, not explaining to the customer like, hey, this is the price, assuming everything's going to come out properly and nothing else. We don't find I don't know, say a water pump, right?
Right.
For an engine. All right.
Right.
You go to take the old one out, you get all the other stuff out of the way, and the bolt breaks or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like I don't like that's kind of where I get your frustration with it, in that you guys are getting screwed because you only have so much time, but at the same time it's like, well, now the service advisor or whoever should go back and be like, okay, this happened due to rust or whatever, like it's going to take more time, it's going to cost an extra whatever, couple $100.
Right.
But I mean, it should be told to the customer up front, like, hey, you can cost anywhere from here to here depending on what happens, right?
Right.
And I don't know, I honestly, I think a lot of mechanics are just shooting themselves in the foot from what I see as like not a mechanic, well, not an auto mechanic.
Well,
Is that
it's the shops that are doing it.
yeah, but it's I think it's both, because I think, especially with the advent of social media, I think a lot of guys are shooting themselves in the foot because they're going saying, well, this brake job pays 2 hours, but I get it done in half an hour. It's like, why are you telling people that?
That's no different than a plumber.
Yeah,
or an
but
HVAC
like me, I know, there's like certain things, if I quote them or I tell them how long it's going to take, like I know roughly how long that takes. Me not even taking my time, but just like working at a decent pace and like assuming nothing goes wrong. Right. I know how long certain jobs are supposed to take, or what's an acceptable amount of hours to charge for something. But, there's a lot I can just get knocked out real quick because I've done them so many times, but I don't want to screw myself out of hours. Right. So I would rather just overbid it and just tell them, it takes about this, and this accounts for, something going mildly wrong, or if I gotta,
But here's the problem is, Sergio, you weren't listening to me when I said, if you bid a job too high, then they'll go down the road to the next shop and be like, oh, this place told me $1,400, and they start bad mouthing you. Okay. And then they go tell more people and more people, because that one guy wanted to undercut you, and that's just the thing of it, is there's a lot more, HVAC. I think there's a lot less, like there's not that many HVAC places.
Yeah, there are.
Huh?
Well, here there are.
Yeah, here there's probably 20, and there's probably 200 shops, in the entire city, in this entire, area here. There's probably 200 shops. So the ratio is a lot different. But I never hear like $7,000 for an air conditioner. I'll be honest with you, sounds ridiculous, because
that's actually a pretty decent deal.
Yeah, well, I know, but I know that I could buy and I know what I could buy the air conditioner for and install it for, because I've done them. And I'm not an HVAC guy, but I know that I could cut that in half. And I know they make pretty good money on that stuff.
Depends. It depends on how many So just for like a furnace, condenser, and coil, yeah, you're looking, depending on brand, right?
Right.
You're and efficiency and all that. It's like even our cost is like $4 or $5 grand, depending on where we get it.
Which is
But
dictated by the dealers,
and yeah, and I mean, and I work at a pretty big company, but even then, it's not, $4 or $5 grand. That's our cost plus labor to install it, and then any random materials we need and all that stuff. It's like, yeah,
What's your
days labor costs about $1,000 something,
right?
based on what the company's hourly rate is. It's over 1,000. I just don't remember what it is exactly, but
What's your labor rate an hour?
for us, it depends on the
Right.
customer and
It has variations.
well, because if they're contract customer, if they're non-contract, if it's
We don't have that. We don't have fleet
overtime or regular time, and then there's like and then like we have like national accounts, which is like shit like Dollar Tree and Pilot and all that stuff, and they have like they negotiate their own rates as well.
Right, and see, we don't get that with like because like I try to give good paying customers and loyal customers a better deal, obviously, just for being a loyal customer, but we don't have a flexible. I'm like $125 an hour, but the problem is you don't know if a part's going to be. There's a lot of parts that are shit.
I mean, that happens to me too. Like I've had motors, like that's why I got in the habit of, because it bit me in the ass a few times, like opening up a motor when I go to the warehouse or the parts house to pick it up. I open it up and spin the shaft.
Right. Yeah, and that comes with experience too. That's the other thing. Somebody said, "I'm paying for their knowledge." That's 600. That's 100% your knowledge you're getting when you do pay somebody that's a professional to do this stuff, because that's the things that keeps them from dragging a job out longer and making it.
I mean, it's not 100%, but it's like I've had motors, I put them in, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, all these windings are bad. This is a brand new motor. Like it happens,
Yeah.
You don't know until you hook it up, because you're not gonna ohm out every motor, but
Yeah. Yeah.
It is what it is. But
engine and trans replacements are a huge money loss. They are getting very terrible. Replace an engine trans one day, 2 to 3 book time. The customer is happy if it cause.
See, but then I also feel that that's like kind of disingenuous to the customer too, because they're expecting to pay what 16, 24 hours of labor.
Sometimes they're not. Usually, dude, believe it or not, engine and training jobs, and
but I'm saying, say book time is 2 or 3 days, so I'm just saying 8-hour days, right?
Yeah,
whatever it is. I don't know, but I know it'd probably take me like a week to do it, but in a shop.
Normally engine jobs are sometimes 8 to 10 hours.
Right.
Especially on one of the Nissans that like Fluffy's talking. I'd say average are probably 8 to 10 hours. I don't know. Fluffy can tell me. I'm sure that the transmissions are probably 4 to 6 hours, and engine jobs are probably 8 to 10. I don't know. You let me know, Fluffy, if that's pretty accurate. I feel like that.
But it's also a little different. I'm not saying you're not wrong, but or that you're not. Yeah. But also the thing with Fluffy is he works on one brand, right?
That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah. And it makes a difference. Like, that's also why you're paying for the experience, though, because he does that repetitively. So he knows ways to speed up his time, which the whole goal is to beat book time. That's the whole goal. That's how you make money. And that's the point of why guys say that they're making money, is because they beat the book time. That's how you make money in this industry.
But at the other point is, how you go saying people say you guys are crooks, and that's kind of the other part. Looking at it from the customer is like,
wow.
Your engine ranges from 15 to 22 hours, and transmissions 9 to 16.
What kind of engines? I was thinking like a Nissan Altima.
Right.
That is not 15 hours to do a Nissan Altima engine. Like a 4-cylinder Nissan Altima.
But what I was getting at was it's kind of disingenuous to the customer, because like if they're expecting to pay 15 hours worth of labor and you get it done in literally half that, how is that fair to the customer? Now they have to pay for labor hours that weren't used.
Because that's the standard going rate. Like that's
no, and I understand that, but I'm saying, like, obviously your parts aren't going to change. The parts is $1,000, whatever they are.
If you get a job, if you get a job done faster than you expected, do you get paid less?
Depends on what it is.
I
And
mean,
depends on, like if I bid something for 16 hours and I get it done in a day, dude, I can't go back. I can't charge 16 hours, because I've had that. Like I did a compressor replacement on a freezer, or on this rack system that had a freezer, and I told them, it's like, all right, it's going to take me 8 hours to do this, and get everything back up and running, roughly, if I'm doing it by myself. And then there's some other stuff that need to be done, and then I need to come back and monitor the system and make sure everything else is working, because it was a whole bunch of stuff, right?
Right.
I think we bid it for like 30 hours, 28 hours, something like that. I only used like 16 of them.
And you probably get all the parts lined up the day before, right?
That one was kind of weird, because they actually had the compressor. So the compressor was already there. They just needed it installed. And then no, I went and picked up the parts, whatever else I needed, that morning, and yeah, got it done that day.
Well, here's a good example. I got a hot water heater put in this first part of this year, and they quoted me on it, and they told me $3,600, right? And I said, how long does that take? And they said probably about 6 to 8 hours, right?
For a hot water heater?
Yeah. Well, they had to run new pipe. They had to do some everything, and plus they had to come and inspect it and all this and that.
Oh, they did a whole. It was permitted and all that.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, exactly. So, because I wanted it done right. If I was going to pay for it, I was going to get it done right. So I got it done right. So, and I was getting a new type of system, and I got one of those newer hot water heaters that everybody says suck, and I was a dumbass, probably shouldn't have. Anyways, long story short, they came in, put the hot water heater in about 3 hours, had it all done, and they fiddle farted around for the rest of the day. The inspector came, told them they needed to change a line. They changed the line. They probably had a hard 3-4 hours into it. And I said, okay, what's the bill? And I said, oh, after everything's done, it's just like we quoted, 3,600.
Yeah, but I know like plumbing companies too. They also, a lot of those companies, they do like it's just a flat rate, right?
Well, I mean that's becoming more popular though. I mean, like people like to know, like, it's all in your tolerance to risk. So, if you're charging somebody hourly, it's what do you want to make a year? What do you have to make? What do you want to profit? What's your overhead? Whatever else. So if you have to be $120 an hour or $150 an hour, it doesn't necessarily benefit the customer, because if a project drags on, flat rate is you take on more risk. But if you're confident in your skills, like, of what you can do, and you could say, look, this is, if you want me to do the project, and like, I'm an expert, and at the same time, what I can maybe complete, or my team can complete in, just because we can do it in 2 hours, like, it's not going to be $240. There's knowledge, there's tools, there's equipment, there's everything else that goes into that. Your efficiencies become, because you're the expert. So, you could still charge $1,000 for something that might take you 2 hours worth of work. And somebody that's hourly can also say, oh, it's only gonna be $500. And yeah, they might get the job. And then all of a sudden the person gets an invoice for $1,000 anyway, because, well, it took 4 more hours because we had to do this, this, and this, and this. And no customer wants to hear that. So I feel like, if you're an expert, you figure out, if you are charging hourly for stuff, and I know that that's like the standard, like, dealership stuff will do hourly rates, and that continues to climb, and whatever else. I don't think a lot of people like to hear that $120 an hour. It's just the mentality. It's a hard shift. I'd rather.
This is a perfect example right here. Go to your doctor. I literally go to my doctor once a month, and because I'm under medical I just get everything. I'm examined once a month. Let's just put it to you that way. I pay $135 to go in there and probably spend 15 minutes in there, and nobody bats an eye on it.
But it's also one of those things. Is like, okay, it's not just the doctor. You have got to pay for overhead. You got to do all this. He's got all the what's it called?
It's the same thing with
all the billing stuff, but it's kind of a false equivalency though.
My tooling, my school, my knowledge, all the things that I learned. Though that's what you're paying for. It's no different than a doctor. You know what? A doctor and a mechanic are really, people try to negate this, but a doctor works on people and a mechanic works on cars. They both do similar jobs. They have an engine that pumps, and the engine has to drive something. Okay.
Yeah, but you don't do it. You don't fix an engine while it's running, right?
Yeah, but all doctors don't fix people while they're running either. We're talking about just a normal physician. We're going.
What do you mean?
A normal physician, literally.
What do you mean? They kill you before they examine you or work on you?
No, dude. I'm talking like your normal doctor's visit, your normal routine family doctor. Go in there. They don't do any surgery on you. You have to go to a specialist.
Right. Okay. But say you're, I don't know.
Just say
the difference between getting heart surgery and replacing a head gasket. Heart surgery, they got to keep your ass alive, right? They got to hook you up to all this stuff, right? You're not replacing a head gasket while the engine's running, are you?
Listen, bud.
That's how I always change my head gaskets. I don't know what you guys do, but
some people think
I find it easier.
But I'm saying
I find it easier to take the head off when the motor's running because it actually pushes it up for you.
Yeah, there you go.
I had a doctor one time come in, and he literally told me this. This is funny. We're talking about this, and I've never known. Did Sergio has Fluffy told you this before? I'm guessing by the way he said this. I know you hate hearing this, but there's a doctor that came into me to have his car worked on. He had a Mercedes, and he needed a new convertible top. He said, I can't find anybody to do it. And I said, all right, well, I said, I'll take a shot at it. And I said, I don't really want to do it, but I'll do it. And it was like, I don't remember what it was, SL4 or something. I don't remember. Anyways, I did the top on it. We got it all done, and I got it on there. And I was like, it's $5,000. And he's like, well, I thought you said it was going to take you a week. And I was like, well, I thought it would, but it didn't. And he's like, well, why is it $5,000 if you didn't take 5 days to do it? And I said, because I had a lot of time in this. I probably had like 30 hours in putting this top on, And I said, then the top wasn't cheap itself. And, I broke it down for him. And I said, hey, I'll tell you what, the next time I come in to get looked at and you don't have to do anything to it, you cut me a deal. How's that sound? And you know what he said to me? Hell no. And I said, well, what the hell? You want me to cut a deal? Hey, have you ever tried negotiating with your doctor? They don't negotiate. And dude, it's with a lot of businesses though. You go in to do things with a lot of people. Dude, HVAC guys, listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I've never seen an HVAC guy charge less than $1,000. They could show up and they charge $1,000.
It depends on what you're working on. But
no,
yeah.
I've never seen a guy yet. If HVAC guy shows up to my house, it's $1,000. Guaranteed. Like that's
yeah,
like
but that's just residential.
Yeah, and they show up for an hour and
residential's a joke.
$1,000 for a residential visit. Okay, an hour.
I mean,
an hour.
Depending on what you're doing, if you're doing like a blower motor, depending on the brand, is like anywhere from like $200 to $500 or more, depending if you have like an ECM. Then it takes about an hour to change it out, but still got.
What happens when the HVAC tech shows up and you're not home? He charges me.
We never did that when I worked residential. If you're not there, all right, well, shit. Okay, we'll reschedule it. Whatever.
Yeah, well, I guess if they do that. I know the.
I do that now because I've had customers literally, like when I was on call me. I leave my house and I'm like almost there, and then like, oh, we don't need you anymore. And it's like, no, I'm charging you.
Dude, I just had my furnace done over when I had my hot water heater done, and I'm not gonna lie to you, they put a new flame what is that thing called? The flame
sensor,
something like that. They put a new flame resistor in, cleaned my
flame
furnace.
rectifier.
Yeah, rectifier. And
it just senses that there's flame.
He was literally here an hour and 45 minutes, and it was $1,159, and I'll never forget it for all that.
But with the same thing, like a mechanic, he doesn't pocket that. Well, I don't know if it's like he works for himself or what.
No, he worked for a company. He worked for my buddy's HVAC company.
But I mean, he doesn't pocket $1,100. I don't know. Every place is different. The place I used to work at,
he pocketed $250. He told me what he made.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because like I know like the company I used to work for, it was all everything was flat rate. So you just made flat rate price. So you just made a percentage of what what you charged.
There was no $1,159 worth of work that was done on my.
No, you got taken advantage of. That's kind of my that's why I don't like residential, because I think for how limited knowledge most of residential techs have, they charge way too much.
Well, why? But
because I think like residential, like at least in my view, is like the bottom rung of like.
Yeah. But you know that the entire retail world preys on on the working class people. Like that's exactly how corporations make money, is off guys like me and you and Nick, like the guys that literally have to that pay their bills and they use stuff and they get things fixed. That's how the entire corporate world makes money, because they've been screwing us for years. That's the reason why mechanics.
You know what's funny though is like not that, but all that stuff that he had done, you probably could have done it yourself.
Oh, I definitely could have. The only reason I had it done by him was because he was a friend of mine, and I wanted him to check over everything to verify that everything was good, because it was just something I hadn't done. I lived here 14 years, and it was checked when I moved in, and it hadn't been done. And this year, I decided I was going to stick. I put $12,000 into my house, because I needed to get stuff done. I put new gutters on, and I wanted to get all this stuff done. And I was like, I had the money, and I just started putting, I wanted to get things done right, and know that everything was good, just peace of mind, which, like he told me after he's done, he's like, I can't guarantee your furnace is, but if he's like, your furnace is in really good shape, so it should be fine. But, like he's like, we just, did this shit right here. And like, yeah.
That's crazy. Cause I mean, like, if all he changed was a flame rectifier, those things are only like.
Yeah, I've done it before. I've actually done it on mine before. I did it 6 years ago.
Maybe like $100, if that. I don't even know what they cost. I don't remember the last time I
did it with a 1/4-inch screwdriver, I think.
Yeah, it's just a 1/4-inch hex. Yeah. That's all it is.
Yeah, and he just told me that it needed to be changed, and I said whatever. And he cleaned my furnace, went through it, put new filters in. Like cleaned out my blower fan and all this stuff, and just checked over everything and said everything looks really good, man. And so I just wanted that peace of mind to know, and I was willing to pay. So, I was at the mercy. But I'm not upset about it. Like it, $1,159.
I don't know. I think that's personally, I think.
Yeah, maybe, but that's going right. That's like that's what people in houses have to pay.
I don't remember being something like that being, well, then again, when I worked residential, it was like 8 years ago, but
yeah, it's just
even for the time, I don't remember it being that. And the company I worked for was pretty up there in price, but like I don't remember it, so just a basic furnace tune up, even to pull the blower and do that, you'd probably be looking maybe like $300-$400, $500 maybe with the.
Well, let me just break this down to you. If I'm overcharging people for stuff, then I'd like to know where my money's going, because I ain't rich.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I know guys that have shops down in Georgia, 2 shops, who are driving Mercedes cars, and they have a vacation home, and they ain't hurting. Okay. And then their YouTube is piling in, close to $50,000 a month with their social media accounts. Like, I mean, there's a big difference in what I'm making versus people that are doing a lot better than I am. I mean, there's a lot of YouTubers that are bringing a lot of money. Plus, they're making good money as shop owners. I mean, Rayman Ray's probably making, good money. I mean, there's a lot of people that are doing a lot better than I am, even with the way they're charging shops and doing stuff. Plus, they get supplemental income with YouTube. So, I mean, there's the attractiveness of why everybody's trying to get on YouTube because they see shops like that doing it. It just takes the right formula, though, in order to get to that point where we can get. I mean, you also have to get people to like you, and I'm not a likable person.
No, but and I get what you're saying about companies taking advantage of people and stuff, and but like I was saying earlier tonight, like at the same time, it does, to a point, it does kind of. I'm not taking the blame. The blame isn't entirely on the shops. Like part of it is on the mechanic for accepting these jobs. It's kind of like
we don't have any choice.
No, but I'm saying it's a race to the bottom, right?
Yeah, it is. But you can't turn stuff down all the time, or you won't get anything.
But I'm just saying, it's like if because I don't think a union would work for mechanics. But
no,
like
it completely was a disaster. There's been shops that were union shops, and it was a complete disaster. Like not only do they take money out of your paycheck for being a union, that's it. Unions. You know why unions are gone by the wayside? Because companies realized they had to do something to avoid unions. Otherwise, it was going to cost them more money. I mean, unions have their place in some things still, steel workers and stuff like that. I get it, where those factories, but they don't work in truck driving situations. They don't work in mechanics. HVAC might have some unions still too. I don't know.
I'm in a union.
Oh yeah, there you go. So plumbers and steam fitters have unions. I mean, those guys, that still works for them, but for us, it don't, because
that's what I'm saying. But what I mean is that taking, how do I phrase this? I'm not saying it's your fault, because obviously you still got to use your skills to make money. And you got bills to pay, right?
Right.
But at the same time, I think part of it is mechanics not kind of standing up for themselves. And, I mean, as an industry, I'm sure there's guys that do, but like personally, like the way, and I only see how you guys are paid and affected because, but you guys don't live in my state, and every state's a little different. So like I would have to talk to like Chris, because he's a mechanic here in California. But
yeah, and there's some places like Dave, he's got to have a license to be a mechanic, and there's other states that do that, and there's a lot of
but I mean, but I'm saying for like the labor stuff, like Fluffy, what did he say on his live earlier? Like he got paid for 11 hours today, or this week. Sorry, not today. Yeah, or something like that. He's saying, and I'm like, and to myself, I'm like, so you showed up for
the
whole week,
40 hours, got paid for 11.
Yeah, it's like, dude, I mean, don't get me wrong. Sometimes there's like, no, it's slow or whatever. So I'm like, if you don't find anything by like 9 o'clock, I'm just not going to work, because I don't want to.
You can't. That's the problem, though.
But I mean, you can't expect somebody to show up to work, right? Drive there, show up to work, and it's a little different for me because I have a company truck, so it's like, I if I don't have anything on my board because they forgot, or there just wasn't anything, in the afternoon that they put on there, like either if I go to the shop's 10 minutes away, so, and I'm not using my gas, so
it is definitely, you're starting to understand it.
But I'm saying, like there was it was like a year ago here. Like
That's
I told like it was like really slow for me, but like other guys were working, and I'm like, hey, if you guys don't have work for me, just let me know and I'll go look for another job.
Do they
Like,
pay you if you don't have jobs?
no, I get paid by the hour.
Okay. Yeah, so you get paid no matter what, right?
No, if there's no work, I don't get paid. I have to have billable hours. I mean, we have
Oh.
like overhead stuff for like trainings or whatever, but if we don't work, we don't get paid. Kind of
Well,
like you.
there's a lot of shops that are being forced to go to hourly pay, which will
Right.
eliminate some of this flat rate stuff because it is an old antiquated system, and because of things like what Fluffy's doing. Like if I hired somebody to work for me, in my shop, the way I would do it now is I would definitely pay somebody a decent wage by the hour. But if I didn't have work to do on cars, then we would definitely be doing things like, well, guess what we're going to do today, fellas? We're going to do work on the job. I mean, we'll do
We're
whatever.
gonna work on something else, yeah. But
Right.
but you're not gonna pay a guy to sit around.
No, hell no. That's the problem with me. That's why.
Right.
That's why I have a hard time
at the same time, and that's kind of where I think it's kind of bullshit. Like at least in I mean, obviously you work for yourself, but like in like Fluffy's case is that the bullshit part is like he's spending his time and money to go to work, right? To sit there. I think he did say once they pay him minimum wage if they don't
Right.
have work or something.
Yeah,
but like that's fucking nothing. Like like well, if you don't have work, just hey dude, I don't have anything for you, you know if you have work in the morning,
Well, I mean, that's another thing too, Fluffy. I agree with you. Shops eliminate flat rate pay, but shops will still have to charge flat rate labor and still push for speed. Well, that all boils down to the customer. I mean, if you tell a customer they're going to have their car fixed in 6 hours and you like show up and give it to them in 3 days, how do you think that customer is going to return? They're not going to come back.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, yeah, I paid for 6 hours and they took them 3 days. Like I had an oil change. It was supposed to be 30 minutes. It got done 9 hours later. I mean, that's the problem with repair.
Well, that's why you don't take it to Firestone.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the problem, though. I mean, like that's the problem with working on cars. There's so many variables, and not only that, there's too many.
I mean, that's working on anything.
Yeah, but
there's a lot of variables. Like you don't know what's going to happen once you tear it all apart.
I know, but like with HVAC, and I don't know, I shouldn't say anything, but I feel like HVAC, there's less companies to deal with. I mean, like Fluffy's working on Nissan stuff, right? So Nissan should have everything for the Nissan, but there's always that rare case where you're working on something and something broke that Nissan doesn't normally carry because it's not a high value part. And I'm sure you run across this in HVAC. And then you got to order the part, right? So what do?
Yeah.
You come back and replace it and you move on to another job. And that's pretty much what mechanics have to do. But then you got a customer that's upset and they're screaming about, why did you told me my car was going to be fixed in 2.5 hours? And here we are 2.5 days later. Well, we're waiting on the part, and it's got to come over from the slow boat. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes.
I mean, usually well, I can't speak for everybody because it depends on what it is, because like we work in a lot of hospitals, and if something's down for that long, okay, now we got to look at something else. Okay, what are we gonna do? We're gonna get temp cooling in here. We got to get a temp chiller. And like, dude, I had a job. It was earlier this year. We replaced a compressor. The brand new compressor ran for 5 minutes, shorted to ground.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? All right. Well, the other compressor works, so get that running. I should have made a whole series on this, but I just didn't want to. But I try not to film at the hospitals. That's why.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's tough to film anywhere.
I mean, it's outside, but anyway. But so next day, we were there for like 16 hours waiting for these guys to bring a temp chiller, had to get it all hooked up, and it was a whole thing. But it's like for us, there's always a solution. It's just depending on how critical things are. Like we can get parts overnighted if we need to. It's just finding the part and then hoping that the supplier doesn't fuck it up, like what happened with that compressor. Like they were supposed to overnight it, and they put it on a truck instead, and it actually got stuck in Iowa.
Oh, it's all Iowa's fault now.
Yeah, I just remember that because they told us like, oh yeah, it'll be here in it'll get shipped, put on the plane tonight, and it'll be here in like a day or two, right? Because it's got to go to either it's going to LA or San Diego, here in San Diego to the airport, and then they got to offload it. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like 3 days later, I didn't hear anything.
Fly across the country.
Yeah, because like the compressor we needed was in like Pennsylvania or some shit.
Wow, that's his fault then.
Oh, so it's Pennsylvania's fault now.
Yeah. Well, it's like whoever the shipper was or the company, they put it on a truck and they didn't put it on a. They said it was too heavy. I'm like, bro, I will fly across country, rent a car, and drive that bitch back before you guys get it. But I guess it got stuck. It was like a whole thing. It got stuck in Iowa. It's like you guys were. It was like when they were having all that weather this spring, and like everything shut down.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's inclement. That's how it works, though. I mean,
yeah, but I'm like, well, this shouldn't have happened because it was never supposed to be on a fucking truck. It was supposed to be.
Well, you know why they did that? Because they were trying to cut costs and save money. Yeah. So they decided to ship it on a truck.
But the truck wasn't gonna. But we paid for overnight shipping or next day air, whatever it was.
Right.
And it's like, you know how much we paid for next day air? We paid like $1,000.
Listen, I worked for LTL, Sergio. Don't ever think that you're going to get anything next day air.
Well, no, this was with the. I don't remember. I think it was with the. We ordered it straight from the manufacturer, right? Or the supply house did. I think that's. And they screwed it up, and I'm just like, dude. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I just want to like, dude. This was like 3 months of shit with that fucking unit. But
now you sound like a mechanic right now.
But it's like, but what pisses me off is like, you like, because I remember it was stuck in Iowa. They told us where it was. It was in some like warehouse or something. And I'm like, well, when can it leave? Well, it won't leave till next week. What? We paid for next day air 3 days ago, and you're saying now it won't get here till next week? Like, what the fuck?
I worked in LTL, and I can tell you that anything going from West Coast to Central, like I can move anything to I can move anything from Des Moines east, like lickety split. The problem is like there's no shipping lanes that are like direct because you got so much open area in between Central, Midwest to West Coast, and that is where it is always a pain in the ass. I remember all the time whenever we'd had a problem, it was always from West Coast to Midwest. Yeah. And it seemed like anything that happened, like we had, for instance, we had wheels they were shipping from Milwaukee for Harley Davidson one time. And I had to take the load down to Kansas City, and the deadline was off by 8 hours. And that's really not that bad, but the plant was shut down for 8 hours, and they were freaking the freak out. They were freaking out. Like, Harley like, we need
they're losing money.
Yeah. And that's just,
or, at the end of the day, they're losing money, but really they're not, because those bikes are probably already sold. But,
I can get a part from New York in 3 days, ground yet a part. I can tell. Yes. Because there's no, that's, if you understand LTL like I did, there's like the largest shipping area is like the Michigan, like Ohio, Rust Belt area. Yeah. There's so many terminals and like trucking companies.
Here it's all over the place. Like,
yeah. And on the West Coast,
you would have to go to like LA.
Yeah.
And there's no like real like shipping hub down here. So like everything goes through LA and then it's got to come down here.
Yeah. It's like LA to Las Vegas and then Phoenix to LA. But these are direct lanes. And the problem is that they can't run. Like LTL is the fastest way to ship stuff normally, and a lot of people think it's over the road, but those over the road guys can only go 11 hours or they have to shut down.
I thought it was 14.
Only in inclement weather. 11-hour days is all they have now. That's been changed with
CSA. Really? I thought it was 14.
Yeah, CSA 2010. Renegades probably tell me, but I don't remember. But the exact, but 14 was inclement weather. And you could used to be able to do a 16-hour day, what we would call 16, and then you could run 14s, I guess. Huh. But you got to think there's also, run 14-hour days. Try running a 14-hour day and not stop and eat. Okay, first of all, you get a 30-minute break. You got to fuel. there's a lot of factors to get a 14-hour day of straight driving. So, like, you're only going to get to maybe, I don't know. Like, I know from Des Moines to the farthest we could go from Des Moines to Grand Island and make it back, because you gotta think, like LTL, they have to run as far as they can and still make it back in that 11-hour time frame, or 14 hours, doesn't matter. But if you're running one straight line with an overnight truck, they can only go 14 hours. So then how do you make it the rest of the way? They have to have another truck set up so that they can, piggyback that way. But a lot of time they have team drivers, and there's a whole mess of, it's crazy. I'll tell you what, the evolution, if people knew more about how shipping stuff worked, and then damage stuff, like you're lucky you even got that compressor and it wasn't beat up, because
that happened too.
They get handled, like I seen a guy on TikTok complaining about the motor getting damaged. I'm not surprised, dude. They cross-dock this stuff and they just ram it into trailers.
Oh yeah, dude, I got a compressor one time. They're like, "Oh, hey, it's here."
Yeah,
you might want to look at it though.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I moved a lot of these compressors.
It's like we walk the supply house. Like the guy takes me to the back. I'm like, the box is like covered in oil.
Oh yeah, that's the telltale sign.
And I'm like, no, send it back. Give me a new one.
We moved a lot of AC compressors because we
probably from Copeland.
Yeah, Copeland, and then we have Copeland and Marshalltown. Copeland is the main manufacturing in Marshalltown, so I knew all about those compressors. And believe it or not, like I was one of those guys that always would like just get livid pissed. I'd see those guys knock them over, and boy, that would just set me off.
I mean, they could be knocked overs, but it's when you start knocking the little plugs out of them, and the sweat connections get all kinked up. That
if I could have took video of the shit that I've seen on the dock, Sergio, you would know why I say never. Because dude, those guys would take forklifts and just skid them down the dock.
Oh yeah, this is
like that. Yeah, like dude, the shit that went on, and I'm not trying to be negative or anything, but when they used to let us, when I first started doing LTL stuff, the truck drivers used to handle that. And guess what? We had to deliver to the customer. So we had to come meet you. And we used to hold each other accountable.
Oh, really?
When they changed it over to the 11-hour rule, they hired dock workers, and those guys did not care. They had no idea what they're doing. We're talking guys that had 20 years of experience in the business. And now they hired guys that were just going to load trailers. They never had to see the customers. They didn't understand what they were moving. They didn't care. And freight was getting destroyed. Destroyed. I mean,
dude, I've like when I worked in the warehouse at the company I work at now, but this was 7 years ago. Like I used to we'd get, I guess it'd be LTL, but like they also call it final mile.
Yep.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I'd get shipments in the warehouse, and like we're talking expensive ass parts, and it's like it comes in and it's like, dude, this box is beat to shit. I'm not accepting this. Well, you have to. I'm like, no, I don't. And it's like I've gotten into it with like the truck drivers and shit. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, I can't accept this. It's like it's beat to crap. But
yep, it was bad. Trust me, I got yelled out. I'm gonna shut this thing down. We can sit backstage and talk a little bit because we're just kind of BSing together. But it's been 4
I've just been listening in, dude. Anyway, I mean, thanks for.
It's been 5 hours, and I just wanted to.
Yeah, you guys have been going, dude. I cleared up a terabyte of space off my Mac while we were sitting here.
You look like you were doing some work.
Yeah, I feel